Chapter 9:16. Xiaoqian was not surprised that these three people from the Heaven and Earth sect found him. Back then, the Haoyan Emperor wanted to help Xiaoqian erase that strand of fate. However, Xiaoqian was unwilling and had been waiting for this day. The white-clad old man's expression turned cold. What a nobody. 2 years ago, I crushed you and forced you to flee in panic. To think that you dare to say such things. Be sensible and hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar cassia tree to us. Otherwise you will find it hard to escape. This small city is already filled with boundless danger, the old man on the right said in a cold voice. Xiaoqian thought about it and understood what was going on. These three people must have leaked his movements. Now he had enemies everywhere. There were many people who wanted to kill him, many of them experts. Could they all be in this small city? With a thought, his spiritual sense spread out in all directions like the tide. The scene in the city entered his mind. However, he did not see any powerful enemies. It looked like these three people did not want others to divide the treasures on them. Those people should be on their way. However, did they not know Xiaoqian's current strength? It looked like they had something to rely on. Otherwise, they would not have dared to charge over with just 3 people. The old man on the left smiled coldly. Young Master Xiao is really calm. Even now your expression does not change. Do you really think that the 3 of us came without any preparations? When I drink, I hate it when people talk in my ear. You all deserve to die. Xiaoqian's expression turned cold. He grasped the Big Dipper banner in his hand and thrust it at the white-clad old man in front in the time it took for a spark to fly. The tip of the banner flickered with starlight. This strike was like a meteor falling from the sky, extremely fast. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the sage-grade inner armor the white-clad old man wore shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing through the inn. Xiaoqian did not even unfurl the banner. He used it as a spear and swept it out. This startled the 2 old men on the left and right. They quickly moved and retreated. A berserk aura spread out, shocking the cultivators in the inn. A battle on the level of superior-grade martial sages was about to begin. They all fled very quickly. Xiaoqian picked up the unfinished wine cup on the table and drained it. Then he left behind a black astral coin and gave chase with a faint smile. He had been waiting for these 3 old fools for a long time. Did they really think that he was still the same as he was 2 years ago? No matter what he had prepared, these 3 people would definitely die this time. Xiaoqian, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We won't kill you today, but we'll cripple you and break one of your arms. We'll let you taste the feeling of falling from the peak to the bottom. The white-robed old man changed into a new set of clothes and floated in the air as he shouted. A blood-red sword floated above his head. Strands of blood-red sword light flowed around it, and it was filled with killing intent. The 2 old men outside surrounded Xiaoqian. An identical blood sword floated above their heads as well. The 3 blood swords formed a triangle with Xiaoqian in the center. The sword lights attracted each other and the thousands of swords buzzed. Thousands of sword images encased the surrounding 1 kilometer, spreading killing intent. What a dense killing chi. These 3 blood swords probably had great origins. They should be king-grade secret treasures. King-grade secret treasures were very mighty. Before one reached Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be very difficult to bring out their full might. The 3 of them could bring out 80% of the king-grade secret treasure's might by controlling it. No wonder they were so confident of killing Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, these 3 blood swords are called Killing Immortal, Beheading Immortal, and Murdering Immortal. They are replicas of the 3 ancient immortal swords. Our church master personally refined them. Now that you are trapped in them, without a Grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, there is no way for you to escape. The skinny old man held the Killing Immortal sword above his head, appearing very confident and incredibly arrogant. The elegant white-clad old man held the Killing Immortal sword above his head. He smiled and said, Xiaoqian, this old man considers that it is not easy for you to cultivate and that youths are prideful. If you kowtow to us and admit your mistake, then hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar cassia tree. We can let bygones be bygones. This was a small city at the edge of the primal chaos domain. Normally, major characters rarely came here. Today, 3 superior-grade martial sages with king-grade secret treasures appeared, attracting the attention of many cultivators in the city. Now, after hearing the white-clad old man's words, it turned out that the youth the 3 faced was famous throughout the world. The shocking appearance of the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiaoqian, immediately set the small city abuzz. Crowds of people crowded around the battlefield, watching. This is Xiaoqian. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Even when 3 older generation superior grade martial sages from the Heaven and Earth sect came with the king grade secret treasures, the 3 immortal swords, his expression did not change. Unexpectedly, he has a peak grade immortal spirit ring. I heard that even Emperor Wu is envious of this thing. Emperor Wu already grasped his heavenly laws. He can refine the space in the peak grade immortal spirit ring into a small world. How could he not be envious? Furthermore, only a peak grade immortal spirit ring can nurture a sage grade spirit tree or higher. The value of the lunar cassia tree is not low either. The medicine god Valley has been buying this sage grade spirit tree at a sky-high price. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin has won. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Just these 2 things alone will make me unable to resist making a move. Many discussions broke out as they looked at Xiaoqin, who was surrounded by scarlet sword lights. They anticipated how Xiaoqin would resolve this situation. The names Killing Immortal, Beheading Immortal, and Murdering Immortal were rather scary. As Xiaoqin sized up the 3 scarlet swords, he made some calculations in his heart. Soon he came up with an idea. These 3 immortal swords were just replicas. Furthermore, they were the inferior ones among the replicas. The divine materials used were extremely rare. The truly troublesome part was the massacre chi in the swords. Clearly, the sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect was a very skilled refiner. Using these mediocre materials, he managed to materialize the true essence of the 3 immortal swords. Xiaoqin estimated that he had to kill at least 1,000 ferocious beasts to collect the massacre chi in the swords. However, while others feared this massacre chi, Xiaoqin did not. A light flickered on his forehead, and the massacre chi in the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness flowed endlessly into the Big Dipper banner. Everyone, you are thinking of settling the past in one go. However, this Xiao does not think so. The 20 medial grade astral cores that I lost cannot be lost for nothing. Today I will test out these 3 immortal swords. Who? Xiaoqin flicked his wrist, and the scarlet banner wrapped around the spear unfurled. The first thing that appeared was not starlight but a boundless massacre chi. The red light spread out as if it was solid. This chi of massacre formed a baleful wind. As it blew in all directions, it instantly suppressed the chi of massacre in the 3 immortal swords. In an instant, Xiaoqin turned the tables. 7 stars flickering, moon shattering. After gaining the initiative, Xiaoqin laughed loudly and started waving the banner. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Dubhe, Merak, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade, lit up on the scarlet banner, releasing resplendent starlight. As the banner fluttered, starlight shone in all directions. The 7 stars shot out one by one, forming a constellation that filled the sky with starlight. This encased the 3 immortal swords in the starry sky. The 3 old men from the Heaven and Earth sect had not expected the situation to take a turn for the worse. They quickly executed the Killing Immortal, Beheading Immortal, and Murdering Immortal. Many scarlet sword images shot out, wanting to kill Xiaoqin on the spot. Da. Boundless starlight descended and blocked all the scarlet sword images, unable to do anything to them. Xiaoqin smiled coldly. As he held the Big Dipper banner, starlight fell from the sky. It was like he was walking in the starry sky of the universe, looking boundlessly elegant. 7 stars falling, mountains and rivers turned to ashes. Xiaoqin pointed, and the 7 stars fell towards the 3 old men. In this starry sky, the 7 astral pearls were like real stars. When they fell, space trembled, forming ripples that radiated out. The entire small city was affected by the shockwave. Houses collapsed one after another. The 3 old men were greatly startled. They no longer cared about using the scarlet sword images to kill Xiaoqin. They worked together and formed a continuous screen of scarlet sword images, trying to block the 7 falling stars. However, how could they block it? When the 7 stars appeared, they formed a complete constellation. Starlight flowed between them, forming a compact whole. Even Xiaoqin did not dare to receive it head-on. Cassia. The scarlet sword images shattered, and the 3 old men from the Heaven and Earth sect vomited a mouthful of blood. The 3 immortal swords hovering above their heads seemed to lose control. Let's go. This is the Big Dipper banner of the Big Dipper Palace. I don't know where this demonic genius obtained it, but it is actually a complete Big Dipper banner. We are not a match for him. The white-clad old man grasped the immortal killing sword and hacked apart the sticky killing chi. Then he endured the attacks of the scattered starlight, trying to flee. Xiaoqin laughed loudly and withdrew the banner. The 7 stars returned to the banner, and the Big Dipper banner filled with boundless astral energy again. Don't the few of you want my peak grade immortal spirit ring in my arm? Why the rush to leave? Come back here. The wind howled and the Big Dipper banner fluttered loudly. Then it unfurled, covering the sky and the sun. Xiaochen waved his hand and starlight surged out, pulling back the three fleeing people. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiaochen twisted his wrist and the banner returned to the pole. The Big Dipper banner continued to absorb the astral energy, making the pole shine with starlight like a powerful divine spear. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the spear gathered all the scattered killing qi. Kasia. The spear pierced through the hearts of the three old men like dumplings and hung them in the Big Dipper banner. The three inner sect elders of the Heaven and Earth sect were impaled on the flagpole. Rage filled their eyes as they died with grievances. Such a scene was very shocking. All the cultivators in the city were horrified. Three older generation martial sages had come with king-grade secret treasures, but they still died such miserable deaths. The Big Dipper banner trembled gently and starlight exploded. The three corpses were blasted into nothingness. Xiaochen waved his hand and took the spatial rings of the three old men. He also took the immortal killing sword, and the immortal murdering sword. The might of the three immortal swords was extraordinary. Unfortunately, the quality of the materials used to forge them was not high. Furthermore, Xiaochen's massacre throne countered their killing qi. Before Xiaochen's Big Dipper banner, they were mere decorations. If it were any other king-grade secret treasure, Xiaochen would not have had such an easy time. At the very least, he would have had to put in a lot of effort. When Xiaochen looked down, he saw that the entire city was in ruins. The cultivators in the air all had complicated expressions as they looked at him. Some were in awe, some were in greed, and most of them were in fear. Chapter 9:17. He could not remain here for long. The three people from the Heaven and Earth sect must have leaked news of him. Now that the Bushan Palace suddenly delayed his king conferral ceremony, it sent a bad signal. Although Xiaochen was a human cultivator, the Bushan Palace would not do their best to protect him. The enemies of the Qing Emperor would probably get restless. Not to mention in the dark, Xiaochen knew that the three sovereign noble clans of the human race would definitely make a move. There was also Mr. Qin, whom Xiaochen had slapped in the merfolk race's dream castle. At that time, Xiaochen had not been confident of keeping Mr. Qin here, so he could only let him leave. Now that Mr. Qin knew of Xiaochen's whereabouts, he would definitely use the connections he had in the Medicine God Valley to hunt him down. Furthermore, there was the reward from the Shenshui sect master, a king-grade secret treasure personally refined by Emperor Wu. The experts of the heavenly starry ocean might rush over. When Xiaochen thought about it carefully, he realized that he had many enemies. He put away the three immortal swords and the Big Dipper banner. Before Xiaochen could check the treasures in the three people's spatial rings, he stood on a lightning dragon and quickly flew into the distance. Just as Xiaochen exited the city gates, three people blocked his way. These three young men all had outstanding looks and noble auras. They exuded pride. Xiaochen recognized one of them. He was Yan Shirsan's younger brother, Yan Shirsi. Back then, when Xiaochen was ranked first on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, he had fought with this person. If Xiaochen guessed correctly, the other two should be the scions of the Jiang clan and the Lin clan. My luck is really good. It looks like the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin did not lie. Brother Xiaochen, you are indeed here, Yan Shirsi said with a relaxed expression, a smile on his face. The Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin? Xiaochen felt somewhat suspicious. How did Mr. Qin know his whereabouts? The two people at the side sized up Xiaochen, feeling mildly astonished. They had not expected Xiaochen to only be a medial-grade martial sage. However, Xiaochen's cultivation was rather stable. His heavenly sage laws were much purer than ordinary people's. However, if that was all, it would be too difficult for him to gain such a horrifying reputation. Yan Shirsi had exchanged moves with Xiaochen before and knew his limits. He warned, Brother Lin, Brother Jiang, don't be fooled by this person's cultivation. The cultivation technique this person cultivates is very special, making it very difficult for him to raise his cultivation. However, if you underestimate him because of this, you will die a horrible death. These three were all outstanding talents of the martial clan. Furthermore, they had the sovereign noble clan had sovereign martial Chen's IMS. They were noble. B. And sovereign Chen nobles and An respectively. Dragon from the Dragon was the sovereign. The An Earth clan from Star clan from the clan of Chen smiled. Bai and Chen clans Chen's sect. And sects. Chen's the Earth Emperor clan's Ming sect Tian sect to Chen. The Jiang clan scion beside Yan Shirsi smiled coldly and said, nothing much. We just want to borrow your head. There will not be a second Qing emperor in this world. The blue-robed scion of the Lin clan said, Xiaoqin, the Bushan Palace delayed your king conferral ceremony. Clearly they do not support you. The three holy masters probably wish for you to die at our hands so that the title of Blue Dragon King will not appear again. You will not be able to escape today. No matter how great your reputation is, it will all vanish. Yin Shirsi maintained his calm smile. From the day you announced that you were the descendant of the Qing Emperor, you were destined to die. Dying at our hands is better than dying at the hands of those loose cultivators. The few of you are really righteous. Unfortunately, there are many people who want to take this Zhao's head. Until now, no one has succeeded. Today I will have to disappoint you. Xiaoqian's gaze turned cold. Without saying anything more, his figure flashed and a bright saber light shot out from his body. It shot out from Xiaoqian's body like the moonlight, shining with an unparalleled sharpness as it charged straight at Yin Shirsi. Yin Shirsi did not show any fear. 9 suns appeared above his head and formed a circle. A surging heat wave spread out, turning the air scorching. The heavenly sage laws in Yin Shirsi's body circulated. His strong and deep cultivation made his aura seem even higher than Xiaoqian's. When he saw the saber light approaching, he did not hesitate to throw a punch. The 9 suns above Yin Shirsi's head surged, and the heat wave of this punch surged, its might vast. Bang! A thunderous sound exploded in the air. The two each took 100 steps back, revealing expressions of shock on their faces. Xiaoqian was shocked at the other party's incredibly deep cultivation. Even when he circulated his flawless saber Dao, he was only able to fight on equal footing. If Xiaoqian were an ordinary superior-grade martial sage, he would have the absolute upper hand after this palm strike. However, Yin Shirsi was even more shocked than Xiaoqian. He was already a middle-stage superior-grade martial sage, 1 cultivation grade higher than Xiaoqian's. However, he had not managed to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, there was a knife-like purple energy in Yin Shirsi's arm, cutting his bones and flesh. The intense pain was unbearable. 2 figures flashed. It was the Lin clan scion and the Jiang clan scion, not giving Xiaoqian a chance to catch his breath. They immediately charged over and executed their best martial techniques, stirring up the winds and clouds and causing the sky to change color. Xiaoqian suppressed the blazing quintessence in his body. A bright moon rose behind him and snowflakes drifted around him. Then he quickly started exchanging moves with these two. Waves surged around the Lin clan scion. A river flowed under his feet. The Jiang clan scion was surrounded by flickering shadows. Thousands of afterimages appeared, materializing a strange mysterious phenomenon. Soon Yin Shirsi swung his arm. Holding his sword and radiating the light of the 9 suns, he joined the battle. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Xiaoqian materialized the flawless 4 seasons saber technique, dealing with the 3. However, of the 4 seasons, only the winter saber was complete. The other 3 seasons were slightly weaker. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiaoqian was in a very passive position, surrounded by danger. This time Xiaoqian had truly met with strong opponents. His opponents were also outstanding talents of the present age. Furthermore, they had powerful clans with astonishing accumulations as their backing. They used even more spirit herbs and resources than he did. Fighting 1 against 3 without using immortal arts or magic skills, the pressure was rather high. Xiaoqian, is that all you have? We have not even used our king-grade secret treasures. When the Lin clan scion saw that Xiaoqian still had strength to spare despite fighting 1 against 3, he started mocking him, trying to force Xiaoqian to take out his final trump card. Yin Shirsi chopped apart the snowflakes filling the air with saber lights. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoqian, if you have any trump cards, just take them out. Otherwise you will not have any more chances to use them." Ah, he probably cannot take them out. The Qing Emperor did not leave behind any treasures for this fellow. This time the 3 were truly intent on killing Xiaoqian. Even though they held the upper hand, they did not let down their guard. They even used words to anger Xiaoqian, forcing him to reveal his trump card before killing him. Xiaoqian smiled coldly to himself. However, his expression did not change. "You had best not force me to use my trump card. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape." Your tone is really startlingly bold. This young master will see what trump cards you have today. Suddenly, a 3-legged cauldron appeared above the Lin clan scion. All sorts of ancient mutated beasts were carved on the cauldron. Berserk roars came from the cauldron. "This is a replica of my Lin clan's 10,000 beast cauldron. Today I will show you the true accumulations of a sovereign noble clan." The Lin clan scion roared ferociously and formed hand seals. The 10,000 beast cauldron trembled, and the roars coming from the cauldron became even more berserk and restless. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as if something horrifying was about to descend. Boom! The image of a huge snake with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings leaped out of the cauldron. It was the ancient mutated beast, the 1,000-feathered snake. The image of a profound sun bird covered in flames cried out and flew out. Then a pitch-black evil flood dragon leaped out. This was just the beginning. As the Lin clan scion formed hand seals, images of ancient mutated beasts of terrifying origins leaped out of the cauldron. A total of 100 appeared before stopping. The 100 beasts circled above the Lin clan scion's head, covering the sky and the sun. A horrifying aura spread out. All the spirit beasts within 500 kilometers felt this aura. That was the aura of ancient mutated beasts, all of them kings of beasts. The fear from their bloodlines caused these spirit beasts to flee frantically, triggering many beast tides. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The original 10,000 beast cauldron should be an emperor-grade secret treasure. The resources of this replica were all divine materials. It was a true Peak King-grade secret treasure. The 3 immortal swords earlier could not compare to this at all. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were indeed immeasurable. This person only brought out 20% of his strength, and he could already cause such a commotion. This was truly horrifying. Brother Yin, Brother Jiang, move aside. Watch as my 100 beasts come out and tear this fellow into pieces. Trump card? I don't believe that you can take out any trump card. The Lin clan scion shouted, and the images of the 100 beasts flying above his head immediately charged at Xiao Chen. The 1,000-feathered snake's wings were like sabers, the profound sunbird's claws burned with true flame, and the black flood dragon spat out pitch-black dragon flame. As the 100 beasts attacked, their might was unparalleled. The Lin clan scion wanted to use these 100 beasts to tear Xiao Chen into pieces. When the 100 beasts attacked together, their might covered the sky. The images of ancient mutated beasts filled the area. Any one of them, the 1,000-feathered snake, the deep-sea black flood dragon, the heavenly phoenix, or the howling moon heavenly wolf, had frightening origins. When the Jiang clan scion and Yen Shirsi saw this, they waited quietly to see how Xiao Chen would deal with it. The 10,000 beast cauldron in the Lin clan scion's hand was not an ordinary king-grade secret treasure. Although he brought out only 10% of its strength, it was sufficient to force back a grandmaster-level martial sage. Before this, a superior-grade martial sage would be instantly killed. This was the Lin clan scion's life-saving means. At a crucial moment it could save his life. Now that he used it to deal with Xiao Chen, even if the Lin clan scion had a trump card that he would not use, he would still suffer significant damage to his essence. When Xiao Chen saw the 100 beasts attacking, he prepared to execute the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. However, he suddenly thought of something and a medallion appeared in his palm. This was the Holy Beast Medallion, the merfolk race's treasure. Yao Yin had said that this medallion could suppress ancient mutated beasts. It could even store the real 1,000-feathered snake into the medallion, allowing him to control it freely. Against these mutated beast images, the medallion should have some effect. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he immediately activated the Holy Beast Medallion. The simple and thick Holy Beast Medallion shot out a beam of golden light and covered the black flood dragon. Xiao Chen felt his magic energy pour out like flowing water. A strong suction came from the Holy Beast Medallion in his right hand, pulling the black flood dragon into it. Chapter 9:18. It's effective. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He burned his vast magic energy and pulled the ferocious black flood dragon, spewing out dragon flames into the medallion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Holding up the Holy Beast Medallion, Xiao Chen quickly burned his magic energy. Beams of light shot out and sucked all these mutated beast images into the medallion. Not satisfied yet, Xiao Chen steeled his heart and drained a third of the surging magic energy in his sea of consciousness. His body gave off a crystalline light, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. After draining a third of his magic energy, the Holy Beast Medallion gave off a bright light and shot out a large beam of light, encasing the remaining mutated beast images. Then with a gentle tug he sucked them all into the medallion. My ancient 100 beasts. The heir of the Lin family was completely stunned. Every phantom of a strange beast was refined by the elders of the Lin family for a long time before they could be produced. His 10,000 beast cauldron only had 1,000 mutated beast images. Now that he lost 100, his heart bled. Xiao Chen held the Holy Beast Medallion and smiled. Brother Jiang, many thanks for your Holy Beast images. What other abilities do you have? Just bring them out. You are seeking death. I'll fight it out with you. I don't believe that you have much law energy left to activate this secret treasure. The Lin clan scion swallowed a medicinal pill, and the law energy in his body instantly filled up. His strength returned to its peak. He roared ferociously, and another 100 beasts flew out of the cauldron. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were truly startling. They could even take out a peak sage-grade medicinal pill that could instantly replenish law energy. Xiaoqin did not fear this. The other party would not have a second such precious sage-grade medicinal pill. Xiaoqin drained another third of his magic energy. A light swept out, and the new 100 beasts were sucked back into the medallion. Wuxia. When the Lin clan scion saw this scene, he was so frustrated that he vomited a mouthful of blood. 200 mutated beast images were gone. In the future, when he advanced to Grandmaster-level Martial Sage, this 10,000 beast cauldron would lose 20% of its might. Brother Lin, let me help you. 100 Transformation Tortoise Spirit Shield. The Jiang clan scion stretched out his hand, and 9,999 tortoise shells filled with the scars of time appeared. They flew out from his palms and formed a sharp tower shield. Between the gaps, black light shone brightly. The shield's momentum was astonishing. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The entire space was squeezed by it, forming wrinkles in the space. Even space itself was moving. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to defend. The space in front of Xiaoqin rippled. With a bang, he was knocked back a kilometer, vomiting blood. After succeeding in one move, the Jiang clan scion laughed loudly. Xiaoqin, this merfolk race's holy beast medallion should be your trump card, right? However, it can suppress the 10,000 beast cauldron but not my tortoise spirit shield. This is an immortal's magic treasure that my Jiang clan's ancestor obtained from an immortal sect remnant. He added 80 precious divine materials and refined it into a king-grade secret treasure. Let's see how you are going to be so arrogant now. After successfully launching a sneak attack and injuring Xiaoqin in one move, the Jiang clan scion felt extremely cocky. He raised the tortoise spirit shield with both hands and descended from the sky, pressing down on Xiaoqin. Space continuously squeezed. Everywhere it passed, the trees and buildings on the ground became like reflections in water, turning hazy and blurry. Then with a loud bang, they turned into powder. The Jiang clan scion pushed with his hand, and the tortoise spirit shield encased space as it descended on Xiaoqin. Space rippled like water. Xiaoqin felt his body sway and his bones crackled. Before the shield landed, this tortoise spirit shield nearly took his life. The Lin clan scion, who had the 10,000 beast cauldron hovering above his head, smiled sinisterly. Brother Jiang, good move. Crush this brat to death and wipe out the Qing Emperor's bloodline. Then our sovereign noble clans will no longer have to live in fear. Without hesitation, Xiaoqin executed the strongest move of the flawless saber Dao, the martial technique that merged the 13 moves of the dragon subduing slash into one. Flawless, 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 18 azure dragons, perfect and flawless, appearing down to the finest detail. Holy might pervaded the air as they roared in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. The holy might stirred up and formed a formless barrier of light that pushed back the surrounding ripples. Space exploded. The clash between the two nearly tore space apart. Flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. With the 18 blue dragons as a foil, Xiaoqin looked like an ancient overlord. He shouted, and the blue dragons turned into purple saber lights that struck the tortoise spirit shield. Bang, bang, bang. Intense tremors resounded. Cracks appeared in the sturdy tortoise spirit shield before the saber lights that could flip rivers and seas. Finally, it shattered and turned into 9,999 tortoise shells flying in all directions. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin used his own strength to break this king-grade secret treasure. The Jiang clan scion vomited a mouthful of blood, somewhat in disbelief. He gathered the scattered tortoise shells and used them as a shield. Damn it. If not for the fact that I can only bring out 20% of this tortoise spirit shield strength, I would have crushed you into a meat patty. The reassembled tortoise spirit shield dimmed. It could no longer be used to attack for a while, it could only barely protect itself. Xiaoqin, you truly live up to being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Back then, you fought for the top spot of the proud Son of Heaven ranking and established such a great reputation. It looks like this is not a coincidence. However, as I said before, you will definitely die today. When Xiaoqin executed the subduing dragon profound slash and became rather weak, Yin Shirsi, who had been waiting patiently, took advantage of the opportunity to take out his king-grade secret treasure. Yin Shirsi's king-grade secret treasure was a large umbrella covered in Yin-attributed flames. It was called the Profound Yin Umbrella. The handle and leaves of the umbrella were made of at least 10 divine materials equal to black patterned gold and dark mountain profound copper. The flame in the umbrella was the Profound Yin True Flame, a fusion of 18 types of Yin attributed flames. It was much stronger than the Netherworld True Flame that Xiaoqian once obtained. The flaming umbrella opened up and suddenly enlarged, directly encasing Xiaoqian, who had just executed his martial technique. Yan Shirsi moved his hands and the umbrella shrank, locking down the surrounding space. The Profound Yin True Flame in the umbrella also grew denser. Brother Yin, your timing is really good. After this brat is sucked into the Profound Yin umbrella, no matter how unparalleled his movement technique is, he will not be able to escape. He will be burned to ashes. Yan Shirsi smiled coldly and said, "Burned to ashes? How can there be such a good thing? His physical body is as hard as a secret treasure. Furthermore, he has the bloodline of the Qing Emperor. I want to use this Profound Yin True Flame to refine him into a blue dragon bone sword, completing my supreme throne." Excellent. This is a good method. With this powerful bone sword, Brother Yin will definitely be able to surpass your elder brother and become the future clan head of the Yin clan. At that time, you will be able to use all the resources of the sovereign noble clans as you please. Hee. We are here on orders from the clan to kill Xiaoqian. If we succeed, we will not even need to make a move for the older generation experts of the clan. This will save us a lot of trouble. The clan head will definitely look at us in a new light. Sovereign noble clans had many descendants. Although these people were heirs, the competition among the younger generation was intense, and their positions were not truly stable. Now that Xiaoqian was about to be killed, this would be a great contribution. Their prestige in the clan would definitely soar, and their positions would be much more stable. Everyone smiled happily. Oh no. Why does my Profound Yin True Flame seem to be decreasing bit by bit? Yan Shirsi, who was chatting contentedly with the two, focused his attention on the Profound Yin umbrella. Then he suddenly discovered that the Profound Yin True Flame in the umbrella was decreasing bit by bit. At first it was just a trickle. Eventually, it became like a flood pouring out for 500 kilometers. All the Profound Yin True Flame poured into Xiaoqian's left eye and was swallowed up by his lunar True Flame. How unfortunate. I'm still lacking a little. Otherwise, my lunar True Flame would be able to reach the same level as the Purple Thunder True Fire and condense an even higher Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. Inside the umbrella, Xiaoqian's lips twitched. Even after swallowing the Profound Yin True Flame, he was still not satisfied. Right after Xiaoqian spoke, an astral banner appeared in his hand. He gathered his killing chi on the pole. Then he raised the Big Dipper banner and pointed it at the sky. Brilliant 7 stars, shattering mountains and rivers. A strand of starlight containing a boundless killing intent shot out from the tip of the banner. Boom. A hole immediately appeared in the umbrella that lost the Profound Yin True Flame. The sealed space collapsed. After Xiaoqian broke free, he held the Big Dipper banner in his hand. The banner fluttered, and the 7 stars formed a constellation, radiating bright starlight. The starlight contained boundless energy. The instant the banner unfurled, it knocked the 3 back. My 3 brothers have been tirelessly waiting to see this Zhao's trump card. If this Zhao does not show it now, it would be unjustifiable. I hope you will not be disappointed. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and stabbed the Big Dipper banner into the ground. 7 astral pearls leaped out and filled the sky with starlight, encasing the surrounding 5 kilometers. What? Unexpectedly, he still has a trump card. After breaking the king-grade secret treasures of 3 people, Xiaoqian actually still has a trump card. How strong is that trump card? Yan Shirsi and the other 2 were startled. Without saying anything, they used their king-grade secret treasures to block the starlight and quickly left this place. Starry Heaven Storm. Xiaoqian materialized the chessboard of fate and shifted the position of the stars. He quickly executed this minor magic skill, and a black storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 3 people who had used their secret treasures to move 5 kilometers away. Bang. The 3 vomited a mouthful of blood, and their internal organs ruptured. If they did not have king-grade secret treasures to protect themselves, they would have turned to ashes on the spot. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron, Tortoise Spirit Shield, and Profound Yin Umbrella were all knocked back. The 3 turned around, wanting to retrieve their king-grade secret treasures. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Xiaoqian smiled coldly and said, "How naive. After seeing my trump card, you still think you can escape unscathed? Leave all 3 king-grade secret treasures behind." Flawless bright moon. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and a bright saber chi descended, forcing back the three people who wanted to snatch back their king-grade secret treasures. After that, the 7 stars fell and bombarded the 3 of them repeatedly, forcing them into a sorry state. They had no time to pay attention to the 3 secret treasures. Xiao Qin leaped up and put the 3 king-grade secret treasures into his spatial ring. As the 7 stars fell, the earth trembled and the sky shook. Loud rumbles resounded for 100 miles. The martial artists in the small city behind them could all hear the terrifying explosion. The entire city was shaking. Shock waves surged into the sky, and dust swept out in all directions. The cultivators in the city felt confused. Who was stirring up the winds and clouds, causing the sky to change color? The cultivators rushed out and looked into the distance. They only saw an ethereal white figure amid the starlight. Chapter 9:19. After the Qing Emperor, the white-robed Xiao Qin would soon be conferred the title of Blue Dragon King. As Yan Shirsi and the other 2 fled, they occasionally coughed out scarlet qi and blood. The 3 showed sullen expressions. King-grade secret treasures, 3 peak king-grade secret treasures that would become their life secret treasures after they advanced to Martial Emperor, had all changed hands. However, this was not the only disappointment in their hearts. Xiao Qin's final magic skill materialized the chessboard of fate, drawing out the entire universe and creating a starry river storm. Just thinking about that horrifying scene made them tremble in fear. Unless a Grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, no one would be able to subdue Xiao Qin. That is not a martial technique. I did not feel any fluctuations of heavenly sage laws at all. It is definitely not a martial technique. It is an immortal art. An immortal cultivator once came to my clan as a guest. The immortal art that person executed was very similar to the one Xiao Qin executed. What Xiao Qin executed might not be an ordinary immortal art. It might have already reached the level of a magic skill. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Unexpectedly, this is his greatest trump card. How hateful. We lost the king-grade secret treasures. We will definitely lose our position as science. The 3 showed dispirited expressions. When they thought of the consequences, they wished that they could skin Xiao Qin alive. Yan Shirsi said coldly, "We absolutely cannot leak the news of losing the secret treasures. Let's send a message to our trusted seniors and get them to rush to the primal chaos domain to help us snatch back the secret treasures." This is too horrifying. Trump card after trump card. Aside from Di Wuk, there are also the bloodline geniuses of the ancient races. Only the older generation cultivators can suppress him. It is settled then. Let's find a place to recuperate first. Xiao Qin did not chase after the 3 fleeing people. He waved the banner, and the 7 astral pearls returned to the banner before returning to his body. I'm afraid I have to expose my trump card, Immortal Dual Cultivation. I wonder what kind of trouble this will cause. Putting on the Heavenly Sea Cloak, Xiao Qin quickly left this place. Originally, Xiao Qin did not intend to expose his trump card, the Immortal Art. However, these 3 possessed peak king-grade secret treasures. Although Xiao Qin had failed in the treasure fight, without using immortal arts, it would be impossible for him to severely injure the 3 within a short time. He would also not have a chance to obtain these 3 king-grade secret treasures. In any case, he would be exposed sooner or later. It was worth it to obtain 3 peak king-grade secret treasures. The reason why Xiao Qin did not chase after the 3 was that Yan Shirsi's words made him suspect that Mr. Qin was the one who leaked his movements. Xiao Qin searched the spatial ring of the Heaven and Earth sect's Elder Bai. There were many black astral coins, divine materials and spirit pills. However, he did not see the heavenly secret divination disc. Xiao Qin activated the Cloak of Deception skill and moved as fast as lightning. In his mind, he deduced the ins and outs of the matter from the clues. First, the heavenly secret divination plate should have been handed to Mr. Qin by the Heaven and Earth sect's Elder Bai. However, Mr. Qin did not make a move even after a long time. He only leaked his whereabouts. This guy was old and shrewd and he had fought with him before. Mr. Qin did not make a move. Firstly, he wanted to find someone to test Xiao Qin's strength. Secondly, he wanted to contact more experts to kill Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin thought about his enemies, he realized that the trouble was just beginning. However, there was an invisible hand behind all this. If not for the 3 holy masters suddenly delaying Xiao Qin's king conferral by half a year, sending out a clear signal, these people would not have dared to act so brazenly. Even if these people wanted to make a move, they would not have dared to be as brazen as they were now. The White Emperor City, the Vermilion Bird Palace and the profound Martial Gate, the 3 holy lords, what a good plan. You do not want me, Xiao Qin, to be conferred king. However, I want to live well. Half a year later, I will definitely appear at the king conferral ceremony. Xiao Qin showed a determined expression as he made a vow in his heart. These people will be my test before I am conferred king. If I cannot even pass this test, then the title of Blue Dragon King is not worthy of me. Xiao Qin flew all the way to the west. When it was close to dusk, he casually landed on a mountain summit. Xiao Qin took off his cloak and continuously drove this secret treasure. No matter how strong his law energy was, it would not be able to sustain it. Xiao Qin stretched out his saber and a purple electric energy chopped off the mountain summit, revealing a smooth and tidy platform. Xiao Qin used his finger as a saber. Before the mountain summit fell off, he renovated it into a simple and crude stone house. Then he moved it to the platform. Then he made some stone benches and tables and made a simple courtyard on the platform. Night had already fallen and the stars bloomed. This was the time when the starlight was the brightest. Xiao Qin waved his hand, and the Big Dipper banner soared into the air, fluttering in the wind. The 7 stars, Dubhe, Merak, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar and Alcade, formed a brilliant constellation in the middle of the banner. The 7 stars attracted each other, and their light flowed as they greedily absorbed the starlight. When the 7 beams of starlight descended, they formed a beautiful pillar of starlight that stretched the distance between heaven and earth. The scattered starlight drifted in the surroundings. This rather ordinary mountain summit among the rolling mountains immediately became boundlessly charming. It flickered with spiritual light, and everyone within 50 kilometers noticed it. Xiao Qin was not afraid of being high profile. As long as the heavenly mystery chi on him remained, his movements could not be kept a secret. The only thing he could do now was to make use of this opportunity to increase his strength and blast the enemies who came to attack him into pieces. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Qin circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Lightning flickered, and the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, it turned into heavenly sage laws and mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Not enough, far from enough. The speed at which the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation absorbed spiritual energy far surpassed that of other cultivation techniques. Xiao Qin's body urgently needed spiritual energy to replenish his cultivation. However, the quality of the surrounding spiritual energy was too poor. Using the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer to absorb this spiritual energy was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. There was always a lingering sense of hunger. After 1 hour, Xiao Qin replenished his exhausted magic energy and heavenly victory laws, so he stopped circulating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Cultivating in this place was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xiao Qin did not want to waste this time. If only I had a peak spirit vein, no, a holy spirit vein here. My cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Only such a spirit vein is worthy of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Xiao Qin did not overthink it. With a thought, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, Tortoise Spirit Shield, Profound Een Umbrella, and the 3 immortal swords all appeared before him. Xiao Qin thought for a while before summoning out the Holy Beast Medallion. He sent in his spiritual sense and took a look at the situation inside. He saw that the mutated beast image inside was more solid than before. It even had a vague spirituality to it. The deep-sea black flood dragon could even yawn as it swam. Could it be that this Holy Beast Medallion has the ability to nurture mutated beasts? In just half a day, these mutated beast images are clearly stronger. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. If that was really the case, then this 10,000 Beast Cauldron and the Holy Beast Medallion were a perfect pair. Xiao Qin reached out and scooped up the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Xiao Qin had already erased the Lin Clan Scion's spiritual mark in the cauldron and replaced it with his own. Xiao Qin grasped the cauldron's legs and connected his consciousness with it. Then he tried to drive it. The law energy in his body immediately drained at a visible rate. Mutated beast images leaped out. When 100 of them leaped out, the mutated beast images covered the entire summit. Xiao Qin discovered that almost all the law energy in his body had been drained. He could not help but be flabbergasted. This peak king grade secret treasure's consumption is really frightening when it is driven. Actually, aside from this, it was mostly because Xiao Qin did not cultivate the 10,000 beast art. When he drove it, he drained even more law energy than the Lin Clan Scion. If he grasped the 10,000 beast art, given the density of his heavenly sage laws, he would only need 1/3 of the law energy to drive 100 mutated beast images. The Holy Beast Medallion flickered with light and sucked in the 100 mutated beast images. Then Xiao Qin sat down to recover his law energy. Then he continued to drive the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. After repeating this 8 times, Xiaochen placed all 1,000 mutated beast images into the Holy Beast Medallion to nourish them. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes, clearly excited. Just half a day and the results were already so obvious. If he nourished them for 10 days to half a month, how strong would they become? That would definitely shock the Lin clan cultivators. As for the remaining 3 king-grade secret treasures, after some thought, Xiaochen decided to keep only the 100 tortoise spirit shield and melt the other 2. Needless to say, the 3 immortal swords did not contain any divine materials. They were just ordinary king-grade secret treasures, relying entirely on the might of the 3 immortal swords. It would not be a pity to melt them. The profound Yin umbrella was made entirely of divine materials. Furthermore, there were 81 of them. However, without the profound Yin flame and with a large hole in it, Xiaochen could not be bothered to repair it, so he melted them all down. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the sky. The Big Dipper banner above him was boundlessly resplendent, shining with starlight. Xiaochen had a plan in his heart. He wanted to use the resources from the 2 king-grade secret treasures, the resources from the Heaven and Earth sect's 3 elders, and his 3 thrones to reconstruct the Big Dipper banner. This Big Dipper banner underwent a complete transformation, turning it into something he could rely on to move unhindered in the future. After making up his mind, Xiaochen carefully put away the profound Yin umbrella and tossed it into the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Then he started to use the lunar true flame to smelt it. The sovereign noble clans did not lack resources. The profound Yin umbrella that Xiaochen forged for Yen Shirsi was made of 81 divine materials, each no less than 500 kilograms. The profound Yin umbrella looked very light. If one was not its master, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to pick it up. The formations of peak king-grade secret treasures were extremely stable. Xiaochen did not have the lunar true flame. He had just swallowed a large amount of profound Yin true flame, so it would be difficult for him to melt it. Good. The first divine material is separated. Let me see what it is. The profound Yin umbrella had already been melted into a pitch-black lump. A metallic lump flickering with an azure light separated from it. Xiaochen said joyfully, "Dark mountain profound copper. Based on this weight, it should be 250 kilograms." After the second smelting, Xiaochen was satisfied with half of the 500 kilograms of dark mountain profound copper remaining. Soon, the 81 lumps of different divine materials separated from the Dragon Phoenix cauldron and floated in the lunar true flame. Each divine material was no less than 250 kilograms. With so many divine materials, one could exchange them for 2 or 3 ordinary king-grade secret treasures at an auction. The accumulations of the sovereign noble clans were truly flabbergasting. Chapter 920. After the pleasant surprise of the profound Yin umbrella, the materials refined from the 3 immortal swords seemed somewhat shabby in comparison. However, it was better than nothing. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed the Big Dipper banner in the sky. Starlight shone on Xiaochen's face, making him look like a star venerate in the night sky. Xiaochen weighed the flagpole. There were no divine materials in it, only 1,000-year-old mysterious iron and a few other rare metals. The scarlet banner with the 7 astral pearls on it fluttered in the wind. Although it used many materials, it did not contain any divine materials. The clan behind Yi Qing was probably not a major faction. The resources they gave Xiaochen were only enough to refine the astral pearls. They did not care much about the flagpole or the banner. However, the might of the Big Dipper banner lay in the 7 astral pearls. Only an extremely wealthy person would spend the effort to refine the flagpole and banner. Xiaochen had other plans. He needed divine materials infused into the flagpole and banner as well. There were 81 divine materials, each weighing 250 kilograms. Xiaochen planned to use half of them on the flagpole and banner. The remaining half would be used on the astral pearls. That way the quality of the entire Big Dipper banner would increase several-fold. Xiaochen had long since memorized the refinement method. He showed a cautious expression, not daring to get distracted. He was extremely focused on the summit. The instant the sun rose, the brand new Big Dipper banner was finally refined. The black flagpole gave off a dense glow. It no longer looked as light as before. With just one look, one could tell that it looked solid. Xiaochen held it in his hand and waved it around. A dull, heavy sound immediately rang out at the summit. The humming sound spread for 50 kilometers around, shaking the trees and startling the birds and beasts. Flap, flap, flap. The dense forest at the foot of the mountain was filled with the sound of birds and beasts flapping their wings, looking very majestic. A satisfied expression appeared on Xiaochen's face. Just a casual wave of the flagpole could cause such a commotion. The 81 divine materials had not been added for nothing. With a turn of his right hand, a red aura spread out, bright and glistening. The color of the flag was much deeper than before, fluttering in the wind at the top of the mountain. 7 stars were imprinted in the middle of the flag. The bright starlight overshadowed the rising sun. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan are indeed astonishing. Just one profound umbrella allowed my Big Dipper banner to increase by more than 2 grades. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with joy, and a thought occurred to him. If I have a few more peak king grade secret treasures, my Big Dipper banner might be able to reach the peak of quality, comparable to the Big Dipper banner that the cyclic astral lord has. However, this was just a thought. With this lesson, the people of the 3 sovereign noble clans would not be able to defeat them. Without reaching the strength of a grandmaster-level martial sage, these noble clan disciples would definitely not come alone. If they came, they would definitely invite older generation experts. How unfortunate. I lost such an opportunity for nothing. However, if I succeed in the next step, my Big Dipper banner will definitely blaze a new path, surpassing the seniors of the cyclic astral palace and reaching another peak. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned, turning into a mental energy flame and starting to melt the massacre throne. According to the jade strip that Long Fei gave Xiao Chen, if he wanted to refine the throne into a weapon, he needed to circulate a secret technique and temper it with the mental energy flame. Long Fei had trained for a month before he managed to refine the destruction throne into a trident. Xiao Chen's mental energy turned into an even stronger magic energy, more than 10 times stronger than Long Fei's, comparable to the blue-robed emperors. The refinement went smoothly. In less than half a day he had already melted the throne. However, he did not refine it into a weapon. Xiao Chen shouted coldly and sent the melted massacre throne into the Big Dipper banner's Dubhe star, merging it with the Big Dipper banner's first astral pearl. After repeating this process 3 times, Xiao Chen merged the death throne and the destruction trident into the Merak Infecta astral pearls. After letting out a long breath, Xiao Chen stared at the banner. The surface of the Dubhe, Merak Infecta astral pearls changed colors. Massacre, death, and ruin chi intertwined. However, they did not merge perfectly and still needed to be adjusted. Xiao Chen sent out the Big Dipper banner and it soared into the clouds. As the banner fluttered, it absorbed the drifting starlight in the sky. The starlight shrank and turned into an astral cocoon surrounding the banner. When sufficient astral energy was gathered, the 3 thrones and the Dubhe stars would merge perfectly. Then, they would break out of the cocoon and undergo a complete transformation. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he rummaged around in the universe ring for a while and took out all the astral cores of the 3 heaven and earth sect inner sect elders, refining them into 7 inferior grade astral pearls. Then he set up a small constellation around the astral cocoon, increasing the speed at which it absorbed astral energy. Now that he was done, there was nothing left for Xiao Chen to do. All he had to do was wait for the Big Dipper banner to break out of the cocoon. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of anticipation. Since ancient times, no one had done this before. Furthermore, no one had the conditions to do so. He wondered what the brand new Big Dipper banner would look like. Would it be able to accompany Xiao Chen in dancing through the winds and clouds, carving out a bloody path to kingship amid the many strong enemies? It was clearly noon and the sun was high up in the sky. However, the summit of Xiao Chen's mountain was filled with starlight. Stars appeared, decorating this ordinary summit like an astral palace. Xiao Chen remained calm as he sat on the stone bench. Then he took out the blue dragon body nourishing art and started reading it. Xiao Chen's physical body had reached peak rank 3 sage body. However, his vital chi remained stuck at half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force, unable to improve. The blue dragon body nourishing art was undoubtedly a timely help to him. After roughly reading a few pages, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Sha. As he flipped through the pages, Xiao Chen frowned. His lips twitched involuntarily. When Xiao Chen finished reading, he smiled bitterly and tossed the blue dragon body nourishing art onto the stone table. It was not that this blue dragon body nourishing art was not strong. After successfully cultivating the first layer, one could burst out with 5,000 tons of force with 1 dragon force. Rather, the method of cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art was simply incredible, flabbergasting. Nourishing the body. The word nourishing was very appropriate. Cultivating this blue dragon body nourishing art required consuming large amounts of divine materials to nourish the body and nurture dragon energy. The number of divine materials required was extremely vast. Just the first layer required close to 5,000 tons of divine materials. The divine materials required to condense the dragon armor body for the second layer were even more astronomical. Aside from the dragon's gate which swept through the place back then, no one else could provide so many resources for such a cultivation technique. Xiaochen felt that no one in the current sect could provide so many divine materials. After putting away the blue dragon body nourishing art, he temporarily gave up on cultivating this cultivation technique. Then Xiaochen took out a heavenly soul pearl and started to absorb its energy to strengthen his magic energy. The words of the two from the One Dao Palace were indeed true. The heavenly soul pearl of this evil demon was a great supplement to cultivators. In the past 10 days Xiaochen had consumed 20 heavenly soul pearls. The sea of magic energy in his sea of consciousness had doubled in size, occupying most of his sea of consciousness. Now, when Xiaochen used the 10,000 beast cauldron, he could easily control 100 mutated beast images. On this particular day, just as Xiaochen prepared to consume the jade-white evil demon's heavenly soul pearl, a large group of figures flew out of the forest at the foot of the mountain. Killing Qi soared into the sky and gathered together. Even Xiaochen, who was at the summit, felt a strong wind blowing, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Xiaochen put down the jade-white heavenly soul pearl. Then he stood up and looked at the astral cocoon above him. What should have come has finally come. If only it had come a little later. The Big Dipper banner would have broken out of the cocoon. Xiaochen, you are really in a good mood. Right now, the entire primal chaos domain knows that you have a peak immortal spirit ring and a rank 9 spirit tree. The people who want to kill you can line up from the foot of this mountain to the summit. Yet, you are still thinking about refining a secret treasure. Many people flew up from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the summit and met Xiaochen's gaze. Xiaochen squinted and discovered that these 3 people were not very old. They were all early-stage superior-grade martial sages. The one in the middle was particularly powerful. He was already a peak superior-grade martial sage, only lacking the air of a grandmaster before he could advance to grandmaster-level martial sage. These 3 people wore clothes similar to Lang Taotian's. They should be disciples of the Shenshui sect. Xiaochen had heard that the sect master of the Shenshui sect had a few final disciples. He wondered if the person who spoke was one of them. That's not right. This is a secret treasure of the Zodiac Hall. It actually condensed into an astral cocoon. Ah, I was right to come this time. I can kill you and snatch this secret treasure. Then I can use your head to ask Master for a king-grade secret treasure. The expression of the youth in the middle changed slightly as he laughed maniacally. Ji Zong, it is not your turn to collect the secret treasure of this astral palace. Do you think that there is no one else in our primal chaos domain? A strong wind blew and a beam of light flew over. Then a youth in azure robes appeared. His entire body radiated a bloody sword chi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more people gathered. Soon, hundreds of people surrounded the summit filled with starlight. These people were all experts of the primal chaos domain, loose cultivators, or elite disciples of large sections. Xiaochen did not say anything. He only looked coldly at these people. Then he looked back and saw 3 old men with extremely strong auras hiding in a cloud several dozen kilometers away. Mr. Qin. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. The person in the middle was the Medicine God Valley's Grandmaster-level alchemist, Mr. Qin. At this moment he was smiling coldly as he looked at the summit. Of the 2 people beside Mr. Qin, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man in hempen robes. Both of them had the air of grandmasters that surpassed ordinary people. These were grandmaster-level martial sages who had surpassed the threshold of superior-grade martial sage and had a unique understanding of the martial Tao. They were grandmaster-level martial sages who had already touched the top of the pyramid. They were only one step away from the word emperor and becoming influential people like the blue-robed emperor. A grandmaster-level alchemist indeed had great connections. He could even invite grandmaster-level martial sages, 2 of them at once. Mr. Qin really put in a lot of effort and hated Xiaochen to the bone. Aside from the youth called Ji Zong, Xiaochen did not care about the others. No matter how many of them came, he would not care. What Xiaochen cared about was Mr. Qin and the 2 grandmaster-level martial sages beside him, who were several dozen kilometers away. Normally he could just leave. Chapter 921. However, the Big Dipper banner happened to be at a crucial moment. Xiaochen could not leave unless he gave up on this secret treasure that he had spent so much effort on. After putting in so much effort and holding so much hope, how could he give it up just like that? The various experts before him all treated him like a dead man, arguing about who would get their secret treasures and immortal spirit rings after they died. Xiaochen found this funny. He said calmly, "Speaking of which, Are you all done arguing? Are you all going to attack together or one by one? White-robed King Xiaoqin, you are rather graceful. Even in such a situation you can still remain calm. There are rumors everywhere that your strength is already equal to that of Di Wux, son of the three holy masters and those peak geniuses of the ancient races. I, Yi Su of the heavenly music sect, do not believe that. A scholarly youth stepped forward and walked out of the crowd, a boundless fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. The heavenly music sect, the Muddy Sky Gate, and the Frost Moon Palace were the three peak sects of the primal chaos domain. They dominated their regions, and their disciples were very proud in the primal chaos domain. Clearly this Yi Su was not convinced of Xiaoqian's fame. An ancient-looking 36-string zither appeared in Yi Su's hand. When the cool breeze blew, it gave off a tinkling sound like that of flowing water. It was clear and melodious, intoxicating everyone. Xiaoqian revealed an interested expression as he took a step forward. Based on the name of the heavenly music sect, he could guess that it was a sect that specialized in using sound to kill. Yi Su held the zither with both hands. Together with his scholarly air, he looked like an elegant young master of the secular world. White-robed King Xiaoqian, today, I will use you to establish my Yi Su's reputation and obtain an invitation to the Heroes' Convention. Ding, ding, dong, dong. Yi Su played the zither with one hand, plucking the strings. The clear, flowing sound suddenly changed into a demonic sound that could kill. Many weapons leaped out of the zither like a storm, tearing through the air and charging at Xiaoqian. The zither music reverberated endlessly. It was just a simple test, but Yi Su already displayed such might. The cultivators who originally looked down on him immediately looked at him in a different light. Yu Qin is the most famous person in the Heavenly Chord sect. I heard that he has long received an invitation from Di Wuk. I didn't expect that Yi Su, who is not famous, has some ability. With him dealing with Xiaoqian, he should be able to probe Xiaoqian's true strength. Seeing that someone was trying to probe Xiaoqian's strength, the others were happy to do so and began to comment on it as if they were pointing out the state of affairs. A few cracking sounds rang out in the air. It was Xiaoqian using his finger as a saber. His fingertip flickered with light as he gently tapped the incoming weapons, shattering them one by one. Winding River 9 revolutions. Yi Su's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiaoqian to break it so easily. The tune changed and the surging zither music soared again, surging like a river. With the sound of rushing water, Yi Su materialized a surging river, which flowed down from the 36-stringed zither. It was like Yi Su stood at the peak of a tall mountain. With a casual wave he made the river descend, giving off a tyrannical aura that suppressed the world. However, while Yi Su was tyrannical, Xiaoqian was even more tyrannical. A bright light flickered on Xiaoqian's body, and the sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out. Kaxie, Kaxie. 7 strings of the zither in Yi Su's hand broke, and the zither music stopped. Yi Su's heart sank. What a strong saber intent. It is about to condense into a saber soul. A saber light flew over and instantly chopped the surging river in half. You dare to test me with just this bit of ability? I will defeat you in one move. The saber wind arrived extremely fast. Yi Su could not care less. He raised his zither to block. Ka, ka, ka. The remaining zither strings all broke under this saber strike. However, he still managed to block this sharp saber strike. Yi Su felt confident. He smiled coldly and said, although you are strong, you are dreaming if you want to defeat me in one move. Kaxie. Right after Yi Su spoke, a bright moon rose behind Xiaoqian. The zither in his hand directly broke, and a flawless saber light shot out from Xiaoqian's hand. Before Yi Su could cry out, the saber chopped him in half and blood sprayed into the air. Under the moonlight, Xiaoqian's white robes fluttered in the wind, looking cold and proud. He swept his gaze over the shocked crowd and said, just a motley crew. No matter how many of you come, it is useless. Attack together. How arrogant! How arrogant! After being looked down on by Xiaoqian, these people could not help but feel enraged. They turned into beams of flowing light and charged at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. His long hair and clothes fluttered. He used his body as a saber, bringing out an unparalleled saber edge as he charged into the crowd without fear. His entire body was covered in sabers, and the 4 seasons flowed around him. Xiaoqian materialized the flawless saber Dao. Aside from immortal arts and magic skills, he did not hold anything back as he started a massacre in the crowd. Xiaoqian's white robes were dyed with blood, looking like a demonic god bathed in blood. Miserable cries rang out. These people discovered that Xiao Chen's strength was completely different from what Mr. Qin had said. They had completely misjudged the situation. Ji Zong led the 3 disciples of the Shenshui sect to try and delay Xiao Chen several times. However, Xiao Chen managed to shake them off, not bothering with him at all. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Soon, the peak filled with starlight became much quieter. Aside from a few who fled, only Ji Zong and the 3 disciples of the Shenshui sect remained. Ji Zong felt a chill in his heart. Probably only his first senior brother could defeat this Xiao Chen before him. Bang! Just at this moment, a dazzling meteor-like light flew over and clashed with Xiao Chen. An earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he was blasted back to the peak. When his feet landed, cracks spread out on the summit. The entire mountain looked like it would crumble. The middle-aged man beside Mr. Qin, who had been waiting patiently, made a move. With his Grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, he knocked back Xiao Chen the moment he made a move. Then, another huge hand flew over and grabbed the astral cocoon in the sky. The other Grandmaster-level martial sage, the hemp-robed old man, made a move as well. Mr. Qin laughed loudly as he walked over. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was on the summit, and said, "Xiao Chen, did you enjoy killing earlier? These fools really thought that you were only a medial-grade martial sage. After I tricked them, they could take your head and make a name for themselves. The people you killed were all sects with at least the blue-robed emperor in the primal chaos domain. Among them, there were also disciples of the 3 great sections. Even if the Haotian emperor came, he would not dare to act rashly. This time you caused a huge disaster. No one will be able to save you." When Ji Zong saw the 3 people who suddenly charged out and the laughing Mr. Qin, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. This old fellow's schemes were actually so deep. At the summit where strong winds blew, there was no starlight. Only the lonely bright moon shone down cold moonlight. The hemp-robed old man's quintessence hand grabbed the astral cocoon, and he revealed a smile on his old face. "I feel a complete constellation in there. The secret treasure inside is definitely very powerful. If he had succeeded in refining it, it would have been difficult to kill him this time. However, now it has benefited me. A king-grade secret treasure from the Zodiac Hall is sufficient to raise my strength by another level. Only Grandmaster-level martial sages could bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. This was something that everyone knew. After obtaining a king-grade secret treasure with a raise of his hand, the hemp-robed old man was clearly in a good mood. With a flip of his hand, he placed the entire astral cocoon into his spatial ring, preparing to refine the spiritual mark in it when he returned. At the summit, Xiao Chen exchanged punches with the middle-aged man. All his law energy was knocked back. The blade-like energy immediately tore through his body, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Now Xiao Chen finally knew what the superior-grade martial sages he fought with felt like. The energy of the flawless saber Dao was simply too torturous. Mr. Qin smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Chen, just stand there obediently and let me slap you 10 times. Then I can leave you with an intact corpse." The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man stood silently beside Mr. Qin, like 2 protectors protecting him. They looked at Xiao Chen coldly and expressionlessly. Grandmaster-level martial sage. Xiao Chen felt somewhat sad. All along, he had thought that he could remain undefeated before Grandmaster-level martial sages. Unexpectedly, the difference was so great. The difference in cultivation caused a qualitative change. No matter what technique Xiao Chen used, it would crumble before the other party's overwhelming strength, unable to withstand a single blow. Xiao Chen's peak rank 3 sage body did not cause him much injury. The difference was too great, he could not block the other party at all. Unless Xiao Chen circulated deities descending, it would be very difficult to block a strike from a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The trump card that he had prepared for a long time was snatched away by the other party. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. At this moment, even if he used 2 magic skills, he would only be able to flee. He would not be able to snatch back the Big Dipper banner. Xiao Chen felt very dissatisfied. After putting in so much effort and exhausting all his resources, he ended up with nothing in the end. This won't do. Even if I have to leave, I have to kill this undying old thing. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold as he said to Mr. Qin, "I'll stand here. If you dare, then come over and slap me." Mr. Qin did not get angry. At this moment, everything was within his control. He smiled faintly and said, "Since you want to get slapped so much, this old man will grant you your wish. Brother Feng, Senior Lu, I'll break this brat's legs and feet. Let's see how he can remain arrogant then." The middle-aged man with the family name Feng smiled and said, Old Qin, you are a martial sage. Why would you need the two of us to work together? Brother Lu, watch carefully and don't let this brat escape. I'll deal with him alone. The hemp-robed old man nodded and landed behind Xiao Chen, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Brat, your physical body is pretty good. Take another army-killing fist of mine. The middle-aged man grinned maliciously. His body grew in size and crackling sounds resounded as he transformed into a bloody battlefield. He charged forward like a commander of 1,000 troops on horseback. Kill, kill. A boundless tyrannical aura spread out from the middle-aged man's body. Before the fist arrived, millions of soldiers with surging blood qi arrived before Xiao Chen, shouting, "Kill!" Chapter 922. These soldiers did not look like materialized phantoms at all. If one looked carefully, even some of the soldiers' beards were different. These soldiers wore blood-stained battle armor and held their combat weapons, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chen. When the great rock spreads its wings, it hates the sky for being too low. Xiao Chen's face sank. He also used his most tyrannical punch to clash. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a Grandmaster-level martial sage. A huge shadow descended as Xiao Chen turned into a Kunpeng and spread its wings to soar. Miserable cries resounded. The soldiers in front turned into clumps of blood mist and scattered in all directions. The two clashed in the air. The middle-aged man was like a powerful overlord sweeping through the surroundings. Xiao Chen was like the holy beast Kunpeng soaring into the sky. The two's moves were extremely ferocious without much finesse. Thunderous sounds resounded. The mountain below could no longer withstand the tremors. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain peak turned into rubble and scattered everywhere. Xiao Chen took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly as he did his best to circulate his quintessence, digesting the energy of the Kunpeng fist. A strong wind blew around him, and his clothes and hair fluttered wildly. The Xianshui sect Jizong, who was watching from the side, was mildly startled. What's going on? Could it be that even a Grandmaster-level martial sage is forced back by him? Amid the wind, the middle-aged man did his best but still took a step back in the end. The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. Unexpectedly, his punch did not manage to blast Xiao Chen apart. Instead, he even took a step back. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he wiped off the blood with his right hand. Then he looked straight at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Ah, the gap is not as big as I thought. It looks like you had the initiative in the earlier punch. That's why I ended up in such a sorry state." Stubborn. The middle-aged man became slightly angry. The scarlet light in the surroundings entered his body. With an explosive flash, he chased after Xiao Chen and punched. Xiao Chen materialized flawless 4 seasons. In the end, the spring saber, summer saber, and autumn saber were all shattered by his opponent's punch. Only the repaired winter saber managed to hold on for a moment. The two of them fought intensely in the air. Xiao Chen was knocked back by the other party's punches, and his face was completely drained of blood. His internal organs were torn apart by the army-killing fist's tyrannical might. If Xiao Chen had not cultivated the firmament body-tempering art to consummation, his internal organs would have shattered long ago. He would not have been able to hold on. The hemp-robed old man smiled and said, "Brother Feng, since when did a medial-grade martial sage become so tiring? It has already been almost 20 moves, right?" *CK. The middle-aged man's rage was completely ignited. He no longer held back and punched out with the army-killing fist, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble and blood light to soar into the sky. The pressure on Xiao Chen multiplied, but when he saw Mr. Qin's position, he gritted his teeth and held on. Endure. There was only one thought in Xiao Chen's mind. No matter what, he had to kill this Mr. Qin. Even if the medicine god of the Medicine God Valley came personally, he would not be able to save him. "Xiao Chen, weren't you very arrogant all along? Why are you being beaten up like a dog now? Bring out the arrogance you had in the merfolk race." When Mr. Qin saw Xiao Chen struggling miserably on the bloody battlefield, he felt very pleased. Bang! Another punch knocked Xiao Chen back. His blood-stained white robes combined with his pale face made Xiao Chen look incredibly weak at this moment. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and chased after Xiao Chen, sending out 3 punches. Kasia! Kasia! The bones in Xiao Chen's right hand, which he used to clash with the middle-aged man, cracked. Joy appeared on Mr. Qin's face as he shouted, "Brother Feng, spare his life. I will slap him to death." Mr. Qin's figure flashed as he rushed over at lightning speed. He feared that the middle-aged man would beat Xiao Chen to death. The middle-aged man withdrew his fist and stood upright. He secretly shook his aching right hand, happy to stop. Mr. Qin raised his right hand and looked at the half-dead Xiao Chen. He said in a sullen voice, "No one has ever slapped this old man before. Back then you sent me flying with one slap. Today I will slap you to death with one slap." A strand of divine light flashed through the sky and entered Xiao Chen's body. His left hand glowed with a golden light. Xiao Chen, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally had this opportunity. The deities descending that he had not used all this time erupted at this moment. "Slap me to death? Let me slap you to death." Pa! A resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's left hand, which glowed with a golden light, landed on the right side of Mr. Qin's face. Before Mr. Qin's incredulous gaze, he was shocked to discover that his eyes could see his back. Before he could figure this out, his thoughts were cut off. The sudden turn of events stunned the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. How could the extremely weak Xiao Chen still burst forth with such strength? "You are seeking death." The hemp-robed old man reacted. Killing chi surged in his eyes as a veritable essence hand instantly formed and descended from the sky, intending to smash Xiao Chen to death. "Damn, this is going to be big." The middle-aged man cursed and charged forward once more. Bang! Just at this moment, the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring burst open, and countless beams of starlight shot out. The Big Dipper banner, which had a three-colored light flowing on it, flew out. The other items in the spatial ring also scattered in all directions like a celestial maiden scattering them. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. When he saw the Big Dipper banner illuminating 5 kilometers around, he laughed loudly. "Big Dipper banner, you did not disappoint me indeed. My efforts were not in vain." The explosion of the spatial ring produced a huge shock wave, catching the hemp-robed old man off guard. The veritable essence hand shattered. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Then he grabbed the Big Dipper banner. Surging astral energy shot out. Massacre, death, and ruin, 3 different lights, changed unpredictably with the starlight. Xiao Chen used the banner pole as a spear and sent it out, clashing with the middle-aged man's fist light. The instant they clashed, Xiao Chen flicked his wrist, and the banner on the pole unfurled. Boundless starlight immediately burst out. The 7 astral pearls released resplendent light, forming a complete constellation. Ruin, death, and massacre, 3 kinds of astral energy, flowed together with the starlight. Bang! The middle-aged man took 10 steps back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His eyes filled with shock. The Big Dipper banner containing 3 states was unheard of since ancient times. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved the banner, collecting all the astral coins, medicinal pills, astral cores, and divine materials in the air. These were the collection of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. "Damn it! How dare you snatch my treasures?" When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Chen sweep away most of his treasures, he flew into a rage. He stretched out his hand and a huge flaming hand smashed down. Xiao Chen did not even bother looking at the treasures that he collected. He simply tossed them into the universe ring. Then he shook the astral banner and a beam of starlight shot out. This beam of starlight pierced through the quintessence hand that the hemp-robed old man formed, shattering it. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt his body brimming with energy. The abundant astral energy in the Big Dipper banner could actually replenish the law energy that he exhausted. Xiao Chen swung his right hand. With his strong recovery ability, he could move his broken bones with some difficulty. Holding the reborn Big Dipper banner, Xiao Chen held some initiative. As he swung the banner, he blocked the sharp attacks of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. Ji Zong's eyes went wide as he watched from the side. Who knew how many divine materials this astral banner contained for it to have such might? Furthermore, there were the 3 attributes of destruction, death, and massacre. Even the Big Dipper banner in the hands of the Big Dipper Palace's palace master could not compare to the one in Xiao Chen's hand. Massacre. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the massacre chi contained in the Dubhe star shot out together with the starlight. The surging astral energy immediately turned scarlet like blood. The astral banner fluttered, and the sound of massacre spread out for 5 kilometers around. There was only one sound in the sky, one word, kill. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. The Big Dipper banner spun again and the scarlet light faded. The death chi in the Merak star surged and the starlight turned pitch black. All the sounds in the world merged into one word, die. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the 2. The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man were both shocked and enraged. When the black light vanished, Xiaoqin raised the Big Dipper banner and charged forward first. The destruction chi of the Fecta star turned the starlight grayish-white. Then it formed the word destroy and surged towards the two. Rumble. The moment the word destroy appeared, many mountains collapsed. Cracks appeared on the skin of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man, and blood leaked out. You are seeking death. You are just a mere medial-grade martial sage, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. The hemp-robed old man was thoroughly enraged. He opened his forehead and spat out a flaming palm leaf fan. Fiery clouds spread out for 50 kilometers above his head. The middle-aged man's expression turned sullen, and a scarlet military seal appeared in his palm. He pushed it out, and it became as large as a mountain hovering above his head. Groups of armored soldiers on war horses floated around the military seal. Their chi and blood soared into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. When Ji Zong saw the situation, he quickly turned around and led his disciples away, not daring to stay any longer. This Xiaoqin had really gone overboard. Grandmaster-level martial sages could already bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. Once they brought out their secret treasures, they were getting serious. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the shockwaves of the battle as earth-shattering. When one thought about it, Xiaoqin was rather capable. Unexpectedly, he forced two Grandmaster-level martial sages to take out their king-grade secret treasures. The light of the Big Dipper banner slowly faded. In the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. Xiaoqin's heart sank. He had gone overboard. Earlier, Xiaoqin had only cared about playing around, not holding back at all. He had used up all the astral energy in the Big Dipper banner. To be able to force us, the demonic brilliant two elders, to use our life king-grade secret treasures, Xiaoqin, you should be proud even in death. The hemp-robed old man snorted coldly and grabbed the flaming palm leaf fan. Then he gently fanned it, and a strong wind carrying the flames formed 999 flame tornadoes, each 1 kilometer long, surging towards Xiaoqin. A vast sea of fire filled Xiaoqin's vision. The might of one fan was already so strong. The full might of a king-grade secret treasure was truly terrifying. The middle-aged man formed hand seals and spat out the word command. The scarlet military seal flashed, and 100,000 soldiers charged over, accompanied by a flaming wind. As the horses galloped in the air, the surrounding 50 kilometers rumbled. The ground shook intensely and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 923. Xiaoqin withdrew the Big Dipper banner into his sea of consciousness. Then he said sullenly, "This bit of ability is not enough to kill me. Demonic brilliant two elders, I, Xiaoqin, will remember you. The mountains will not change, the rivers will flow forever. In the future, I will definitely take your heads." Great Sun Incantation burning the void. The magic energy in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness, which had already tripled in size, suddenly burned and drained. The blazing sun suddenly appeared in the night sky, turning into an ancient Yang character as it soared into the sky. Boom! The flames of the sun spread out in the air, clashing with the towering flaming tornado and the 100,000 bloody soldiers in the air. Surging shock waves covered the sky and the sun. The tall mountains for 50 kilometers around were instantly flattened. All sorts of lights bloomed in the air like fireworks, lasting for a long time. When everything calmed down, Xiaoqin was nowhere to be seen. The hemp-robed old man and the middle-aged man were stunned. After a long time they put away their king-grade secret treasures. Mr. Qin died before our eyes. We will not be able to give an explanation to the Medicine God Valley. The middle-aged man retorted angrily, "What explanation? If we go, we will definitely be beaten to death. I just feel heartache. The primal essence nature pill that Mr. Qin promised us ended up with this brat. That is a king-grade medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation by 60 years. The hemp-robed old man sighed and said, "This time I suffered a great loss. Let's not care about this brat. Let's quickly go to the heavenly ruin wasteland and see if we can make up for our losses." How unlucky. If we had not agreed to Mr. Qin's request, we might have already gained a lot in the heavenly ruin wasteland. That might not be the case. The heavenly ruin wasteland has an immortal sect remnant buried there. It is a supreme sect of the immortal epoch. Even the blue-robed emperor would enter. We are just minor characters there. After running for hundreds of kilometers, Xiaoqin stopped in front of a majestic and imposing city. The words Zhuge were written on the city gates. This was one of the largest cities in the primal chaos domain. There were countless cultivators in the city and it was very complicated. Martial sage experts could be seen everywhere. Xiaoqin pondered for a while. There were many people who wanted to kill him now. Rather than hiding outside, it was better to cultivate in the city for a while. Then he rushed to Zhongzhou Bushin Palace to participate in the kin conferring ceremony. If Xiaoqin relied on the huge flow of people to hide, he would be like a drop in the ocean. Even if a major character knew divination, it would not be easy for them to find him. After putting on the heavenly sea cloak, Xiaoqin headed straight for the city gates. He walked into the city as if he was air. Xiaoqin paid the astral coins and reserved a superior room at a nearby inn. Only now did Xiaoqin let out a sigh of relief. He was temporarily safe. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to recover from his injuries. The middle-aged man's army-killing fist was boundlessly tyrannical. His blood chi soared into the sky. There was always a surge of energy that could not be eliminated from the internal injuries, causing the injuries to be unable to heal automatically. Now that Xiaoqin had calmed down, it was time to get rid of this scarlet energy. This energy was harder to get rid of than Xiaoqin had expected. After the scarlet energy pierced into his internal organs for a short period of time, it became deeply rooted and extremely difficult to get rid of. Xiaoqin only managed to recover after 3 days. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly checked Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Indeed, the heavenly secret divination disc floated quietly in the ring. After fiddling with the heavenly secret divination disc for a while, Xiaoqin thought to himself, after killing Mr. Qin this time, I have thoroughly offended the Medicine God Valley. This will be a huge problem in the future. The Medicine God Valley was a peak faction of the Profound Domain. They were much stronger than the Heaven and Earth sect. In terms of overall strength, they were no weaker than the Haoyan sect. Hey, what is this? Xiaoqin's spiritual sense was attracted by a jade bottle in the spatial ring, interrupting his thoughts. That jade bottle gave off a spiritual light. It was transparent and overflowed with light. Unexpectedly, it could not block out the spiritual light of the medicinal pill inside. What medicinal pill is this for its spiritual light to be so intense? The spiritual light was too intense, so much so that Xiaoqin did not dare to take it out. He got off the bed and went to the cultivation room in the room before carefully taking out the jade bottle. This was an inn specially prepared for cultivators. Normally, the best rooms would have similar cultivation rooms that could isolate the spiritual energy fluctuations generated by cultivation. The crystalline jade bottle was transparent. Spiritual energy spread out and turned into dragons swimming around the room, moving through the clouds of spiritual energy. Xiaoqin opened his mouth and sucked in several dragon-shaped spiritual energy strands. Xiaoqin's body immediately felt very comfortable. The purple heavenly laws around his dantian churned. After absorbing this spiritual energy, he felt extremely satisfied. Bang, bang, bang. 10 brand new heavenly sage laws appeared. They were as thick as a finger, but they gave off a dense purple light and flickered with sparks. Xiaoqin was startled. What exactly is this medicinal pill? Spiritual energy turned into dragons. Just one breath and my cultivation increased by a small amount. What would happen if I swallowed the entire medicinal pill? Xiaoqin's cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. Without a fortuitous encounter, he would have needed at least a month to raise his cultivation. Looking at the jade bottle, Xiaoqin's eyes lit up with excitement. He had not expected Mr. Qin to have such a medicinal pill. The Xiaoqin guessed right, this should be the reward for the demonic brilliant 2 elders. It was an extremely precious king-grade medicinal pill that could raise a cultivator's cultivation. Good. What I lack now is cultivation. Mr. Qin, oh Mr. Qin, you are really providing me with timely assistance. Xiaoqin opened the bottle cap and was about to consume the medicinal pill. Who knew? A beam of dim light shot out the instant he opened the bottle cap and headed for the door. Bang! The dim light crashed into the restrictions on the wall, causing Xiaoqin to groan in pain. That was a thumb-sized medicinal pill with a small face on it. It had eyes, a mouth but no nose. Small hands and feet even grew out of the medicinal pill, rubbing its head in pain. It looked extremely cute. A pill spirit? In the past, Xiaoqin had heard of stories of medicinal pills gaining spirituality. Unexpectedly, he saw it for himself. Fortunately, this pill spirit was not strong. Xiaoqin had the foresight to open the jade bottle in the cultivation room. Otherwise, it would have flown away. Come back. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed. A strong suction pulled the medicinal pill into his palm. The tiny pill spirit stood pitifully on Xiaoqin's palm, crying out pitifully. It looked extremely aggrieved, making it hard to swallow. Xiaoqin remained unmoved. He said, "Don't feel aggrieved. Medicinal pills are refined for others to eat." Before Xiaoqin could finish speaking, the pitiful little pill spirit shook its head and swelled to the size of a watermelon. Then it opened its ferocious mouth and tried to chew on Xiao Chen's head. "Ehe. After swallowing you, you idiot, I will truly become a pill spirit. This broken house will not be able to trap me anymore." The pill spirit laughed sinisterly. A pill spirit eating its master. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He threw a palm strike and law energy surged out. Electricity flickered, and this pill spirit cried out miserably. A smooth medicinal pill appeared before Xiao Chen. He could even see a clump of primal chaos chi swimming around in the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill gained spirituality. Now Xiao Chen was certain that the medicinal pill in his hand was a king-grade medicinal pill. However, he had only refined it for a short time, so this pill spirit did not have much growth yet. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to deal with. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and swallowed this primal essence nature pill without hesitation. Then he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and frantically swallowed the primal essence nature pill. Beams of purple light shot out from his body. The 3,000 strands of black light all turned crystalline purple. The entire room was filled with a sea of electricity. All sorts of mutated beasts appeared in the sea, roaring at the sky. The medicinal energy of this pill made Xiao Chen feel incredibly carefree. All along he had been like a child who could not eat his fill. The surrounding spiritual energy could not satisfy him at all. After swallowing this pill, his bones, flesh and heavenly sage laws all felt extremely satisfied. After refining for 3 days, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling like he had not had enough. His purple hair had not completely faded yet, making him look sinister. In 3 days, Xiao Chen's cultivation had risen from early-stage medial-grade martial sage to middle-stage medial-grade martial sage. Xiao Chen licked his lips. This medicinal pill was really good stuff. Unfortunately, there was only one. If he had another 8 or 10, he might have been able to push his cultivation to superior-grade martial sage. Then he would be able to fight a grandmaster-level martial sage head-on. However, this was already pretty good. With his current cultivation, he no longer had to be so passive when facing the demonic brilliant two elders, unable to resist at all. After standing up and leaving, Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before putting on a scarlet cloak. This was a sage-grade secret treasure from the hemp-robed old man's collection. It had the effect of increasing one's speed. A scarlet light flowed around the cloak, fluttering about. This scarlet cloak looked very cool. Then Xiao Chen turned the blue Neptune headscarf into red and tied it around his forehead, matching his purple hair. Xiao Chen's aura immediately changed. He now looked like an elite disciple of an evil sect, exuding an evil aura. Unless one was very close to him, it would be hard for others to connect him to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's purple hair toppled many people's opinions. A folding fan appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. After sizing up his current attire, he smiled faintly and walked out. In the bustling inn, Xiao Chen ordered some food and wine as he listened to the conversations of the various cultivators. There were many people from all walks of life in the inn. He could hear the latest news of the primal chaos domain here. Did you hear? The profound domain's demonic brilliant two elders suffered at the hands of the white-robed Xiao Chen. They were invited by Mr. Qin to kill Xiao Chen. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would kill Mr. Qin and swagger off? The demonic brilliant two elders are not ordinary grandmaster-level martial sages. They have been famous for many years. They have lived for 400 or 500 years, and their cultivations are ridiculously deep. They can kill a regular superior-grade martial sage with one punch. This Xiao Chen is really bold. I heard that he even killed the disciples of all the big sects in the primal chaos domain. Now, several sects have already started to hunt him down. How unfortunate. The experts of my primal chaos domain are all rushing to the heavenly ruin wasteland. This Xiao Chen will be free and unfettered for a while. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt excited. No wonder the demonic brilliant two elders are so strong. It turns out that they have lived for 400 or 500 years. It is only natural that their cultivations far surpass mine. However, what is this heavenly ruin wasteland? To think that it would attract so many experts of the primal chaos domain. Curiosity stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. He raised his hand to that eloquent, skinny man and said, "This brother, would you like to come over and have a drink?" The skinny man was in the middle of speaking when he was interrupted. He was displeased, but when he turned to look, he saw that someone had interrupted him. However, when he looked over, he saw that Xiao Chen was covered in secret treasures and had an overwhelming evil aura. Chapter 924. He walked over with a smile and performed a cupped fist salute. How should I address this brother? I am Xing Qingyun, a rank 1 loose cultivator from the primal chaos domain. Yi Chen from the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance. I was invited by Di Wuk to discuss the Heroes Convention and to meet Xiao Chen at the same time. I want to see how capable he is to dare to kill someone under the nose of a martial emperor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he spoke nonsense. No one could make out any flaws. So, it is the Northern Sea Alliance's young Master Yi. I misjudged you. When Xing Qingyun heard that Xiao Chen came from the Northern Sea Alliance, a peak sect of the heavenly starry ocean, and that he even received an invitation from Di Wuk, he quickly felt deep veneration for Xiao Chen. I heard that Di Wuk has already arrived in the primal chaos domain and met with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect. Now they are heading to the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland together. Di Wuk also came to the primal chaos domain. It looked like he had put in a lot of effort for the sake of the Heroes Convention. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. He said, "This is my first time in the primal chaos domain. Recently I kept hearing about the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. Since Brother Xing is so knowledgeable, can you explain it to me?" Xing Qingyun felt very pleased with Xiao Chen's flattery. He smiled and said, "You really asked the right person. The Heavenly Ruin Wasteland is a land of fortuitous encounters in the primal chaos domain. Occasionally, all sorts of remnants appear there. This time, someone actually discovered a large immortal sect, attracting the attention of many experts. Even the blue-robed emperor made a move." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. It looked like the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland was a place similar to the savage battlefield. I heard that young Master Yi wants to kill Xiao Chen?" Xing Qingyun said hesitantly. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not kill himself. However, to deceive others he had to put on a convincing act. He asked coldly, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not that strong?" Xing Qingyun smiled and said, "I'll be honest. Young Master Yi is not weak. However, it is far from enough to kill Xiao Chen. You should know that even the demonic brilliant two elders could not stop him." Xiao Chen saw that there was a hidden meaning in his words and directly said, "If you have something to say, just say it. In that case I will be direct. Some of the disciples of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Sound sect have formed a king-killing alliance. I feel that if young Master Yi joins them, you will have a higher chance of killing Xiao Chen." "Kill the king? What king?" "Naturally it's the white-robed king Xiao Chen. This fellow has yet to obtain the title of Blue Dragon King, but the title of the white-robed king has already spread. There's no problem with calling him the white-robed king." "King-killing alliance?" A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked, "Brother Xing, how do you know Xiao Chen's location? Could it be that you were trying to hunt down the Haoyan sect by forming the king-killing alliance so suddenly?" Xing Qingyun smiled and said, "Naturally not. Given Xiao Chen's character, given the appearance of an immortal sect remnant in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland, he will definitely go. Our alliance's people have been guarding the entrance. We will catch him sooner or later." Xiao Chen sighed softly. "This is really a coincidence. I managed to avoid some trouble. I wonder who the people forming the king-killing alliance are. True experts should disdain forming alliances." Suddenly, a plan appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Right now there were many people who wanted to kill him. He might as well stir up trouble. "How about it, Brother Yi? Join our king-killing alliance," Xing Qingyun said with anticipation. Xiao Chen swung the folding fan in his hand and revealed a proud expression. He smiled coldly and said, "Brother Xing, are you looking down on me? With my strength, do I need to join someone else's king-killing alliance? To hunt down just one Xiao Chen, I also need to form an alliance. This king-killing alliance is just SOSO in my opinion." Xing Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He forced a smile and said, "Then I have something to do, so I will leave first. I wish young Master Yi good luck." Xiao Chen placed his hand on Xing Qingyun's shoulder. Then he smiled with narrowed eyes. "Brother Xing, what are you planning to do?" "I just got excited and decided to form a demon-slaying alliance to hunt down Xiao Chen. I will appoint you as the alliance chief." Xing Qingyun felt a strong energy enter his body, able to shred his meridians and internal organs at any moment. The hand that Xiao Chen placed on Xing Qingyun's shoulder was like the hand of the Grim Reaper. As long as Xiao Chen made any strange movements, he would instantly die. "I am weak. I really cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility," Xing Qingyun said, his voice trembling. There were many major characters in the king-killing alliance. Several outstanding talents of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect were there, as well as some famous loose cultivators. If Xing Qingyun joined this demon-slaying alliance, he would be slapping their faces. He would not have a good time. "What's wrong, Brother Xing? Are you looking down on me?" Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he gently patted Xing Qingyun's shoulder twice. Xing Qingyun's heart thumped heavily as he showed a sullen expression. How could he dare to say no? What an unexpected calamity. An unexpected calamity? Originally, Xing Qingyun wanted to recruit an expert to raise his position in the alliance. Unexpectedly, he ended up offending such a fearless master. Xiaoqun smiled faintly. Together with his head of purple hair and scarlet headscarf, he looked as sinister as one could imagine. That's right. Let's go. Bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland. We will go there to kill demons as well, to kill the white-robed demon Xiaoqun. Follow me and become famous. Xing Qingyun, why are you still here? The last batch of people in the alliance is about to set off. Now you are the only one left. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps came from the inn. A group of cultivators with extraordinary cultivations arrived. The leader of this group spoke anxiously to Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun was about to answer when Xiaoqun stopped him. He smiled and said, Everyone please return. Xing Qingyun is now the alliance chief of my demon-slaying alliance. He has nothing to do with your king-killing alliance. You are seeking death. Where did you come from? How dare you poach the people of our king-killing alliance? I think you are Xiaoqun's accomplice. When the leader of this group saw that Xiaoqun was only a medial-grade martial sage, he could not be bothered to speak with him. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Xiaoqun. When this person sent out the palm strike, a cold palace rose up behind him. A cold moon hung high in the distance. This person was actually an outstanding disciple of the Frost Moon Palace. Someone in the surroundings recognized this person and whispered, That is the Frost Moon Palace's Xiang Xiaoyu. He is one of the top elites of the Frost Moon Palace. This young Master Yi of the Northern Sea Alliance is probably going to suffer. Xiaoqun smiled and said, Good timing. I will take your head and spread the name of our demon-slaying alliance. Xiaoqun did not use any martial techniques. He only relied on his cultivation. He leaped up and clashed with a palm strike. His body gave off a bright purple light, and clumps of electricity flickered. There was a berserk sound of thunder in the inn, causing the floors to tremble. Bang! Crisp sounds rang out continuously. That palace and the cold moon shattered one by one. Xiang Xiaoyu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell miserably to the ground. A horrified expression appeared in his eyes. The others in the inn were shocked as well. Unexpectedly, Yi Qin defeated Xiang Xiaoyu in one move. This Yi Qin really had a great background. Let's go. You offended our king-killing alliance. There is no place for you in this primal chaos domain. Also, Xing Qingyun, you are very courageous. You are a traitor. Xiang Xiaoyu said ruthlessly as he climbed to his feet. Then he led a group of people away. Our alliance chief did not say anything. Do you think you can leave just like that? Xiaoqun pushed off the ground and opened the folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived before Xiang Xiaoyu. Electricity burst out of the folding fan, and he knocked Xiang Xiaoyu back in a few moves. Xiaoqun did not let the others off either, knocking them to the ground one by one. Xiaoqun's scarlet cloak fluttered behind him as he fanned himself. Then he smiled and said, Alliance Chief Xing, how to deal with these people will be up to you. Xing Qingyun had a sullen expression as he complained bitterly in his heart. These people are finished. I will not be able to survive in the primal chaos domain in the future. Young Master Yi, I think we should let these people go. Xiaoqun closed his folding fan and smiled. Since the Alliance Chief has spoken, I will let you all go. Leave behind your spatial rings and you can scram. Xiang Xiaoyu took the lead and tossed aside the spatial rings. Then he said to Xing Qingyun, you are dead for sure. How dare you betray us and oppose our king-killing alliance? From today on, there is no place for you in the primal chaos domain. The others left behind their spatial rings and glared at Xing Qingyun hatefully before quickly leaving this place. Xiaoqun picked up the spatial rings on the ground and gave half to Xing Qingyun. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to the people in the inn and said, The demon-slaying alliance is officially established today. The alliance chief said that when we see the people of the king-killing alliance, we have to beat them up like dogs. Whoosh! Xiaoqun grabbed Xing Qingyun and leaped out of the inn. Then he smiled and said, Brother Xing, how did it feel earlier? From today on, your name will definitely spread throughout the entire primal chaos domain. Xing Qingyun smiled bitterly. Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. However, he opened the spatial rings in his hand. When Xing Qingyun saw that he had obtained a large sum of wealth so easily, his heart pounded heavily. Come, bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xing Qingyun helplessly led Xiaoqun to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Along the way, Xiaoqun met with the people of the king-killing alliance. They did not show any mercy at all and Xiaoqin killed all of them. 3 days later, the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland appeared in the distance. A primal chaos whirlpool floated in the air. With a quick glance, one could see a multicolored light filling the sky behind the whirlpool. However, there were even more black flames that were blowing non-stop, making whooshing noises that struck fear into the hearts of those who looked at them. Xing Qingyun explained, "Young Master Yi, the entrance is in front. However, dark demonic flames spread for 50 kilometers in there. If you enter rashly, you will be burned to ashes. Of course, that is a different story if you are as strong as the blue-robed emperor." Xiaoqin had heard of the dark demonic flames before. This was a kind of flame from the deep abyss demonic world, a type of inattributed flame. However, it was not as difficult as other flames. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would find it hard to deal with it. Xiaoqin frowned and said, "There should be a way to enter, right?" Xing Qingyun's mood improved slightly. He smiled and said, "Naturally there is. Every evening when the sun sets, the might of the dark demonic flames will be at their lowest. As long as one's cultivation is sufficient, one can slowly endure it. Alternatively, if you are fast enough, you can fly 50 kilometers in one breath. At that time, the dark demonic flames will not be able to catch up to you." Xiaoqin entered deep thought, considering which method he could use to enter. Since an immortal sect remnant had appeared in the heavenly ruin wasteland, naturally he wanted to enter as well. When others obtained magic treasures, they needed to reforge them into secret treasures before they could use them. However, Xiaoqin could use them as he pleased. Even if he could not break them down into divine materials, he could use them to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. Chapter 925. A few factions gathered in the sky at the entrance of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xing Qingyun pointed to one of them, feeling somewhat depressed. He said, "That is the king-killing alliance. The one standing in the palace is the Frost Moon Palace's Yun Tianhe. He is second only to the top true inheritor of the Frost Moon Palace, Lu Zheng. There are many white-clad women around him. The one with a set of bells in front of him is the heavenly music sect's Gao Baiyu. He is also the second strongest person of the younger generation in the sect. The king-killing alliance is made up of these two people." Xiaoqin took a look and discovered that there were indeed many experts among them. There was even a grandmaster-level martial sage old man behind Yun Tianhe and Lu Zheng. However, Xiaoqin could sense that these three were all grandmaster-level martial sages. "Xing Qingyun, you are really bold. We pulled you into the king-killing alliance, and yet you still dare to betray us and bite back at us." When Yun Tianhe saw Xiaoqin and Xing Qingyun rushing over from the cold palace, he led a group of people from the king-killing alliance to block the two. Xing Qingyun felt like crying. He really wanted to explain. However, he had already killed so many of the other party's people. There was no way to explain. Either way he would die. Xing Qingyun threw caution to the wind and shouted, "What dogfart king-killing alliance? You have to gather so many people just to kill Xiaoqin. Before our demon-slaying alliance you are nothing." Yun Tianhe felt stifled. Unexpectedly, an unremarkable person from 3 days ago actually dared to shout at him. "Senior brother Yun, this brat is reckless. I'll help you take his head." A figure leaped out and a horrifying aura soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds in the surroundings. The newcomer was an outstanding young superior-grade martial sage, much stronger than Xing Qingyun's. "How dare a nobody like you speak to our alliance chief?" Scram. Xiaoqin remained expressionless as he blocked the front and punched. After consuming the primal essence nature pill, although Xiaoqin was only a middle-stage medial-grade martial sage now, he would not fear fighting a grandmaster-level martial sage. When he punched out, the sound of thunder rang out continuously. The newcomer was sent flying and coughed up blood. As Yun Tianhe stood above the palace, a cold moon rose into the sky, and the air suddenly turned cold. He looked at Xiaoqin, who had purple hair and a blood-like cloak fluttering in the wind. He frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you making things difficult for us?" Xiaoqin opened his folding fan and stood upright in the air. He smiled and said, "I will never change my name or surname. I am Xiaoqin of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance." Yiqin. The bloody young master Yiqin. The Frost Moon Palace's Yun Tianhe and the Heavenly Music Sect's Gao Baiyu revealed shocked expressions, turning grave. When Xiaoqin saw the two's expressions he could not help but think, bloody young master Yiqin. Could there really be someone in the Northern Sea Alliance called Yiqin? I really made up this name. Xing Qingyun observed the two's expressions and felt that this Yiqin seemed to have a great background. He laughed loudly and said, "Yun Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, the king-killing alliance is no longer as mighty as before. Now, our demon-slaying alliance is very popular. Xiao Qin will only die at our hands." Yun Qianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Then, they turned their heads and said in a condescending tone, "The fame of the Northern Sea Alliance's 4 young masters is very resounding. However, in our primal chaos domain, you have not reached the point where you can do as you please without fear. Yichen, you killed the people of our king-killing alliance. You have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, no matter how great your background is, you can forget about entering this heavenly ruin wasteland." Xiao Chen found it funny. To think that a random name could have the same name. Xiao Chen's luck is really good. As for the real brother Yi Chen, I can only apologize. However, in any case, the other party is very far away. No matter what, there will be some connection. Xiao Chen can use the other party's name to do as he pleases. Apologize to you and ask our alliance chief if he agrees. Alliance Chief Xing, do you agree? Xiao Chen said as he turned his head to Xing Qingyun. Along the way, Xing Qingyun had killed people and snatched their treasures. He had shared many of the benefits with Xing Qingyun. Now Xing Qingyun realized that Xiao Chen had a great background. Xing Qingyun felt very confident. He said in a tyrannical manner, "Apologize? Our demon-slaying alliance will definitely hunt down Xiao Chen and become famous. How can we apologize? You are the ones who should apologize for being disrespectful to our demon-slaying alliance." There were many people in the king-killing alliance. A rough count would be no less than 200, with some experts among them. When they saw that Xing Qingyun, who was originally a weakling, was so arrogant, they felt enraged in their hearts. "Young Master Yun, young Master Gao, we have never heard of this Yi Chen before. Why bother wasting time with him? Just kill him." "Right, kill them. Otherwise, others will look down on our king-killing alliance." Yun Qianhe and Gao Baiyu remained silent, unable to make up their minds. Most people might not have heard of the Bloody Young Master, but that did not mean that these two had not. The Bloody Young Master was an outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. He was strong enough to compete with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect, perhaps even stronger. Rumor had it that the Bloody Young Master was temperamental, alternating between good and evil. His strength was extraordinary. The Xiao Chen fit the rumors. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and stared at the person who shouted the loudest. He smiled and said, "All of you are boasting shamelessly. To think that you dare to spout nonsense before our demon-slaying alliance." A light flashed. Xiao Chen held a folding fan in his hand, and the scarlet cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He looked like a scarlet beam of light, moving about without a trace. When Xiao Chen returned, he held a head in his hand. It was the head of the person who shouted the loudest. When Xing Qingyun saw the situation, he became even bolder. He took the head from Xiao Chen's hand and exploded it. He shouted, "This is the result of opposing our demon-slaying alliance." Xiao Chen's earlier actions were extremely fast. Less than 10 people could see his movements clearly. The only ones who could stop him were the 2 old men behind Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu. However, without their orders, these 2 old men would not make a move. Xiao Chen killed one of them with the raise of his hand. The cultivators of the king-killing alliance could not help but feel horrified. When Yun Qianhe and Gao Baiyu saw the situation, they quickly gestured. The 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages behind them quickly leaped out, giving off an aura that could shake mountains and rivers as they flew over. The 2 old men threw a slap at the same time, wanting to send the 2 old men flying at the same time, thoroughly smashing away the arrogance of Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun. Pa! Xing Qingyun could not retaliate and got sent flying. Xiao Chen dodged in advance and grabbed the falling Xing Qingyun. He smiled and said, "Alliance Chief, are you all right?" "Sup, sup. My face is swollen from the slap." "It hurts?" Xing Qingyun said pitifully, his right cheek swollen. He could not speak clearly. Xiao Chen carried Xing Qingyun and dodged the attacks of the 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages again. He smiled and said, "The 2 of you are dead for sure. You even dare to slap our alliance chief Xing Qingyun. No one in this world can save you." What a joke. What can an insignificant inferior-grade martial sage do to us? "Today I will slap you, the dog's head alliance chief, to death right in front of you," the old man from the Frost Moon Palace said coldly. Xing Qingyun was so anxious that he nearly cried. He said, "Young Master Yi, please stop." Xiao Chen carried Xing Qingyun and easily dodged the attacks of the 2. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. With me, the Bloody Young Master Yi Chen, protecting you, no one will dare to touch you." "The Bloody Young Master Yi Chen? What a great reputation. You said not to touch him, but I will." The old man from the Heavenly Music Sect held a jade flute in his hand. His attacks could not help turning sharper as he charged at Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun already despaired. Under the pressure of the two Grandmaster-level martial sages, he felt like his heart would jump out at any moment. Ah! Just a bunch of dancing clowns. To think that they are not embarrassed to form the king-slaying alliance. How laughable. Just at this moment, a mocking voice came from the distance. A white figure holding a long saber approached from afar, quickly heading for the heavenly ruin wasteland. White-robed Xiao Chen. Suddenly, someone cried out when they saw the two old men attacking Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun. The two old men paused and a light flashed in their eyes. Then they charged at the white figure at lightning speed. It really is the white-robed Xiao Chen. What a strong saber chi. His killing intent is also horrifying. The people of the dragon-slaying alliance were all startled. Then they suddenly reacted and charged at the white-robed figure. They executed all sorts of methods, either strong martial techniques or strong secret treasures, causing the winds and clouds to change color as they descended from the sky. That was not all. The experts hiding in the surroundings all leaped out at this moment. Xiao Chen's lips twitched as he counted. There were at least 10 Grandmaster-level martial sages who leaped out. If Xiao Chen had not hidden himself and headed for the heavenly ruin wasteland, he might not even have known how he died. Xing Qingyun covered his face and felt flabbergasted. Damn it! This Xiao Chen is really incredible. Unexpectedly, there are so many Grandmaster-level martial sages hiding there to kill him. Xiao Chen fanned himself and smiled. Ah! Alliance Chief Xing, you are not too bad yourself. Earlier there were 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages, but they could not do anything to you. Xing Qingyun rubbed his face and forced a smile. It's just SOSO. After all, I am the Alliance Chief of the Demon-Slaying Alliance. In the future I will personally kill the white-robed Xiao Chen and become famous. It is already dusk, and Xiao Chen has entered the heavenly ruin wasteland. Young Master Yi, should we go in? Xiao Chen nodded. He was rather interested in that white-robed person from earlier. He wanted to know whether the other party was dead or alive. Xing Qingyun took out a warship and carried the two to the primal chaos whirlpool in the air, heading for the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Many mutated beasts were carved on both sides of the warship. An ancient demonic energy cannon was mounted on the bow, the only sage-grade secret treasure that Xing Qingyun could take out. The instant the warship entered the entrance, it immediately sank into a sea of black demonic flame. The demonic flame howled endlessly. Occasionally horrifying ghostly faces flashed by. Those were the mutated evil spirits of the demonic flame. They could even swallow up Grandmaster-level martial sages. However, it would be very difficult to run into them. Brother Yi, we need to walk out of this 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Otherwise the sun will set in the west. When the might of this demonic flame returns to normal, my warship will not be able to block it. Xing Qingyun propped up the protective barrier of the warship. He did not appear to be in too much of a rush. As long as they did not run into any unexpected situations, they would not have any problems crossing the 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Chapter 926. What a coincidence to run into the two of you here. It looks like the heavens want you dead. Just as Xing Qingyun thought this, an old man walked out of the surging demonic flame. This was the Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Frost Moon Palace. This old man did not rely on any external items to move freely in this demonic flame. He relied on his own cultivation to move about freely. Xing Qingyun's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, why are you not chasing after that white-robed Xiao Chen? Why are you seeking trouble with us? That brat runs very fast. After killing many of our people, we still let him slip away. However, you are not that lucky. Alliance Chief Xing, this old man said that I will slap you to death, so I will keep my word." The Frost Moon Palace's old man parted the flames and approached the warship with malicious intent. Xing Qingyun paled slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, you must be joking. It's enough to make such a joke once." As the Frost Moon Palace's old man walked over, the demonic flame in front of him parted automatically. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, you are going to kill white-robed Xiao Chen. You will definitely become famous. Why are you so frightened by a Grandmaster-level martial sage? Go up and beat him up." "My legs are weak. Big brother Yi, go up. I'll hold the line for you." Xing Qingyun trembled as he moved back. "What are you afraid of? Charge forward bravely." Xiao Chen pushed gently, and a huge force pushed Xing Qingyun out of the warship. Then Xing Qingyun shot towards the old man in the Frost Moon Palace's robes. This startled Xing Qingyun. Given his cultivation, the moment he left the warship, the demonic flame would immediately swallow him up. Even the significantly weakened demonic flame would not do. Xing Qingyun flailed his arms and legs, shouting. However, after shouting for a long time, he discovered a purple barrier flickering with electricity around him, blocking the surrounding demonic flame. Xing Qingyun could not help smiling. You scared this old man. It turns out that you are fine. The Frost Moon Palace's old man stepped forward and raised his right hand. He smiled coldly and said, unexpectedly, Alliance Chief Xing is so courageous that you really dare to challenge this old man. *CK. The old man's figure was like a gust of wind, about to arrive in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that Xiaoqin could not react in time, unable to dodge or evade. Just as the old man closed his eyes in despair, a resplendent saber light lit up in the surging demonic flame. A saber wind easily split the demonic flame in half and headed for the old man's back. An extremely dangerous aura appeared in the old man's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the old man quickly turned around and punched out. The aura of a master-level master permeated the air, and a strong wind blew. The devil flames scattered in all directions, clearing up an empty space around him. Bang! A folding fan pressed against Xiaoqian's fist, and surging quintessence surged out. Electricity burst out, and thunder rumbled in the surroundings. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes as he retreated 100 meters. He had used 50% of his cultivation in that punch. Although he had been caught off guard, he should not have been knocked back by a Grandmaster-level martial sage. In his arm, the blade-like energy scraped at his bones and flesh layer by layer, causing him to feel an excruciating pain. He had to use twice as much law energy as the energy to destroy this energy. Old man, I already said that since you offended our alliance chief, no one in the world can save you. Today is the day you die. As Xiaoqin held the folding fan in his hand, his purple hair fluttered about, flickering with a crystalline light. However, the color dimmed somewhat. The scarlet Neptune headscarf on Xiaoqin's forehead made his delicate face look very sinister. Arrogant. The Frost Moon Palace's old man gave up on Xing Qingyun and charged at Xiaoqin while walking in the demonic flame. Xiaoqin did not show any fear. The earlier punch had already tested this person's limits. Compared to the demonic brilliant two elders, this Frost Moon Palace's old man was much weaker. Back then, Xiaoqin's defeat at the hands of the demonic brilliant two elders was indeed justified. Even if Xiaoqin had not consumed the primal essence nature pill, he would not have suffered too much from this old man before him. At this moment, Xiaoqin's cultivation soared. The earlier strike seemed to have activated the primal essence nature pill. The medicinal energy hidden in his body made him feel very comfortable. Unexpectedly, his cultivation had improved further. It looked like the true medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill was still to come. When Xiaoqin's purple hair turned completely black, he could be considered to have completely absorbed the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy. Using the folding fan as a saber, Xiaoqin materialized the flawless saber Dao and started an intense battle with the Frost Moon Palace's old man amid the dense demonic flame. The immortal will of thunder encased Xiaoqin's entire body, making his aura no weaker than the other parties. Occasionally, the vague form of his saber soul followed Xiaoqin's gaze and stabbed at the other party, throwing him into a fluster. Peerless cold moon, freezing the surroundings. Suddenly, a cold, bright moon rose up behind the old man. The will of ice spread out together with the bright moon. Cassie. Even the surrounding demonic flame was frozen into pieces. The old man roared ferociously, and a dazzling moonlight appeared on his right fist. Under the illumination of the cold moon, his entire being exuded a cold and emotionless intent. The cold intent lingered in the surroundings, vast and boundless. The old man's deep cultivation allowed this will of ice to suppress Xiaoqin's immortal will of thunder, multiplying the pressure on him. Xiaoqin closed his folding fan and casually tossed it aside. Then he quickly formed hand seals. He materialized the chessboard of fate. The supreme mysterious phenomenon of the universe pushed 3 stars, and a black starry heaven storm descended from the sky. The starry heaven storm clashed head-on with the Frost Moon Palace's unique martial technique. The light vanished and the cold moon in the sky swayed left and right. The black storm surged out in all directions, kicking up demonic flame tornadoes that formed berserk demonic flame tornadoes that surged in all directions. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed the folding fan. Then a bright moon rose up behind him as well, a flawless moon. Bright moon in the sky, only I am flawless and indestructible in the world. Xiaoqun pointed with his folding fan, and the bright moon crashed into the swaying cold moon with a loud bang. The horrifying cold qi that spread in the air, which could even freeze the demonic flame, immediately vanished like smoke. The pressure on Xiaoqun immediately decreased and he recovered his speed. Then he turned into a beam of purple light and charged at the Frost Moon Palace's old man again. When the old man's mysterious phenomenon broke, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. When he saw Xiaoqun charging over, extreme shock appeared in his eyes. Who exactly are you? That was an immortal art magic skill earlier. Only immortal cultivators can use it. However, your saber intent and martial technique clearly show a strong martial cultivation. Xiaoqun waved his folding fan and smiled. I will never change my name. I am the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master, Yi Chen. When old Mr. goes to hell, remember who you want to take revenge on. The hair on Xiaoqun's forehead fluttered, giving off a crystalline light. He discovered that in this short period of time, his cultivation had improved significantly. Not only did his law energy not deplete, but it even increased as he fought. At this rate, when he completely absorbed the hidden medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill, he would not have any problems reaching peak late-stage medial-grade martial sage. One side grew stronger as they fought, their auras flourishing. The other side drained their law energy continuously. For every strand of energy that flowed into their bodies, they had to spend twice as much energy to resist. At this moment, it was clear who held the advantage. You are still too inexperienced to kill me. If you think that Grandmaster-level martial sages only have these few trump cards, then you are gravely mistaken. Today I will show you that if there is a next life, never ever provoke a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The old man's forehead opened and a Frost Moon Palace flew out. It gave off a bright light and many figures holding swords flew out from it. There were both men and women. The men were handsome and elegant, and the women were fairy-like. As a cold moon rose into the sky, these ethereal fairy-like figures radiated a sharp killing qi. They turned into beams of light and shot towards Xiaoqun. Rumor had it that the Frost Moon Palace's main palace itself was an emperor-grade secret treasure. The palace master would bestow a replica of the Frost Moon Palace to the supreme elders of the sect. This was somewhat similar to the Heaven and Earth sect's 3 immortal swords. After all, king-grade secret treasures were very hard to find. The sect could only settle for the next best thing, using this method to mass-produce some inferior king-grade secret treasures. Of course, there would be 1 or 2 of the best, using hundreds of divine materials to refine them into peak king-grade secret treasures and give them to the most worthy elite disciples of the sect. Unfortunately, the Frost Moon Palace in the old man's hand was clearly not a peak king-grade secret treasure. Xiaoqun opened his forehead, and the 10,000 beast cauldron flew out. He formed hand seals with both hands and his magic energy surged. Deep-sea black flood dragons, heavenly phoenixes, 1,000-feathered snakes, pie tigers, and many other ancient mutated beasts leaped out of the cauldron. More than 500 of them appeared before stopping. Although Xiaoqun only brought out 50% of the cauldron's might, the mutated beast images that leaped out were all nourished by the Holy Beast Medallion. The strength of each image more than doubled compared to before. It was no exaggeration to say that the 10,000 beast cauldron in Xiaoqun's hand was much stronger than the 10,000 beast cauldron that the Lin clan elders used at full power. Shattering sounds resounded as the mutated beasts tore apart the light images descending on Xiaoqun. Every time a light image was destroyed, the old man's expression became much more unsightly. Xiaoqun smiled faintly. After he destroyed all the figures descending from the Frost Moon Palace, he recalled the mutated beasts back into the cauldron. Stepping on electric light, Xiaoqun moved as fast as lightning as he raised the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then he tyrannically smashed the other party's Frost Moon Palace. Bang! The Frost Moon Palace shattered and floated away. The old man's mind was connected to it. He vomited blood and his eyes turned listless. He felt incredibly weak. You are just an old man, and you dare to be arrogant before our demon-slaying alliance? Brother Yi, leave this old man to me. Just watch my performance. You should go and rest first. Xing Qingyun, who had been hiding somewhere earlier, leaped out when he saw an opportunity. He started punching and kicking the old man, grabbing his hair and slapping him. Awesome. Hee. Who could have imagined that a Grandmaster-level martial sage would be beaten up like a dog by my hands? I, Xing Qingyun, will definitely kill Xiaoqun and become famous. Xing Qingyun beat the old man to his heart's content, his entire body brimming with energy. Soon the old man's face was swollen. His breathing was weak and he cried out miserably. This pitiful old man had been awe-inspiring when he was alive, an overlord of a region. However, after falling into Xing Qingyun's hands, he died in such a sullen manner. Chapter 927. When Xiaoqun saw the situation, he put away the old man's spatial ring and ignored him. Then he started to collect the scattered fragments of the Frost Moon Palace. Xiaoqun circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and swallowed up the divine materials contained in the fragments. However, it felt like a drop in the bucket. He barely managed to gather a negligible amount of dragon energy. Oh no! Brother Yi, the 15 minutes are almost up. The might of the demonic flame will recover to its peak, Xing Qingyun said worriedly as he landed on the warship while carrying the half-dead old man. Xiaoqun sensed that the surrounding demonic flame was indeed slowly growing hotter. His rank 3 sage body could not endure it, and he needed to circulate his law energy to deal with it. It's fine. 50 kilometers cannot trap me. After landing on the warship, Xiaoqun spread his hands and lifted the warship up. He merged his vital qi, veritable essence energy and magic energy, circulating them without any regard for the consumption. Then he dashed wildly through the demonic flame. Xiaoqun was like a beam of light as he charged forward. Xing Qingyun, who was on the warship, swayed left and right, unable to gain a foothold. Before the demonic flame completely recovered its might, the warship finally broke through the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and landed in the heavenly ruin wasteland. As Xiaoqun supported the huge warship, he landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and shaking the ground. Xing Qingyun carried the half-dead Frost Moon Palace old man and stood up in a daze. When he breathed in the fresh air, he laughed loudly and said, "We are safe now." However, Xiaoqun slowly discovered that something was wrong. Cold gazes filled with dense killing qi stared at him from high up in the sky. Xing Qingyun carefully looked up and saw Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu leading the King Killing Alliance's large group as they looked at him expressionlessly. Strange, why are the Frost Moon Palace's people looking at me like my parents died? Xing Qingyun suddenly reacted, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly tossed the old man on his shoulder off the warship and explained, "Brother Yun, I really did not kill this person." Yun Tianhe said coldly, "Xing Qingyun, you are really capable now. For the past few hundred years, no one has dared to kill the inner sect elders of my Frost Moon Palace. From today onwards, you will be added to the Heaven Character Kill Command of my Frost Moon Palace. The Sky Character Hunting Order. It's over. This is too big." The last time the Frost Moon Palace issued a Heaven Character Killing Order was 100 years ago when a loose cultivator, the Blue-Robed Emperor, killed their Grandmaster-level martial sage for no reason. Their palace master personally chased it to the end of the sea and forged it into a bone weapon. Then he stabbed it into the walls of the Frost Moon Palace and displayed it to the public for 100 years. Xing Qingyun's heart sank. He felt so much regret that his intestines ached. It was clearly the Yi Qin who injured Xiaoqun. Xing Qingyun only casually dealt the finishing blow. How did he attract so much hatred? It is just a Grandmaster-level martial sage. If our Alliance Chief wants to kill him, so be it. Why would our Alliance Chief care about your Frost Moon Palace's dog's hit killing order? Xiaoqun pushed off the warship with both hands and smiled gently, appearing very arrogant and despotic. After that he added, "If you have any problems, come at me, the bloody young master Yi Qin. Don't look for our Alliance Chief. You bunch of small fries are not fit to fight with our Alliance Chief." When Xing Qingyun heard this, he felt warmth in his heart. Yi Qin was really a good brother. At the crucial moment he still stood out. Xing Qingyun giggled and said, "Everyone, did you hear that? Don't come at me. I am innocent. I really did not kill the Frost Moon Palace's elder. I only slapped him a few times." "You are going too far. Xing Qingyun, you are really going too far. You do not care about our Frost Moon Palace at all. You are smiling so wretchedly, yet you still look innocent. Innocent your sister. Kill him. What dog's hit Alliance Chief? If you say that I am not fit to fight with you, then this old man will take your head." The Frost Moon Palace's people could no longer hold back. They all descended from the sky and charged at Xing Qingyun, who was on the warship. Seeing an insignificant person like Xing Qingyun jumping around so happily, Gao Baiyu felt extremely upset for some reason. He waved his hand and the Heavenly Music Sect disciples charged over as well. The other loose cultivators of the King Killing Alliance followed suit, charging over like a swarm of bees. Such a scene frightened Xing Qingyun so much that his legs went soft. "Damn. Don't come at me. Everyone, I really did not kill him. I am innocent." Xing Qingyun trembled. Yi Chen had clearly blocked them already. Why was it that a large group of people still charged at him? Xiaochen smiled faintly and flung hard. Half a dragon force suddenly burst forth, hurling the warship like it was a mountain. Bang! 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 The huge force caused the air in the capital to tremble. Several unlucky people bore the brunt of the attack and got smashed into meat paste. The luckier ones sustained severe injuries as well. Half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force combined with the weight of the warship, was no joke when it suddenly erupted. Xiaochen had noticed long ago that these people gathered here as if they were guarding some natural treasure. The Grandmaster-level old man from the heavenly music sect did not see Xiaochen. Xiaochen guessed that he had fallen to the white-clad man. Otherwise he would have stayed by Gao Baiyu's side. That was to say, no one in this group could stop Xiaochen. King-killing alliance? Xiaochen smiled and opened his folding fan. Today he could slaughter this group of people. He had long felt uncomfortable hearing that name. Furthermore, he could pin the blame on others. Honestly speaking, this feeling was very good. Xiaochen glanced at Xing Qingyun, who was fleeing miserably on the warship. With Xing Qingyun distracting these people, he could save some effort. At the very least, he did not need to care about these shrimp soldiers and could directly deal with Yin Tianhe and Gao Baiyu. Yi Chen, we respect you as a person of the Northern Sea Alliance. Just hand over Xing Qingyun and let us settle this matter. We do not have any conflict with you. As Yun Tianhe stood in the palace, a cold moon hung high above as he flew over to Xiaochen. A set of bells floated in front of Gao Baiyu. When he gently shook them, they tinkled endlessly. Then he looked at Xiaochen and said, "Brother Yun is right. We have no grudge with you. Hand over Xing Qingyun and save the face of our king-killing alliance, and we can forget about this matter." Yun Tianhe continued, "As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. Even if the two of us worked together, we would not lose to you by much. Our respective senior brothers also followed Di Wuk to the Immortal Sect Remnant. If you get into a conflict with us and go to the Immortal Sect Remnant, you will end up provoking a strong enemy for no reason." The bloody young Master Yi Chen was too famous. Furthermore, the two Grandmaster-level experts protecting them were nowhere to be found. Right now, Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu did not have much confidence. It would be for the best if they could turn this matter into a small one. Xiaochen found it funny. If he were really Yi Chen, he might agree to these two's request. Unfortunately, he was not. Xiaochen's true identity was already a sworn enemy of this group of people. He would not have a chance to resolve this. Scram. Are you even worthy of speaking to me, the bloody young Master Yi Chen? You overestimate yourselves. Toss down the spatial rings in your hands and these two king-grade secret treasures. I'll torture you until you die. With Yi Chen's identity, Xiaochen could do whatever he wanted. No matter how big the commotion was, there was that distant brother to take care of it. I have long heard that the bloody young Master Yi Chen is arrogant and conceited, considering everyone beneath him. Today I finally get to experience it for myself. When Yun Tianhe heard the word scram as he stood in the palace, he trembled in anger. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Remember, the person who killed you is me, the bloody young Master Yi Chen." A flash of electric light roared and a scarlet cloak fluttered in the wind. Saber intent filled the air as Xiaochen charged at Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe pushed off the ground, and the palace carried him high into the air. Many ethereal figures shot out of the palace under the cold moonlight. Every figure radiated a boundless killing intent, materializing different killing moves. 1,000 figures meant 1,000 killing moves. Flashy but impractical. The 1,000 killing moves looked mighty and mighty. However, in reality, every move was unrelated. Without a strong leader to lead these 1,000 people, they were like a plate of loose sand. Xiaochen now had a rough understanding of the Frost Moon Palace's secret treasure. The core of this secret treasure was not the secret treasure itself but the person using it. A powerful, outstanding talent with great boldness was needed to truly subdue these light figures. At that time, one person with 3,000 experts would be sufficient to sweep through cultivators of the same generation. Right now, Yun Tianhe's secret treasure was just for show. It might be able to scare off regular geniuses, but it was insufficient before Xiaochen. Bang, bang, bang. 1,000 killing moves and 1,000 figures could not block Xiaochen for long. In one exchange, a figure's killing move broke, shattering into pieces. After breaking 1,000 moves, Xiaochen caught up to Yun Tianhe. Then he started a huge battle with him above the palace. Xiaochen used his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. Everywhere he went was a saber. In merely 3 moves, Xiaochen knocked Yun Tianhe back and vomited blood. Continuous chimes rang out. It was Gao Baiyu striking the set of bells, sending out musical notes as he charged at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had no choice but to give up on this opportunity to kill Yin Tianhe. He turned around and gently waved his folding fan. A strong wind blew at Gao Baiyu, carrying the musical notes with it. Gao Baiyu had not expected Xiao Qin's cultivation to be so deep, comparable to a regular grandmaster-level martial sage's. The force of his fan could kick up such a strong wind. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions resounded. A few of the small bells on the set of bells clashed with the returning musical notes and shattered. The originally relatively complete tune was immediately disrupted. Gao Baiyu paled slightly and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. "Let's go. We are not a match for him," Gao Baiyu shouted. Gao Baiyu called out and prepared to leave with Yin Tianhe. However, when he looked back, he discovered that Yin Tianhe, whom he had saved, had already taken the opportunity to run away. "Damn!" Gao Baiyu cursed. As he looked at the approaching Xiao Qin, he steeled his heart and raised the set of bells with both hands. Then he infused all his law energy into them. Dang! 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 The small bells infused with divine materials gave off melodious notes, playing an impassioned war song that resounded in the surroundings. "Yi Qin, our heavenly music sect will not share the same sky with you. You had best not go to the immortal sect remnant. Otherwise you will not be able to return." Gao Baiyu, who was holding up the set of bells, tossed them at Xiao Qin. A strong, storm-like war song descended from the 9 heavens. It was like a vast army surging towards Xiao Qin. For the sake of survival, Gao Baiyu decisively gave up on this set of bells, hoping to buy himself some time. Chapter 928. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and clashed with the incoming bells. He punched 8 times, each punch shaking the sky and earth, scattering the clouds in the surroundings and resounding in the sky. After the 8 punches, the purple color above Xiao Qin's head dimmed slightly, and the bells shattered. Gao Baiyu's figure had already vanished from sight. Xiao Qin did not chase after him either. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and moved his hands, turning the fragments of the bells into a bright light that he swallowed up. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and digested the energy. Then he opened his eyes and said, "I feel something. That weak dragon energy is no longer indistinct." However, when Xiao Qin thought about it, after swallowing 2 king-grade secret treasures, the blue dragon body nourishing art showed only such a small improvement. He could not help feeling dispirited. "Brother Yi, save me. Sup. They are chasing me to death. They are a bunch of bastards. I already said that I'm innocent." When Xiao Qin looked back, he saw that Xing Qingyun's fortress ship had already been torn apart, leaving only a wooden plank. Xing Qingyun hugged the plank as he fled in the air. He was in a sorry state and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a refugee, looking very miserable. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Alliance Chief, don't panic. Yi Qin is here." Now that Xiao Qin had the time to deal with this group of useless soldiers, he naturally did not have to spend much effort. Aside from a few who could not be bothered to give chase, most of the king-killing alliance's people died. As Xing Qingyun tidied up the spatial ring that Xiao Qin gave him, he laughed until he cried. He could not do anything about it. When he moved his lips, the wounds on his body tore open. Despite the pain, he could not stop laughing. "Ah, I'm rich. I've been a loose cultivator for 10-odd years, but I have never felt so happy before." How painful. These people did not hold back at all. As Xing Qingyun laughed, he tidied up his belongings. For a moment he felt some lofty aspirations. "My current resources are more than enough for me to cultivate to medial-grade martial sage. After I kill Xiao Qin, my name will spread everywhere. Everyone in the world will know the name of the demon-killing alliance's chief, Xing Qingyun." If he knew that Xiao Qin was standing right beside him, how would he feel? "Alliance Chief Xing, you are quite open-minded. You do not care about the Frost Moon Palace's Heaven Character Pursuit Order at all," Xiao Qin said coldly as he waved his folding fan. When Xing Qingyun heard that, his expression immediately changed. "Heaven Character Killing Order? Why is my life so bitter? It was not easy for me to make a name for myself, yet I am going to die young. Right, I got it." Xiao Qin saw his eyes suddenly light up and said with a smile, "Got it? Got what?" Xing Qingyun chuckled and said, "Young Master Yi, I've thought of a way to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the Heaven Character Killing Order. At that time, after young Master Yi kills Xiao Qin, just lend me your head. With this head, you will definitely be able to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the Heaven Character Killing Order." "Sure, it's a small matter." Xiao Qin smiled faintly, looking incredibly kind. Xing Qingyun patted Xiao Qin's shoulder and said, In that case I'll have to trouble Brother Yi. The one who kills Xiaochen will definitely be young Master Yi. Hey young Master Yi, why did your hair turn lighter? Xing Qingyun raised his head and accidentally glanced at Xiaochen's hair. He discovered that Xiaochen's purple hair was much dimmer than its initial crystalline and almost purple color. Of course Xiaochen still looked very sinister. That aura made it hard for others to connect it to the white-robed Xiaochen's calmness. Xiaochen's hair turned from black to purple because the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy had accumulated in his body and had not completely dispersed. As the medicinal energy was absorbed, his hair would turn black sooner or later. At that time, it would be very difficult to pretend to be Yi Qin. The medicinal energy would be completely absorbed in at most 10 days, at least 3. His cultivation should reach peak medial grade martial sage. He might even be able to break through to superior grade martial sage. At that time Xiaochen would not care about the demonic brilliant two elders, and he would not need to pretend to be someone else. However, Xiaochen still needed the identity of the bloody young master Yi Qin. He also needed Xing Qingyun's cooperation. Xiaochen used his folding fan and knocked on Xing Qingyun's head. He said, "You are too nosy. Let's quickly go and see what treasure Yun Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, and the others were waiting for earlier." The two searched the vicinity. After a while they discovered something. Purple jade bamboos of various heights grew on a slope in front. They piled up at the top of the mountain, and a clump of thunderclouds floated in the sky. One of these bamboos stood out from the rest. It had more than 1,000 segments and was 100 meters tall. It looked very special among the purple bamboos. Thunder bamboo. 1,000 segments of thunder bamboo. This is heaven-defying. Xing Qingyun exclaimed. The thunder bamboo was a natural divine material. With some trimming, it could be made into a thunder bamboo sword which could rival a superior grade sage grade secret treasure. Using it to refine weapons could significantly improve the quality of a secret treasure. For a long time, it had been a priceless treasure. Every year, the thunder bamboo would undergo a lightning tribulation. If it succeeded, it would grow another segment. If it failed, it would vanish completely. Xiaochen grabbed hold of Xing Qingyun, who was about to charge forward. Don't send yourself to death. Don't you see that the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo is about to undergo another tribulation? Xing Qingyun looked up. Indeed, more thunderclouds gathered in the sky, making it look gloomy. It looked like the entire sky was going to collapse. If Xing Qingyun charged forward rashly, he would be blasted to ashes on the spot. He could not help feeling fear when he thought about it. No wonder Yun Tianhe's group lingered here and did not make a move. They probably feared this thunder bamboo. Little friends, are you thinking of getting your hands on this thunder bamboo? I advise you not to think about it. Just at this moment, a short, grayish old man with shifty eyes, no more than 1 meter tall, arrived behind the two at some point in time. Xing Qingyun looked at this old man who had crawled out from somewhere. He cursed, "Where did this old thing come from? To think that you dare to cause trouble when you see our demon-slaying alliance here. Scram." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, your temper seems to have increased recently. You even do not care about Grandmaster-level martial sages anymore." This startled Xing Qingyun. However, his expression quickly recovered. He said with a smile, "Grandpa, Senior. Grandpa, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously." The shifty-eyed old man stared at Xiaochen and said, "Brat, your eyes are pretty good. This Lord Jiu hid so well, but it still did not escape your eyes." This old man before Xiaochen was not human. Xiaochen could feel the aura of a fiend race cultivator. Earlier, Xiaochen's spiritual sense caught the other party crawling out from the mound. Based on his aura, he should be a rat-type spirit beast in human form. A playful expression appeared in Xiaochen's eyes as he said softly, "I am the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master Yi Qin. How should I address Senior? Why is this thunder bamboo not useful? Just address me as Lord Jiu if you give me face. The thunder bamboo is a natural treasure. It has never lived for more than 1,000 years. This is the rule of the heavenly Tao. It is like how a fish cannot leave the water. After 1,000 years it will die. Not only that, but the 1,000-year lightning tribulation will also affect the other thunder bamboos. This entire patch of thunder bamboo will be destroyed. You are just wasting your time here." Xiaochen revealed an expression of understanding. He smiled and said, "In that case we will take our leave first. Thank you, Lord Jiu." "It's just a small matter. There is no need to thank me," Lord Jiu said generously, waving his hand. When the two were far away, it was indeed as Lord Jiu said. The 1,000-year thunder bamboo failed its tribulation, and even the patch of thunder bamboo disappeared. "You two fools. For this 1,000-year thunder bamboo to be so outstanding, several times taller than the other thunder bamboos, its roots must be connected to a pure thunder origin. This Lord Jiu got lucky. The shifty-eyed old man kicked up a cloud of dust and arrived at the rubble of the thunder bamboo forest in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Just as the old man was about to dig up the roots, two figures descended from the sky. Xiaoqun waved his folding fan and smiled at the old man. This startled the old man and his eyes went wide. "You two fools, why are you back?" The moment the old man said that, he felt that it was inappropriate. He immediately lowered his head and smiled. "Young heroes, why did you rush back? This is a barren land with nothing to see." Xiaoqun sized up the old man and smiled. "This young master saw that you have a dignified appearance and extraordinary strength, so I wanted to invite Senior to join my demon-slaying alliance. Unexpectedly, I heard some things that I should not have heard." Lord Jiu felt depressed in his heart. It looked like someone had tricked him. The other party did not believe him at all. Xing Qingyun scolded jokingly, "Look at you, your eyes darting around when you speak. It would be strange if you could deceive someone." Lord Jiu's expression changed, and he unleashed the aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. He said in a cold voice, "You two juniors scram quickly. Otherwise don't blame this Lord Jiu for starting a massacre." Xiaoqun shook his head and smiled. "Senior, stop pretending. Your legs are already trembling. Why are you still pretending to be an expert? Your clan should be the most sensitive to danger. You should know best what kind of strength I have." Xiaoqun took 3 steps forward and the old man trembled in fear. How could he still have the air of an expert? He turned around and tried to burrow into the ground. Rats were always afraid of death. Most people said that rats were as timid as rats. Actually, this saying was not false. This old man before Xiaoqun was pretty strong. However, his nature was hard to change. His cowardly nature revealed itself at the crucial moment. The old man felt a dangerous aura from Xiaoqun for some reason. He understood that he was not a match for Xiaoqun. If he fought, he would definitely die. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be an expert and trick the two away. Who knew his acting skills were not up to par, and he was seen through with one glance. Xiaoqun made a move at lightning speed, grabbing the old man's ankle and lifting him into the air. Then his law energy turned into a blade-like energy and poured into the old man's body. The old man immediately cried out in pain. Xiaoqun tossed him to the ground and said with a smile, "Senior, stop running. Quickly dig out the thunder origin. Otherwise you will suffer more." The old man landed on the ground and looked at Xiaoqun with some fear. Earlier the electric energy had been incredibly sharp. The old man had used nearly 10 times his law energy to barely block it. He knew that he had run into a powerful person this time. The old man no longer dared to have any other thoughts. He only wanted to dig out the thunder origin and quickly leave this little demon. The old man found the withered roots of the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo. Then his hands flashed and he quickly dug out layers of soil. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter deep hole appeared in the ground. After a while the hole was 100 meters deep, startling Xing Qingyun. Damn. This old man really has the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. How come I can't tell at all? Xiaoqun smiled and said, "It's simple. He is like you, bold and timid. If you had the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, your aura would be similar." Chapter 929. Xing Qingyun smiled embarrassedly and quickly shut his mouth, not saying anything more. The sound of thunder came from below, and the old man flew out, his entire body scorched black. In his hand was a small purple dragon. I almost let it escape. "Sir Yi, I've given you the thunder source. Can this Lord Jiu leave now?" The thunder origin was the product of a spirit vein's origin becoming sentient. Similar to it were the wind origin, the fire origin, and the ice origin. Compared to the spirit vein's origin, these thunder origins were purer. To cultivators of the same attribute, they were even more valuable than the spirit vein's origin. Xiaoqun sealed the thunder origin, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. This old man was rather capable. The thunder origin was sentient. Ordinary people would not be able to capture it easily. Rumble? There was a loud sound, and the ground under Xiaoqun's feet suddenly shook intensely. A multicolored light soared into the sky from an unknown distance. Ethereal celestial music came from the multicolored light. Xiaoqun could vaguely see the image of an immortal palace with fairies dancing and playing music. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures immediately rushed towards the multicolored light in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland. The old man said with a fervent gaze, "The protective formation of a large immortal sect is finally broken. Ah, this Lord Jiu is going to get rich. I'll take my leave first." "Old man, where are you going? This alliance chief did not even say you could leave." When Xing Qingyun saw this old man trembling before Xiaoqian, he was truly as timid as a mouse. Xiaoqian did not care about it. His figure flashed and he blocked the old man's path with a smile. "Scram! This Lord Jiu, how dare you block me?" When the old man saw Xing Qingyun blocking his path, he casually threw a palm strike. Bang! Xing Qingyun flew back, unable to resist at all. His chest ached. "Old thing. I'm not done with you." Xing Qingyun held his chest as he groaned on the ground. His facial features contorted. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. This Xing Qingyun was truly infuriating. He looked into the distance at the multicolored light, and revealed a contemplative expression. The protective formation took so much time to break. It looked like this immortal sect remnant really belonged to a large immortal Dao sect. It would definitely attract many experts. Xiaoqian did not know how many more divine materials the blue dragon body nourishing art would have to consume before he could improve. He had to go to the immortal sect remnant. However, Di Wuk, the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect were there. Who knew how many elders of their sects followed behind them? There were countless loose cultivators who coveted his peak immortal spirit ring. With just one glance, Di Wuk would probably recognize Xiaoqian's current identity. Then Xiaoqian would immediately face a trap of death. "Brother Yi, the immortal sect remnant has opened. Should we go and take a look? Who knows, Xiaoqian might be there. Don't forget the true purpose of the demon-slaying alliance." In just a short while, Xing Qingyun arrived before Xiaoqian. Clearly he was very tempted. "Let's go, you lead the way." Indecisiveness was not in Xiaoqian's character. After weighing it in his heart, Xiaoqian decided to go. The immortal sect ruins were vast and boundless. There was no reason for him to bump into Di Wuk the moment he saw him. The identity of the bloody young master Yi Chen could help Xiaoqian for a while. When he broke through to medial grade martial sage, he would no longer have to fear anything. Xing Qingyun immediately led the way joyfully, heading towards the land of rainbow light. The heavenly ruin wasteland was boundlessly vast. Aside from the immortal sect remnants, one could occasionally come across natural treasures like the thunder bamboo. Under Xiaoqian's incitement, Xing Qingyun would use the name of the Demon Extermination Alliance to intervene in the original disputes and reap benefits. Although his speed was slow, he had obtained quite a lot of benefits. As they got closer to the immortal sect remnant, more experts appeared and the situation became increasingly chaotic. Xiaoqian found it hard to fully grasp the situation. However, Xing Qingyun had good eyesight. When he sensed that something was off, he immediately turned around and circled around. "How miserable. Xiaoqian robbed me again. He stripped me of all my treasures, even my spatial ring. I'm even more miserable. He robbed me of my spatial ring and even called me a pauper, saying that I was wasting his time. This Xiaoqian is getting more and more overboard. He is ridiculously strong as well. I heard that he robbed several Grandmaster-level martial sages. White-robed Xiaoqian is really bold." A group of martial sages with miserable expressions walked past them. This was already not the first time Xiaoqian and Xing Qingyun heard of someone being robbed by Xiaoqian. Xing Qingyun did not have much of a reaction. However, Xiaoqian had some misgivings. Could it be that the white-robed person I saw at the entrance of the heavenly ruin wasteland really used his name? Whoosh! Just as Xiaoqian thought this, the ground in front exploded. A short figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. After he got up, he kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed over in the direction of Xiaoqian and Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun's eyes were sharp. He exclaimed in shock, "Old thing, you still dare to come?" This short old man was Lord Jiu, who had helped collect the Thunder Origin 2 days ago. At this moment he was fleeing in a panic. Someone was chasing him, so he ran for his life. Xing Qingyun took a step forward and blocked the old man again. However, this time he was in an even more miserable state. The old man knocked him flying and tumbled in the air. The old man moved like the wind, passing by Xiaoqian in a flash. However, he immediately returned at an even faster speed, looking at Xiaoqian in pleasant surprise. Xing Qingyun just landed in the air and the old man immediately caught him. His face filled with a flattering smile as he said, "So, it is Alliance Chief Xing and young Master Yi. I was in too much of a rush earlier and did not see clearly. I really did not see clearly." Xing Qingyun's internal organs churned. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a white figure in front. This person held a long saber, and saber intent covered his entire body, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hum of sabers filled the surroundings, gathering together. Even the world trembled under his feet. Whoosh! The expressions of the old man and Xing Qingyun changed. At the critical moment, they both hid behind Xiao Chen without prior consultation. Xiao Chen, he really came. Xing Qingyun was greatly startled. Along the way, the demon-slaying alliance had gained some fame. Now, many people knew about this alliance that existed specifically to kill Xiao Chen. Even the king-killing alliance, which was originally very powerful, was destroyed in the hands of the demon-slaying alliance. However, when Xing Qingyun truly saw Xiao Chen, he did not hesitate to cower. Xiao Chen looked up and sized up the white figure before him with interest. Without a doubt, this was the person Xiao Chen saw at the entrance. Xiao Chen had a photographic memory and would not confuse people he had seen before. The white-robed person before Xiao Chen looked very handsome. Furthermore, he exuded a sharp saber intent. Aside from the inextinguishable evil aura on his face, the white-robed person did look somewhat similar to Xiao Chen. However, this only worked on people who had not truly seen him before. If he met someone familiar, he would be able to tell with one glance. The white-robed person glanced at the old man hiding behind Xiao Chen. Then he sized up Xiao Chen. His lips curled up slightly. Interesting. You even dare to protect the person that I, Xiao Chen, want to kill. Have you not heard of me, the white-robed Xiao Chen? This person really used his name to kill people and snatch their treasures. Xiao Chen really wanted to say, if you are Xiao Chen, then who am I? However, this was naturally not the time to expose his identity. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled coldly. Xiao Chen? You came at just the right time. My Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master Yi Chen has long heard of your great name. The demon-slaying alliance exists for you. Today I can use your head to spread the name of my bloody young master. When Xiao Chen said this, his tone was very natural. His expression was cold, showing no openings, and his aura was very strong. In the past, people always said similar things to him. Today, when Xiao Chen said it himself, he found it rather interesting. Yi Chen. When the white-robed person heard the name Yi Chen, his expression clearly froze. He gave Xiao Chen a strange look before smiling in understanding. So, the demon-slaying alliance that caused such a commotion recently is the two of you. The two clashed with each other, neither giving way. Their strong auras clashed intensely in the air. The purple talisman in Xiao Chen's Sea of Consciousness released 4 strands of golden light. Xiao Chen's Will of Thunder and vague saber soul turned into a formless aura pressing towards the other party. A scarlet light flashed in the white-robed person's eyes. Immediately, a sea of blood surged and a strong will of massacre spread throughout his entire body. He casually swung his saber and blocked Xiao Chen's aura. The sound of weapons clashing rang out in the air. Dang dang. The sound was ear-splitting, spreading in all directions for 5 kilometers around. The winds and clouds changed color and thunder rumbled. The clash between the will of massacre and the immortal will of thunder was even more startling. When the scarlet light and purple light clashed, space twisted and gave off loud sounds. Cracks even appeared on the ground. Before the two started fighting, the auras of the two already pressured Xing Qingyun and the old man, prompting them to quickly move to the side. Doubt appeared in the hearts of the two at the same time. As they looked at each other, a strange smile appeared on their faces. Bloody young Master Yi Chen, you truly live up to your reputation. However, it seems like Yi Chen's forte is the massacre Dao. Are you still holding back? The white-robed person raised his eyebrows. The saber in his hand moved as he wished, looking like it could break the sky at any moment. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and closed his folding fan. White-robed King Xiao Chen's Will of Thunder and the flawless saber Dao. You seem to be hiding your strength as well. I will cooperate with you. Ah, heaven is indeed helping me. Unexpectedly, while chasing Xiao Chen, I even found the 2 bastards of the demon-slaying alliance. Just as the two were about to start a huge battle, a disharmonious voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Xiao Chen saw Gao Baiyu and Yun Tianhe standing side by side in the air above a palace. An old man stood behind each of them. Xiao Chen sensed for a while and frowned slightly. These 2 old men were actually great grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the demonic brilliant 2 elders. Gao Baiyu looked at the white-robed person expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, Xiao Chen, you killed an inner sect elder of my heavenly music sect, and you still dare to show off? You are really tired of living. Yun Tianhe stood in the palace and shouted coldly, Xing Qingyun, you killed an inner sect elder of my Frost Moon Palace. Today will be the day you die. When Xing Qingyun, who was hiding far away, heard this, he nearly fell to his knees. He had already kept a very low profile. Why did Yun Tianhe still not forget about him? Chapter 930. The white-clad man's lips curled up as he looked at the two in the sky. After chasing them for so many days, they are really tireless. Brother Yichen, how about we work together to kill these flies before we fight? Xiaoqun gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his right hand. His already much dimmer purple hair fluttered in the strong wind, giving off a startling evil aura. He smiled faintly and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking. With their current strength, neither of them could defeat the two Grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the demonic brilliant two elders. However, if they each fought one-on-one, the outcome would be hard to predict." A scarlet light soared into the sky. The white-clad man held his saber and charged at the Frost Moon Palace's great Grandmaster-level martial sages, filling the air with saber intent. Electric light flashed everywhere and rumbling sounds rang out. Xiaoqun stood on electric light, moving as fast as lightning, charging at the heavenly music sect's great Grandmaster-level martial sage. A startling battle soon started. A battle between Grandmaster-level martial sages would be very intense. There was no need to guess to know. Yun Qianhe and Gao Baiyu had taken advantage of the palace to move to the side long ago. They could not participate in a battle of this level. On a small hill in the distance, Xing Qingyun and the old man, who were preparing to flee at any moment, sneakily watched the battle. "Speaking of which, Lord Jiu, aren't you a Grandmaster-level martial sage as well? Why are you not going up to help?" Xing Qingyun asked in confusion as he looked at the shifty-eyed old man beside him. Lord Jiu felt somewhat embarrassed. He smiled abashedly and said, "This Lord Jiu's air of a Grandmaster-level martial sage is too exaggerated. It is different from these proper Grandmaster-level martial sages. My cultivation also depends on time. Furthermore, this Lord Jiu's forte is not fighting but treasure hunting." Xing Qingyun's lips curled up as he suddenly understood, revealing a look of disdain. The old man smiled and said, "Of course, this Lord Jiu can still easily destroy a cowardly fellow like you with a wave of my finger." Xing Qingyun was upset. However, he could not defeat Xiaoqun, so he could only endure. He felt very depressed in his heart. "This won't do. I can't even defeat a scoundrel old man." The old man fighting Xiaoqun was Xiaoju, a senior in the heavenly music sect's inner sect. He wore azure-embroidered clothes and held a 7-stringed zither with both hands. His skin was smooth, delicate, and ruddy, unlike the skin of an ordinary old man, which was coarse and full of wrinkles. Ding ding dong dong. With a wave of his fingers, Xiaoju began to play an erotic song. Compared to the disciples of the heavenly chord sect that Xiaoqun had met before, Xiaoju had already reached another realm. As the zither music entered Xiaoqun's ears, an illusion appeared before Xiaoqun's eyes. He found himself in the sky, surrounded by spiritual fog. Before him, there were 10-odd voluptuous women wearing veils dancing in the fog. The cloth on his body, including the edges and corners, was no larger than the size of a palm. Her dancing body seemed to have a magical charm. It was extremely alluring, causing the fire in people's hearts to burn. Xiaoju looked at Xiaoqun, who was trapped in the illusion, and revealed a cold smile. His fingers moved even faster, and the zither music rang out continuously. When Yun Qianhe, who was in the palace, saw the situation, he rejoiced. Just as he was about to charge over and kill Xiaoqun, Gao Baiyu stopped him. "Brother Yun, please wait. Any external force can break the illusion. Take your time and watch the show." This demonic lust song was created by an elder of my sect after he captured an abyss Eros demon and carefully savored it. The people trapped in it have only one fate, to suck them dry and feed them to Elder Xiao. When Yun Qianhe heard that, he could not help feeling startled. This illusion seemed to be between reality and illusion. To think that it could use charm techniques to suck the other party's life essence. In the illusion, 8 beautiful women had already arrived by Xiaoqun's side. They stroked their hair coquettishly, occasionally making seductive movements that made him spit fire. This made him feel like he was in heaven, wishing that he could have a good time. After watching for a while, Xiaoqun found it boring. The only charm technique that could make him sink into it for a while was the one executed by the Eros demon, Leng Yu. With this thought, Xiaoqun could not help but recall the time he spent with Leng Yu in the deep-sea battlefield in the lower realm. Now he didn't know where this mysterious woman was. The demonic calamity was approaching. If they met again, he did not know whether they would be friend or foe. "Young master, this servant is not beautiful enough." As Xiaoqun pondered, one of the beautiful women removed her veil, revealing a pure face. Xiaoqun was slightly stunned. Her appearance was exactly the same as Leng Yu's. The woman smiled faintly and hooked her arms around Xiaoqun's neck. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, she tried to kiss his lips. Just as her flaming red lips were about to touch his by an inch, a broken sword appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then he pressed the sword against the other party's lips coldly. Xiao Chen casually flicked his left hand and pushed this beautiful woman far away. As Xiao Chen looked at the broken sword in his hand, he forgot where he was and entered a daze. Earlier, just as Xiao Chen was about to sink into oblivion, the broken Thunder King's mulberry sword in his universe ring suddenly trembled, startling him to his senses. Will I return alive? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Even if you die, you will not die. The words of the past resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. He felt disappointed and frustrated as he tightly grasped the broken sword. The blade stabbed into his palm and blood flowed out. It is just a weak remnant thought. Do you still remember what you said back then, not allowing me to die? But when will I be able to pull you back in the long river of fate? With a thought, Xiao Chen's head of purple hair disappeared, fluttering in the wind. The evil aura that Xiao Chen purposely showed no longer existed. The scarlet Neptune headscarf also turned pure sky blue. In the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had already absorbed most of the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy. If not for maintaining his identity as the bloody young master Yi Qin, his purple hair would have turned black long ago. Now that he thought of the past, Xiao Chen's emotions fluctuated. He forgot to put on a disguise, and the evil aura he exuded vanished. Replacing it was that calm and cold apprehension. Boom. The folding fan in Xiao Ju's left hand shattered, and the entire illusion vanished. The scene before him changed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he looked at the broken zither. Shock filled his face. Xiao Chen pulled back his left hand and put away the scarlet cloak. His white robes and fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Under the sky-blue Neptune headscarf was a cold and delicate face. Xiao Chen's eyes were like a deep pool, unfathomable and unchanging. That's impossible. My demonic lust song has never lost to a cultivator of the same generation. Xiao Ju's eyes filled with shock. A light flashed in his hand and he reconnected the 7-stringed zither. Then, his fingertips streaked across the zither, and a decadent music reverberated, sounding like a woman's moans. My body is like a saber, my thoughts are like a saber. I am the saber and the saber is me. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as a cool breeze blew. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, the sound of a powerful treasure saber being unsheathed resounded in the world. With every step Xiao Chen took, a saber hum resounded. While it looked slow, the saber intent buzzed endlessly, reverberating in the air. Using sound to enter a berserking demonic Tao, using yin and yang to nourish one another. This is against the heavenly Tao. Elder Xiao, you should not have existed in this world long ago. The melodious saber hum shattered all the zither music. As Xiao Chen walked over, his saber intent grew increasingly ferocious and unrestrained. In the end, all the saber sounds merged and formed a divine sound. Then, it tore through the barrier of the sky and soared into the clouds. The divine sound nourished the soul. Xiao Ju's 7-stringed zither shattered, filling the air with splinters. The vague form of the saber soul in the purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was no longer as blurry as before. 4 strands of golden light became clearly visible, looking incredibly sharp. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. The vague form of the saber soul actually broke through at this moment. His saber intent was now at 100% complete, condensing a true soul. Elder Xiao, in the end, the demonic lust song is just an unorthodox Tao. You are also someone who will soon become a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Let's have an open battle and decide who is better. Xiao Ju could not be bothered with Xiao Chen. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he turned around, wanting to leave. Xiao Chen's demonic lust song was not some unorthodox Tao. He had easily toyed with several grandmaster-level martial sages to death, replenishing their life essence. So you are the true Xiao Chen. Don't get cocky. When I refine a good zither, I will absorb your life essence. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly, revealing some disappointment in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already drawn out the remaining medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill without any reservations. His cultivation had already risen to peak consummation medial grade martial sage. His saber soul had formed, and his strength had soared. Xiao Chen had wanted to have a good fight. Unexpectedly, this person before him had been blinded by an external object. His cultivation was useless just for show. Since that is so, I shall grant you death. Xiao Chen materialized the flawless saber Tao, and a bright moon rose behind him. With a flip of his hand, night fell, blocking Xiao Ju's path. With a flip of his hand, night appeared and the bright moon appeared. flawless night, flawless moon and flawless saber. The bright moon turned into a resplendent saber light descending from the sky, blocking Xiao Ju's path. The saber light containing the saber soul had a special charm to it. The saber light seemed solid. A full moon rose amid the saber light. There were people and palaces in the moon, as if there was a small world inside. This was the soul, which gave a martial technique a soul. It was no longer just for show but truly contained its essence. This allowed the saber technique to reach a whole new level. Xiao Ju's zither was destroyed. When facing this flawless bright moon, he could only use his own cultivation to clash head-on. Xiao Qin moved his hands and musical notes rang out. Each note was sonorous and forceful, causing the sky to tremble as he composed an impassioned song. After clashing head-on with this move, Xiao Ju, who already suffered hidden injuries from the destruction of his zither, vomited another mouthful of blood and was forced back. Snowflakes danced in the air. The white-robed Xiao Qin charged towards Xiao Ju amidst the snowflakes filling the air. Every move he made contained a boundless saber intent. Xiao Ju, whose mind was already in chaos, held on bitterly. Up in the palace, Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin and the white-robed person were so strong, completely surpassing their expectations. Let's go. Stop thinking about these two. Aside from our senior brothers, there is still Di Wuk. A regular Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to suppress them. Damn it. If not for the main forces of my Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect entering the Immortal Sect remnant, these two would not be able to be so arrogant. Chapter 931. As Yun Qianhe controlled his palace, he gave Xiao Qin and the white-clad man a deep look. When he saw that Xiao Ju and the Heavenly Music Sect old man were in a disadvantageous position and gradually losing ground, he quickly left. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin executed Subduing Dragon Profound Slash and finally killed Xiao Ju, whose mind was severely injured from the damaged demonic zither. Then he took Xiao Ju's spatial ring. The impassioned war song came to an end. Xiao Qin slowly landed on the ground. At this moment he tossed aside his disguise. After absorbing the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy and grasping the saber soul, he would be able to hold his own against the demonic brilliant two elders. There was still a pure thunder origin in the universe ring. Xiao Qin hesitated over whether to take this opportunity to consume it and break through the shackles of medial grade martial sage in one go, advancing to superior grade martial sage. On the other side, the white-clad man's battle also came to an end. This expert from the Frost Moon Palace was much stronger than Xiao Ju. He was not like the Frost Moon Palace old man, who only had the demonic lust song and only had his cultivation, getting killed by Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin saw that he could not defeat the white-clad man, he used a killing move to force the other party back. Then he quickly moved away, not giving the white-clad man a chance to continue pestering him. As the white-clad man watched the old man go far away, he felt somewhat disappointed. If he had exhausted some of his opponent's law energy, he would have been able to keep him here. Just thinking about the wealth of a Grandmaster-level martial sage was tempting. Unfortunately, Xiao Ju, whom the white-clad man originally found troublesome and did not want to fight, lost so quickly to Xiao Qin. After losing to Xiao Qin so quickly, his opponent became timid and left early. The white-clad man sheathed his saber, and the scarlet light in his eyes slowly faded. As he looked at Xiao Qin walking over, he revealed a sinister smile and said, "You finally revealed your true face? You have been having a lot of fun using my name these past few days." The person before Xiao Qin was the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master. Seeing that the other party had already revealed it, Xiao Qin no longer hid it. The identity of the bloody young master was no longer useful to him. He smiled faintly and said, "Likewise. Brother Yi seems to have gained a lot while using this Xiao's name." Brother Yi, what the Heavenly Music Sect old man said was true. You are the real Xiao Qin. Xing Qingyun, who landed with the old man, felt his legs go soft and he could not stand stably. Originally, when Xing Qingyun heard the words of the Heavenly Music Sect's Xiao Ju, he planned to run away immediately. However, when he thought about Xiao Qian's strength, he knew that he couldn't outrun him at all. He could only cling to a sliver of luck and brace himself to descend. Who knew, the moment he landed, he would hear the white-clothed man's words, completely extinguishing the last bit of hope in his heart. It turned out that the so-called Xiao Qin had been by his side all along. Xing Qingyun thought about what he kept saying about killing Xiao Qin and making a name for himself. His entire body trembled involuntarily. He smiled shakily and said, "Brother Xiao, Xiao Qin patted Xing Qingyun's shoulder and smiled. "Alliance chief, don't panic. You are the one who will hunt down Xiao Chen and become famous throughout the world. Xing Qingyun smiled awkwardly and said, just a joke, just a joke. Brother Xiao, don't take it seriously. Rumble. Just at this moment, intense sounds came from the immortal sect remnant, which was less than 5 kilometers away. Ethereal holy music came from the distance. A divine nation descended from the distant horizon. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light dazzled everyone's eyes even from 5 kilometers away. Diwa. When the white-clothed man Yi Chen saw this scene, he slowly spat out 3 words. He revealed a competitive look on his face. The old man smacked his lips and said, he is probably breaking a restriction somewhere in the immortal sect remnant. As long as there are natural treasures, there will be restrictions. That's normal. Without restrictions, after tens of thousands of years, all natural treasures would have rotted away, the white-clothed man said calmly. A cold moon hung high in the sky, and a cold palace appeared beside the divine kingdom. An azure-clad man stood on the palace looking down on the world. 3,000 figures shot out of the palace, materializing 3,000 killing moves. Each move was different. However, under the illumination of the cold moon, they resonated with each other, drawing each other in. The azure-clad man on the palace looked boundlessly cold under the cold moon. He stretched out his hand, and the 3,000 killing moves soared into the sky like a blazing beacon. A strong aura spread out. A crack extended for 5 kilometers, extending to the feet of Xiao Chen and the others without slowing down. That is the Frost Moon Palace's outstanding talent, Xiao Qinghan. His strength rivals that of the older generation experts. He is an influential person in the primal chaos domain, Xing Qingyun said with a somewhat trembling voice. Xiao Chen was believed to have killed the Frost Moon Palace's inner sect elder. It was very likely that this person would come to kill him. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, a vast and majestic bell toll rang out. Rings of blue sound rings turned solid and spread out like ripples in the sky. Even from 5 kilometers away, the crowd heard the bell toll. It was ear-splitting and their hearts pounded heavily. Needless to say, this person was definitely the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang, a famous person of the primal chaos domain's younger generation, someone as famous as Xiao Qinghan. Xiao Chen could vaguely see 7 beams of starlight descending, forming a complete constellation as they charged at the restriction below. The old man said with a fervent gaze, the restriction that these people are charging at must have some valuable treasure. Otherwise they would not have caused such a huge commotion. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. How about we go and take a look together? The old man replied in a rush, sure. Lord Jiu, I have long wanted to go in and take a look. Unfortunately, I keep getting chased out. Xing Qingyun felt conflicted for a while. Then he steeled his heart and decided to go and take a look as well. This time he had gone overboard by following Xiao Chen. He could only try his luck and see if he could find some fortuitous encounter that could increase his strength and increase his chances of survival. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Chen. In the end, he still had to seek Xiao Chen's opinion. If he went alone, he would not have much confidence. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, no way. The older generation experts of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect are all present. Wuxia's 13 keepers are not far from them. We do not have much of a chance. Yi Chen revealed a disappointed expression. Then he smiled and said, white-robed Xiao Chen, it turns out that you only have this much courage. In that case I'll go alone. Seeing Yi Chen turn into a beam of scarlet light and flee, Xiao Chen shook his head and did not say anything. Then he turned to Xing Qingyun and said, when we reach the immortal sect remnant, it will be hard for me to protect myself. I advise you not to go in either. This is a tortoise spirit shield. I'll give it to you to protect yourself. It will allow you to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland safely. Xing Qingyun received the tortoise spirit shield, and his eyes immediately lit up. This was a bona fide king-grade secret treasure. Yet Xiao Chen gave it away just like that. Let's go then. Stop wasting time. If you cannot survive in the future, you can come to the Haoyan sect to look for me. Xing Qingyun laughed dryly and put away the tortoise spirit shield. Then he said in a heroic manner, let's go. Although I did not manage to kill Xiao Chen, I killed a Frost Moon Palace's inner sect elder and entered the Heaven Character Wanted list. My name will spread throughout the primal chaos domain. When the old man saw Xiao Chen looking at him, he quickly said, little brother, don't worry. If I follow you, I will definitely be strong enough to protect myself. I will not be a burden to you. If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately. Xiao Chen was speechless. What is this fellow thinking? If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately. Why do I need you to follow me? You can follow me to gain benefits, but you have to listen to me. If you continue like earlier, running faster than a mouse the moment I fight someone, I will be the first to not let you off." The old man immediately showed a bitter expression. However, this Lord Jiu is really not good at fighting. Furthermore, this Lord Jiu is a mouse in the first place. Xiaochen smiled and scolded, "Don't worry. I won't send you to your death. Given your sensitivity to danger, the restrictions of the outer sect should not pose a problem for you. Let's collect all the treasures of the outer sect first." Dilapidated palaces, pitch-black desolate land, corpses that no longer resembled humans, and a boundless bloody stench lingered in the turbid air. This was the immortal sect remnant that Xiaochen saw. The ground was littered with cultivators killed by restrictions. The heavy bloody stench lingered in the surroundings, accompanied by the turbid air. Restrictions were everywhere, be it in the air or on the ground. There might be a hidden restriction somewhere that could claim a cultivator's life. Without the protection of a king-grade secret treasure, most of the cultivators were very careful, walking on the ground obediently. Of course, there were some bold and skilled people who did not care about the restrictions in the periphery. They forcefully pushed their way through, casually tearing apart all the restrictions. Xiaochen saw 4 or 5 such people. They were all great Grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the Haotian sect's elder Han Qinghe, unrivaled Grandmaster-level martial sages. Right now, Xiaochen was not a match for such great Grandmaster-level martial sages. He could only leave calmly. The restrictions in the periphery could not stop them at all. They also did not care about the treasures in the periphery. They all headed for the inner layer where there were several intact palaces. 9 heavenly palaces floated at the summit of the mountain in the middle. The 7-colored light came from there, inspiring one's imagination. This Lord Jiu is right? There is definitely a profound copper mine under here, the old man said to Xiaochen in a cocky manner as he emerged from a hole in the ground. Relying on the old man's sensitivity to danger, the restrictions in the periphery could hardly injure the two. The gray-haired old man immediately noticed the slightest peculiarity in the surroundings. When Xiaochen broke the restrictions and waited for the other party to dig in, he would definitely gain something. In merely half a day, Xiaochen had already collected 3 earth dragon fruits, an incomplete peak spirit vein, and more than 5 tons of heavenly gold rock and other divine materials. Earlier, the old man saw a few unremarkable black flowers in a crack. He immediately concluded that there was definitely a profound copper mine below. Xiaochen looked at the neat hole and praised, "This hole is really beautiful. It is wide, bright, and firm." The old man squinted his eyes and smiled proudly. This Lord Jiu has 3 great innate abilities: strong perception, fast digging, and sharp eyes. Indeed, it is just a mouse. The profound copper mine in there extends for 1 kilometer. After deducting the impurities, there is at least 10 tons of pure profound copper. Lord Jiu excitedly introduced the situation inside. Profound copper was a divine material equal to the black patterned gold. When refining a secret treasure, as long as one added a little more to it, it would immediately improve its quality significantly. A secret treasure without divine materials and a secret treasure with divine materials were worlds apart. Such divine materials were always in short supply. They could fetch a high price at any time. In some situations they could even be used as currency. 10 tons of profound copper was a large sum. However, compared to the 500 tons of divine materials required for the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art, it was still a long way off. With a thought, the strand of dragon energy that the blue dragon body nourishing art nurtured quickly circulated in Xiaochen's body. Thunderous sounds came from his body, rumbling endlessly. Chapter 932. After swallowing tens of thousands of kilograms of divine materials, the blue dragon body nourishing art finally showed some use. Now, without burning vital qi, a casual punch from Xiaochen could achieve half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force. Bang! He punched the ground and in an instant the ground cracked open. Countless pieces of mud flew out and floated in the air, blocking the sunlight in the sky. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and stood upright. A huge pit appeared in front of him, 1 kilometer long and 500 meters deep. A layer of hard yellow copper soil was exposed at the bottom. This was the profound copper ore. Xiaochen revealed an expression of joy as he merged his vital qi, quintessence and mental energy. Then he shouted and punched the huge yellow copper soil. Xiaochen's fist gave off a bright light as it descended rapidly. It was like a treasured saber descending from the sky. It was incredibly sharp, able to split mountains. Cassie. The yellow copper ore that stretched for a kilometer shattered into pieces of various sizes with the force of this punch. Lord Jiu was already numb to this. He sighed, only this brat can be so reckless. Even if the other martial sages discovered the profound copper ore, they would only be depressed, not knowing how to collect it. Xiaoqun stood in the air with his eyes closed. The swallowing power of the blue dragon body nourishing art started circulating. Thousands of pieces of yellow copper soil of various sizes floated around him. Xiaoqun's body turned into a spinning black hole. 360 acupoints opened, and a strong swallowing power sucked in the pure profound copper in the yellow copper soil into his body. Shwa, shwa, shwa. A pile of impurities fell like rain. The scene looked very tyrannical and spectacular. After a while, Xiaoqun opened his eyes. He felt like he was trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The strand of azure-colored dragon energy in his body had only grown slightly stronger. 10,000 kilograms of divine profound copper materials were swallowed just like that. Lord Jiu blinked at the side and said with a bitter expression, "Old brother Xiao, didn't I tell you to leave some for this Lord Jiu?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot," Xiaoqun said calmly as he landed beside the old man. Xiaoqun's insincere apology upset Lord Jiu. However, he could only scold him in secret. When searching for treasures in the remnant, the most dangerous thing was not the restrictions but the other cultivators. This was especially so in the primal chaos domain, where loose cultivators killed and robbed others of their treasures as if they were eating and drinking. If Lord Jiu came in and discovered any treasures, he would be chased out before he could do anything. At the very least, he would be able to stay with Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun also left him some natural treasures related to spirit plants. Never mind, Lord Jiu would not lower himself to the juniors, the old man thought. Boom. In the inner area of the immortal sect remnant, a beam of golden light suddenly tore through the sky, illuminating the entire place. The roars of 10,000 beasts resounded. Xiaoqun and the old man could not help but look over. One bird beast after another flew out of the golden light. In an instant it was 1,000 meters. In an instant it had flown far away. The strong winds of the mutated beasts easily shattered several of the hidden restrictions in the air. Thousands of cultivators soared into the air in hot pursuit. Di Wuk, the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan, the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang, and the other experts all chased after the heavenly phoenix. They even seemed to see the bloody young master Yi Chen's figure inside. Lord Jiu's eyes lit up. Indeed, there are valuable treasures. Di Wuk and the others broke the restrictions. These are all complete magic treasures. After refining them a little, they will become king-grade secret treasures. Xiaoqun was flabbergasted as well. There were at least 1,000 magic treasures flying out. Just this palace alone had so many magic treasures. Who knew how glorious the history of the sect under them was during the immortal epoch? Chi. An azure wolf flew over Xiaoqun's head. Then Xiaoqun made his move at lightning speed. A strand of saber chi of flawless bright moon descended from the sky and struck down the azure wolf. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the azure wolf landed in his grasp. It was a sword with a wolf head infused with many divine materials. Its blade was as clear as water, flickering with a dim 5-colored light. Xiaoqun placed a spiritual mark on it and infused his magic energy into it. The sword shrank and turned into a sword pill that landed in his palm. Brat, hand over the azure wolf magic treasure. The 3 old men who were chasing the azure wolf descended. When they saw Xiaoqun put away the sword pill, they immediately berated him. Xiaoqun glanced at them indifferently. They were all peak superior grade martial sages, so he could not be bothered to answer. Magic energy burned and the sword pill enlarged. Then, as Xiaoqun pointed with his finger, it turned into a beam of azure light and flew out. Pu-ci. Before the 3 old men could react, blood spurted out of their necks. Their heads separated from their bodies and they died without a complete corpse. Lord Jiu chuckled and quickly rushed forward. He quickly collected the superior grade spatial rings of the 3 old men and even fiddled around with the corpses. After following Xiaoqun for so long, Lord Jiu was already very familiar with this set of actions. Soon he returned. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said somewhat craftily, "Sorry, the 3 of them do not have any divine materials on them." Xiaoqun caressed the flickering wolf head sword with a dim 5-colored light. He entered deep thought, ignoring Lord Jiu's words. The speed of the wolf head sword was extraordinary. However, it paled in comparison to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Given its speed, the other party could easily dodge it. Xiaoqun glanced at the situation in the sky. Nearly all the Grandmaster-level martial sages were attracted by that golden bright heavenly phoenix, chasing after it. On the other hand, No Grandmaster-level martial sages chased after the other mutated beasts. This was normal. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages had king-grade secret treasures. Ordinary treasures would not catch their attention. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. He said, "Old Jiu, can your eyes remember all the magic treasures in the sky?" Birds and beasts flew wildly in the sky. Immortal chi spread everywhere and figures flickered. The entire sky above the outer sect turned chaotic. Lord Jiu casually glanced around and said in disdain, "How difficult is that? This Lord Jiu has a pair of shifty eyes. I might not be able to see other things, but when it comes to treasures even the size of a mosquito, I can see them all." Good. In that case, watch carefully. As long as someone snatches a magic treasure, immediately dig a hole and bring me over. Since those Grandmaster-level martial sages do not care for these treasures, I will reluctantly accept them all. When the old man heard this, his vision darkened and he nearly fainted. More than 1,000 magic treasures? That meant that he would have to dig more than 1,000 holes. "Lord Xiao, I'm calling you Lord now. Although this Lord Jiu is very fast at digging holes, you can't really treat me like a mouse. After digging more than 1,000 holes, my hand will probably break." Xiaoqin smiled calmly and said, "Strange. Didn't this Lord Jiu say earlier that you are a mouse? Now is the time for you to show off your skills." "Damn it, really damn it. I was just greedy for some divine materials earlier." The old man wanted to cry, but no tears came out. An aquamarine screen of light flew in the sky. Yun Qianhe and Gao Baiyu blocked a black tortoise. Gao Baiyu's speed increased, and he pulled the black tortoise into his palm. It was an ancient shield. Ripples of water flowed on the surface of the shield. The sound of gushing water came from it continuously. Gao Baiyu rejoiced as he carefully fiddled with the shield. "Great. It is actually a defensive magic treasure. The defenses of our heavenly music sect cultivators happen to be rather weak. If I turn this into a secret treasure, my strength will increase significantly." Envy appeared in Yun Tianhe's eyes. Defensive secret treasures were the most precious. Most cultivators hoped to have a good defensive secret treasure to protect their lives at a crucial moment. Gao Baiyu was in a good mood. When he saw the disappointment in Yun Tianhe's eyes, he smiled reassuringly and said, "Brother Yun, there is no need to be disappointed. There are many such magic treasures. Later, when we find another one, I will let you have it." "Ah. Many thanks, Brother Gao. Unfortunately, I do not know if it will still be a defensive magic treasure later." Yun Tianhe looked at the sky. The glistening golden heavenly phoenix flapped its wings in the distance, attracting the experts of the various sections. He said enviously, "That heavenly phoenix is the real good stuff. It is definitely a peak king-grade secret treasure. It has at least 100 divine materials infused into it." "Right. However, this is not the best treasure of the immortal sect remnant. The 9 heavenly palaces are the core of the entire immortal sect remnant. The treasures there will be even better. Perhaps even immortal tools will appear." "That is possible. I heard that the 3 great sects sent the blue-robed emperor. A few major characters from the Penglai Sea also came. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something we can participate in. I still need to collect a few more magic treasures. That bastard Xiaoqin destroyed the chimes. We have to quickly make up for the losses. There is a huge snake over there. It is spitting out clouds. It should be something good. Let's go." As the two spoke, they continued to look for targets in the air. Just as they were about to get up, the ground suddenly rumbled and a deep pit appeared. The two had not expected this at all. They immediately fell down. They felt very anxious and wanted to soar into the air. Starlight descended and a fluttering scarlet banner blocked the two's path. The astral banner unfurled, and 7 resplendent and dazzling astral pearls completely blocked the sky above them. Yun Qianhe and Gao Baiyu looked around and discovered Xiaoqin and Lord Jiu not far away. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. The mountains and rivers meet and the spring wind blows. "The two of you, we meet again." When the starlight shone on Xiaoqin, it made his aura stand out. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face. He looked cold and desolate, not showing any murderous intent. "Xiaoqin, you actually still dare to appear?" Gao Baiyu exclaimed hatefully. While standing on the starlight, Xiaoqin slowly stepped forward. "Why would I not dare? Without a Grandmaster-level martial sage, killing you is as easy as killing dogs." When Yun Qianhe thought of Xiaoqin's horrifying strength, he could not help but reveal an expression of horror. "We are elite disciples of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. If you kill us, our fathers and seniors are of high positions. If you kill us, you will thoroughly offend the 9 ranks of the great families. Don't overestimate yourself. You are not as important as you think. I do not fear the Frost Moon Palace or the Heavenly Music Sect. After saying that, Xiaoqin did not waste any more words with the two. An azure light flashed. At such a close distance the two could not dodge at all. The wolf-head sword chopped off their heads. Lord Jiu giggled and rushed forward. Then he skillfully removed the two spatial rings. When he returned, he respectfully handed the black tortoise shield to Xiaoqin. How many is this? Xiaoqin asked. Chapter 933. Lord Jiu quickly answered, That's 200 already. This Lord Jiu's hands are really sore. 200 is far from enough. Continue. Xiaoqin put away the astral banners, and Lord Jiu immediately leaped out, looking around with his beady eyes. He saw all the treasures flying around and immediately found his target. Then he jumped down and moved his hands. In the blink of an eye he dug out a tunnel hundreds of meters long. His speed was startlingly fast, simply breathtaking. Even Xiaoqin could not help but admire this. Some people's strengths could not be learned. Talent was talent. Even if a martial emperor came he would be tongue-tied. The two worked very well together. After a few moves Xiaoqin did not even need to show himself. Without anyone noticing, they collected more than 200 magic treasures, aside from the Heavenly Phoenix. Anyone who knew about this would be so startled that they could not close their mouths. Lord Jiu's innate talent was truly one of a kind. As the harvest increased he became as tired as a dog. However, he was incredibly excited. Xiaoqin gave him all the spatial rings of the people he killed. There was only one condition. If there were divine materials in there, they would belong to him. The rest did not matter. While the Grandmaster-level martial sages chased after the Heavenly Phoenix, Xiaoqin comprehended a saber soul and reached peak medial-grade martial sage. There was no one who could match him. As dusk approached, there were still 100 magic treasures that had not been collected. Lord Jiu was simply too tired. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin gave up. 900 magic treasures that could become king-grade secret treasures after some minor changes. This harvest was already frighteningly high. On a desolate mound in the Immortal Sect remnant, all sorts of magic treasures floated around Xiaoqin. All of them glowed with brilliant light and flickered with light. With one look, it was clear that they were infused with at least a few divine materials. Magic treasures did not pose any obstruction to Xiaoqin. He had magic energy and could use them directly. However, aside from the wolf-head sword, none of these magic treasures caught his eye. It was not just him. Any one of these magic treasures would not catch the eye of any Grandmaster-level martial sage. Only a horrifying number would be shocking. 900 king-grade secret treasures were enough to equip a sect. On the other side, Lord Jiu was happily leaning against a rock. He took out a spatial ring and inspected it. If there were any divine materials he would toss them out. Beside him was a 3-meter-tall pile of various divine materials. There were black-patterned gold, profound copper, heavenly gold ore and so on. Strictly speaking, there were divine materials in the black astral coins as well. However, the divine materials were rather rare, so Xiaoqin did not care about them. Hence, Lord Jiu benefited. The old man's beady eyes occasionally glanced at Xiaoqin, who was devouring magical treasures and divine materials. When he realized that Xiaoqin wasn't paying attention, he sneakily took a few spatial rings containing divine materials and embezzled them. This can't be considered corruption. Lord Jiu is exhausted, so no matter what, I have to take a little more. Right at this moment, a mournful wail suddenly sounded from the horizon. Xiaoqin looked up and saw a streak of bloody light in the west that was like the setting sun, dyeing the sky red for hundreds of miles. Someone finally took down the Heavenly Phoenix. Blood flowed endlessly from its neck, making the sky look like the setting sun. There were too many people fighting over the Heavenly Phoenix. The scene was extremely chaotic. Occasionally someone got knocked into the air. Only a few people could remain standing. Naturally, the most dazzling person was Wuxia. Lord Jiu laughed loudly and said, "What a bunch of fools. After fighting for so long, they did not obtain anything and got knocked into the air. There was only one Heavenly Phoenix. Only one person would obtain it. Most people would not end up with anything. All they hoped for was luck. However, how could there be so many luck in the world?" Right after the old man spoke, a beam of scarlet light landed on him. It was incredibly fast. Before the smile on Lord Jiu's face faded, he let out an intense, miserable shriek. His entire body smashed into the ground. The pile of several tons of divine materials at the side suddenly collapsed, burying the two of them. Pala! Two arms stretched out and pushed the divine materials to the side. The bloody young Master Yi Qin emerged with a pale complexion and a head full of red hair, coughing blood. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yi, unexpectedly we met again so soon." Yi Qin was stunned. When he saw the hundreds of magic treasures floating around Xiaoqin, his eyes went wide. He could not even be bothered to answer Xiaoqin's question. Yi Qin rubbed his eyes vigorously before he was sure that he was not hallucinating. He asked in disbelief, "You, how did you do it? This is too ridiculous." "Ridiculous my ass. Your butt is above this Lord Jiu's head. Quickly go away. This Lord Jiu was just greedy for some divine materials. There is no need to suffocate to death." Curses came from below. Yi Qin stood up awkwardly and pulled Lord Jiu, who nearly fainted. When the two saw Lord Jiu's miserable state, the lips of the usually proud Yi Qin twitched a few times. Then he apologized a few times. After the two rested for a while, Xiaoqin asked out of curiosity, "Who sent you flying? Based on your condition you seem to be severely injured. Which great Grandmaster level martial sage did it?" When Yi Qin heard that, he coughed awkwardly. Then he whispered, "I was sent flying by a woman. I was only one step away from obtaining that heavenly phoenix fan. However, for some reason, a woman appeared beside Di Wuk and sent me flying with one palm strike." As Yi Qin spoke, he clearly felt dissatisfied. No one would be happy about being sent flying by a sneak attack. The one who attacked was Tianyu Shi, the girl who always accompanied Di Wuk. She was silent but always made a move at the crucial moment. When Xiaoqin heard that, he immediately knew who did it. If nothing unexpected happened, the heavenly phoenix fan was in Di Wuk's hands. The blood of the heavenly phoenix dyed the sky red for 50 kilometers around, not scattering for a long time. It was like the setting sun in the paper-white sky, a ghastly sight. The heavenly phoenix's wings flickered with golden flames, forming a beautiful folding fan. As the flames danced, the melodious cries of the heavenly phoenix could be heard. His voice was filled with holy might, causing everyone to feel a sense of pressure. As Di Wuk held the heavenly phoenix fan, a smile appeared on his face. He moved his hand, casually toying with this powerful treasure fan. An indistinct divine kingdom appeared behind him. Several praises came from the divine kingdom, turning into the power of faith and pouring into Di Wuk's body. Rings of golden light appeared behind Di Wuk, making him look like a deity descending, exuding a supreme might. "Congratulations, divine son. This fan contains at least 1,000 divine materials. There is even the Holy Spirit of a heavenly phoenix in it. If you refine it in the future, it will definitely become an emperor-grade secret treasure." One of the 13 watchers stepped forward and praised. At the side, the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang and the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan stared at the golden bright heavenly phoenix fan with fervent expressions. Unfortunately, they were too late. In the end, Di Wuk obtained the heavenly phoenix fan. Under the scarlet sun, several Grandmaster-level martial sages and loose cultivators of the various sects all looked at the heavenly phoenix fan with fervent gazes. However, they were very rational and did not make a move on Di Wuk. If it were someone else who snatched the heavenly phoenix fan, the chaotic situation would not have calmed down so quickly. Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang went to Di Wuk's side and performed cupped fist salutes. "Congratulations, divine son, on obtaining the heavenly phoenix fan." Di Wuk had a head of white hair and an extraordinary aura. He gently closed the heavenly phoenix fan and tossed it to Xia Dongyang. "Brother Xia, take this heavenly phoenix fan as a greeting gift for agreeing to participate in the Heroes' Convention." Xia Dongyang was slightly stunned. He had not expected Di Wuk to be so generous, giving away the heavenly phoenix fan that he just obtained. This was a peak magic treasure of an immortal sect. After refining it slightly and using it as his life magic treasure, it would definitely become an emperor-grade secret treasure in the future. Xia Dongyang received the fan and joy flashed on his face. He said sincerely, "Divine Son truly lives up to being an outstanding talent of this age, the leader of our younger generation. Dongyang will definitely lead the disciples of my heavenly music sect to support you with all our might in the Heroes' Convention 2 years from now." Xiao Qinghan felt somewhat upset in his heart. Di Wuk invited him, but he did not immediately agree. He could not help feeling some regret. "Divine Son, although there are many palaces in the inner sect, it will not be easy to find another heavenly phoenix fan. Why did you give it away?" The leader of the keepers sent a voice projection to Di Wuk. "There is no problem. These are all external items. As long as the Heroes' Convention is held smoothly, I will be able to gather the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. At that time I will be able to accomplish it without spilling blood. The heavenly phoenix fan is nothing compared to the ambition of my ancestors for tens of thousands of years. Diwuk replied in secret. With a flip of his hand, he took out a piece of 10,000-year-old profound copper. Then he said politely to Xiao Qinghan, "Brother Xiao, this piece of 10,000-year-old profound copper is equivalent to 50 tons of ordinary profound copper. Whether you agree to my invitation or not, treat it as a greeting gift." Xiao Qinghan thought to himself, this move of Diwuk is truly brilliant. Xiao Qinghan had a competitive heart. In this great age he wanted to stand alone. However, from the looks of it now, the situation seemed to be on Diwuk's side. If Xiao Qinghan did not participate in the Heroes' Convention and leave his name on the Hero Monument, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qinghan accepted the 10,000-year-old profound copper. He smiled and said, "Divine Son is so polite. If Qinghan still does not know what's good for him, it would be inexcusable. 2 years from now, I will definitely lead the Frost Moon Palace disciples to support the Heroes' Convention." A magic treasure easily subdued these two influential people of the primal chaos domain. Diwuk's means were indeed incredible. This attracted the attention of several older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages in the surrounding crowd. It would be hard for such a person not to rise up in this age. Diwuk glanced at the few people in Buddhist robes in the north and reminded, "Brother Dongyang, be careful later. I believe that those immortal cultivators from the Penglai Sea will make a move on you." Xia Dongyang smiled and said, "Many thanks for the Divine Son's reminder. I know that these people are not easy to deal with. However, this is not the Penglai Sea. They will not be able to do anything. In that case, I will not say anything more. Let's go to the heavenly palaces. I wonder if there are any great Grandmaster-level martial sages who can knock open the doors of the heavenly palaces." Diwuk's group stopped chatting. They all circulated their secret treasures to protect themselves, easily destroying the restrictions along the way. Then they flew to the 9 heavenly palaces at the summit. When the others saw the situation, they locked onto a heavenly palace and flew over as well. On the slope, Yi Qin sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Lord Jiao was still tidying up the divine materials in his spatial ring. As for Xiao Qin, he was consuming magic treasures and cultivating the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Chapter 934. Each of the 900 magic treasures contained 10 kinds of divine materials, no less than 500 kilograms of each. However, refining them a second time would always result in a loss. Xiao Qin swallowed about 800 magic treasures before barely managing to cultivate the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. With the nourishment of the 500 kilograms of divine materials, the faint azure-colored dragon qi in Xiao Qin's body finally stopped being hazy and indistinct. It turned into a clear strand of dragon qi that swam around his body. With a thought, Xiao Qin opened all the acupoints in his body. Dragon roars rang out in his body, filling his entire body with explosive energy. Xiao Qin stood up and punched the ground. One dragon force, 5,000 kilograms of force, exploded out. A crack extended for 10 kilometers, splitting the flat ground in half. It looked extremely horrifying. Furthermore, this was just the force of one punch from Xiao Qin. When Yi Qin, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, saw this scene, he exclaimed, 800 magic treasures, and he swallowed them all. What cultivation technique is this brat cultivating? Why is the requirement so horrifying? When Yi Qin saw the strength that Xiao Qin displayed, he did not feel envious. Even if Xiao Qin had a cultivation technique like this, he would not cultivate it. 800 magic treasures were equivalent to the savings of a rank 8 sect. Such a cultivation technique would not last long in the end. No sect could afford it. 500 kilograms of divine materials nourished one dragon force. The second layer required 10 dragon force before one could condense the blue dragon battle armor. The amount of divine materials required was indeed astronomical. Xiao Qin withdrew his fist and looked at the remaining 100 magic treasures. Then he stretched out his hand and placed them in his universe ring. He temporarily gave up on cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. "Brother Yi, what are your thoughts now?" Xiao Qin asked as he walked over. A murderous intent flashed in Yi Qin's eyes. Naturally, catching up to Diwuk and returning the favor to that woman. "I have never suffered such a huge loss before." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I wish you success. I won't send you off. They're going to the heavenly palace now. Don't tell me you don't want to go?" The bloody young master Yi Qin said as he looked straight at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin said calmly, "What's wrong? If I go, will I be slapped back like you?" "You?" Yi Qin felt stifled. he said sullenly. Indeed, you are still as cowardly as before. No wonder Yi Qin looked down on you for hanging out with this scoundrel. Lord Jiu had a depressed look on his face. In his heart, he felt that the burly man was innocent and had been shot while lying down. Xiaoqin didn't argue with him. Whatever you say, I won't go to the heavenly palace now. Yi Qin flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Then he picked up his saber and moved further away from Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin watched as the other party disappeared from his sight. He shook his head slightly. What a pity. Xiaoqin opened his mouth and spat out the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then he waved his hand and poured all the divine materials beside Lord Jiu into the cauldron. At the same time, the lunar true flame in Xiaoqin's left eye shot out. This was still not enough. Xiaoqin kept only half of the remaining 100 magic treasures. Then he tossed the rest into the cauldron and melted them. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grasped the Big Dipper banner flickering with tricolor light. After the divine materials in the cauldron were extracted, he tossed the Big Dipper banner into the cauldron. The Big Dipper banner started to undergo another transformation. Naturally, Xiaoqin wanted to enter the heavenly palace of the immortal sect remnant. However, without strength, what could he do? Before a great Grandmaster level martial sage, he could not even block one move. The great Grandmaster level martial sage could send him out with one slap. He would just be seeking his own humiliation. Wuxia had roped in a group of geniuses. Be it the 13 keepers behind him or the divine daughter Tianyu Shi, who he would never abandon. Just Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang were already difficult to deal with. With such confidence, Wuxia dared to move around without fear. Even a regular great Grandmaster level martial sage would have to retreat when they saw him. Xiaoqin was alone and there were countless people who wanted to kill him. If he did not prepare more trump cards, there would only be one result: death. The 9 heavenly palaces gave off a multicolored light, illuminating for 50 kilometers around. Rumor had it that there were immortal tools. Immortal tools and emperor-grade secret treasures were existences on par with each other. The 3 basic symbols of the 9 ranks of the great families were Emperor Wu, an emperor-grade secret treasure, and a Holy Spirit vein. Only with all 3 could one be considered the 9 ranks of the great families. The number of these 3 represented the strength and accumulations of a rank 9. If there really was an immortal tool, the various 9 ranks of the great families would definitely send out the blue-robed emperor to fight for it. In the past few days, explosions rang out endlessly in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Occasionally, one could see even more horrifying scenes of the sky tearing apart. That was when a great Grandmaster-level martial sage expert brought out the might of a king-grade secret treasure to 120%, creating a temporary tear in space. The space of the Kunlun realm was very stable. Without reaching the level of the blue-robed emperor, one could not tear space no matter how strong one was, no matter how strong one was, no matter how strong one was. Now, before the blue-robed emperor appeared, he already saw the scene of space tearing. This showed how strong the restrictions of the 9 heavenly palaces were. However, all this did not have much to do with Xiaoqin. He was currently infusing hundreds of tons of divine materials into the Big Dipper banner, allowing the 7 astral pearls to reach an unprecedented height. As the divine materials infused in, starlight fell from the sky. At first, it turned into specks of starlight. Finally, it turned into a curtain of starlight, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer in the night. This attracted several cultivators to come and take a look. They all thought that a strange treasure had appeared and were incredibly excited. Xiaoqin used lightning-quick means, killing all the cultivators who came near. 3 days later, the Big Dipper banner finally gained new life. Its quality improved again, reaching the level of a peak king-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it had 3 different states of massacre, death, and ruin. It could suppress secret treasures of the same grade. With this astral banner, Xiaoqin was confident of killing the demonic brilliant 2 elders, not giving them a chance to flee. He would also be able to hold his own against great Grandmaster-level martial sages. He would have no problem protecting himself. Withdraw. The starlight filling the sky gathered. Xiaoqin grasped the Big Dipper banner. Red chi of massacre, black chi of death, and gray chi of ruin mixed with the starlight, flickering endlessly. The banner unfurled and the 7 astral pearls gave off a dazzling light. This was especially so for the Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta astral pearls, which were infused with thrones. They looked even stranger. As Xiaoqin held the banner, he casually swung it. Starlight spread out like the wind, surging out. Several hidden restrictions in the sky instantly broke, bursting out with dazzling light. Such might was obvious. However, Xiaoqin frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. Compared to the previous fusion when the three thrones underwent a complete transformation, this was only a quantitative change and not a qualitative one. If Xiaochen wanted a qualitative change, he would have to find the other four thrones or obtain the inheritance of the Big Dipper Palace and use the Astral Palace's secret technique to activate the Big Dipper banner. Only then could the might of the Big Dipper banner truly be brought out. Bang! Dirt flew everywhere on the ground. Lord Jiu leaped out with a shifty look on his face. He said excitedly, "It's broken. The restrictions of the 9 astral palaces are all broken. The strength of these great Grandmaster-level martial sages is truly horrifying." A thought occurred to Xiaochen. He carefully put away the Big Dipper banner and asked, "How many great Grandmaster-level martial sages did you see?" Lord Jiu thought for a while before replying, "4 of them are powerhouses of the primal chaos domain, infamous loose cultivators. 3 of them are inner sect first elders of the Muddy Sky Gate, the Frost Moon Palace, and the Heavenly Music Sect. The other 2 seem to be experts from the Heavenly Starry Ocean. There should be some hidden great Grandmaster-level martial sages that I did not notice." On the surface, there were now 9 great Grandmaster-level martial sages, more than Xiaochen expected. Xiaochen looked at the 9 astral palaces in the distance. After a while, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He said calmly, "Lead the way then." Lord Jiu's eyes flashed with excitement. The restrictions of the 9 astral palaces had been broken one after another. He had been itching for a long time. However, Xiaochen remained unmoved, focusing all his attention on refining the Big Dipper banner. Now Xiaochen was finally going to make his move. This was a person that Lord Jiu could not see through at all. To Lord Jiu, Xiaochen was like a dormant true dragon. When he did not move, he would be indifferent. When he moved, his name would spread everywhere, able to pierce through the sky. Lord Jiu, who was already very familiar with the route, quickly led the way. Along the way he saw dilapidated palaces everywhere. Occasionally the light of treasures soared into the sky. However, these did not attract much attention. The 9 astral palaces floating at the top of the mountain attracted the attention of all the cultivators here. They could not wait to obtain stronger magic treasures. The higher Xiaochen went, the more eye-catching the 7-colored light becoming dazzling and dazzling. The 9 astral palaces were arranged in a ring with the mountain as the center. As Xiaochen stood at the summit, he sensed his surroundings. He felt that the 9 astral palaces seemed to form a formation, suppressing something at the top of the mountain. It was suppressing something at the top of the mountain. The flat mountain top was like a jade platform, nothing could be seen. However, when Xiaochen punched the summit, the force of 1 dragon force, 5,000 tons of force, struck it, it did not budge at all. Not a single rock on the entire mountain moved. It was as if the flat jade platform had absorbed his energy. This further confirmed Xiaochen's guess. The 9 majestic astral palaces were indeed a formation. Since it was a formation, it had to have a formation core. He did not know which heavenly palace was the formation core. If he could control the heavenly palace where the formation core was, he would be able to control it. If he could control the astral palace where the formation core was, he would be able to break the seal and let the mysterious thing at the bottom of the mountain see the light of day again. It looked like the rumors of an immortal equipment here were not baseless. Xiaochen was not the only one who figured out the secret of the 9 astral palaces. However, which astral palace was the formation core? "Old brother Xiao, have you chosen?" "This Lord Jiu cannot wait any longer," the old man urged as he rubbed his hands together. Xiaochen recovered his wits and laughed self-mockingly. "So what if I find the formation core? When the immortal equipment appears, the blue-robed emperor will definitely make a move. A regular king-grade magic treasure would not be able to attract the blue-robed emperor's attention. However, when the immortal equipment appears, the blue-robed emperor will definitely make a move. Before the blue-robed emperor, even great Grandmaster-level martial sages would be trash. Xiaochen was just a peak medial-grade martial sage. What was the point of thinking so much? The current him could not compete for the immortal equipment. Xiaochen leaped up and entered an astral palace. The sounds of intense fighting immediately entered his ears, and a vast world appeared before him. The astral palace was several times larger than it looked from the outside. A large number of magic treasures floated in the palace. The auras of several of them were no weaker than the heavenly phoenix fan. These were peak secret treasures infused with thousands of divine materials, treasures that even great Grandmaster-level martial sages would be tempted by. However, every magic treasure had strong restrictions around it. Breaking them would not be easy. Chapter 935. There were sword formations, flame beacons, illusion formations, baleful ice formations, devouring demonic formations and all sorts of horrifying restrictions, dazzling the eyes. A miserable shriek resounded. Xiaoqin turned his head to look and saw a peak superior grade martial sage using a secret treasure. This martial sage wanted to forcefully break a restriction to snatch the treasure. However, a sword chi pierced through him, instantly killing him. When Xiaoqin looked deeper, the light of treasures there became even more intense. Even when he extended his spiritual sense, he could not clearly make out what was happening. It was all Grandmaster-level martial sages fighting. Bang! Just as Xiaoqin and Lord Jiu were about to move forward, a white-haired figure suddenly landed at their feet. When Xiaoqin saw this person's face, he could not help smiling faintly. "Brother Yi, we meet again." This person was Yi Qin. However, he did not look like he was in good condition. He was severely injured and someone was chasing him. "Yi Qin, weren't you very arrogant in the heavenly starry ocean back then? Why are you lying down now?" Starlight filled the sky as a few people arrived on the starlight. The person leading them held an astral banner as he strode over with great strides, showing an incredibly arrogant expression. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. The astral banner in this person's hand had 7 astral pearls embroidered on it. It was the Big Dipper banner, a complete and flawless astral banner. When the girl beside this person saw Xiaoqin, she immediately cried out, "Senior brother Luoqi, he is Xiaoqin. He is the one who snatched away our life Big Dipper banners." Yi Qin coughed a few times and stood up with a smile. "Luoqi, you are only this capable. If not for Di Wuck and the 13 keepers injuring me, killing you would be as easy as killing an ant. Even at death's door, you still dare to be so stubborn." Luoqi waved the Big Dipper banner. As the banner fluttered, a strong wind formed by astral energy surged over. Yi Qin swung his saber to block. However, he could not help vomiting another mouthful of blood as he crashed into Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin stepped forward and placed his hand on Yi Qin's shoulder. Then he applied some force and removed the force from Yi Qin's body. Then he pulled Yi Qin behind him. Luoqi stood in the air and frowned. He held the Big Dipper banner and said arrogantly, "Xiaoqin, I've heard of you. All the experts in this hall want to kill you. Hand over my martial brother and sister's natal zhou, and I'll pretend I didn't see you." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said without a care, "However, I saw you." "But I saw you?" When Luoqi of the 7 Stars Palace heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. This fellow was crazy. All he had to do now was shout, and a large number of people would immediately come to take his life. Yet he still dared to be so arrogant. "I obtained 10 types of divine materials from Di Wuck, 5,000 kilograms of each. Now this Big Dipper banner is no longer the same as it was in the past. Even the life flags of the Big Dipper Palace's elders cannot compare to mine." Luoqi stretched out his hand and the Big Dipper banner unfurled. Starlight flickered, and the 7 astral pearls gave off a dazzling light. The tip of the banner pointed at Xiaoqin. The starlight in the sky immediately gathered together, giving off a dazzling cold light. It looked like it would shoot out at any moment, destroying everything before it. Luoqi's gaze turned cold as he continued, "Where do you get your confidence from? To think that you dare to be so unbridled before me. Hand over my martial brother and sister's life flags. Otherwise I will shout and you will die a tragic death." Xiaoqin smiled coldly and said, "In that case, go ahead and shout. Try and see if you can shout my name, Xiaoqin." Luoqi laughed loudly and said sullenly, "Is your name some kind of taboo? I will shout it now and let everyone in the heavenly palace know. The many experts will crush you to bits." Luoqi did not fear Xiaoqin at all. He took a deep breath and circulated his veritable essence energy, preparing to let the heavenly music sect, the Frost Moon Palace, the many loose cultivators, and the sects whose disciples Xiaoqin killed know. Xiao. Law energy surged and veritable essence energy surged. The word Xiao resounded like thunder, deafening. However, Luoqi could not say the final word, Qin. A resplendent starlight, several times stronger than the light of the astral banner in Luoqi's hand, suddenly shot out from Xiaoqin's hand, instantly blinding Luoqi for a short while. Boundless massacre chi surged out. The tip of the banner was like a spear tip, stabbing into Luoqi's throat, preventing him from saying the last word he wanted to say. Before Luoqi died, he did not see how Xiaoqin attacked. Bang! Starlight exploded and the tricolored lights of massacre, death and ruin flickered. Luoqi's head directly exploded. Xiaoqin shook his wrist and the Big Dipper banner unfurled. A red light flashed, and the fluttering banner swept through the mountains and rivers, turning Luoqi's fellow disciples into bits. The newly refined Big Dipper banner, together with the massacre throne, revealed its sharpness and instantly dealt with this group of people. Lord Jiu, who was at the side, quickly flew over. His movements were extremely practiced, and he immediately pulled out the spatial rings of these people. Yi Chen was flabbergasted. The sharpness that Xiao Chen displayed earlier even made him feel some fear. This was completely different from Xiao Chen's calm and delicate air. "This is why you refused to leave that day. What secret treasure is this?" Yi Chen asked. "The cycle banner. I refined it myself. Now is not the time to talk. The commotion that Luo Qi caused earlier will definitely attract some people over. Let's leave first." Xiao Chen put away the astral banner and led the two away. It was clearly inappropriate to call this banner the Big Dipper banner. After infusing the massacre, death, and ruin thrones into it, it was already very different from the Big Dipper Palace's Big Dipper banner. The word cycle happened to represent Xiao Chen's ambition. Not long after the three of them left, two figures arrived in a flash. One was a man and one was a woman, both with white hair and delicate faces. With one look, it was clear that they were from the deity race. One of them was the divine daughter, Tianyu Shi, and the other was a member of the Keepers. When the deity race man saw Luo Qi's headless corpse, he frowned and said, "Although this fellow was not strong, the divine sun still needed him to establish a connection with the Zodiac Hall. If he just died like that, it will be somewhat problematic. We can only get Wuk to personally make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean," Tianyu Shi said after checking the surroundings. Before he died, he said the word Xiao. Could the one who killed him be Xiao Chen? It doesn't seem like it. The lingering astral energy in the air is also the remnant of 3 high-ranked states. It should have been 4 people working together to instantly kill him. Tianyu Shi analyzed rationally. However, the word Xiao is also a clue. Xiao Chen might be among them. Let's go back. Golden light flickered. The two ignored the magic treasures and the restrictions along the way and the cultivators breaking the restrictions. They flew directly to the center of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was vast, filled with restrictions and treasure lights. Xiao Chen led the two into an empty restriction. After searching through the spatial ring of the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin, he found a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries and handed it to the bloody young master Yi Chen. Yi Chen was severely injured. After thanking Xiao Chen, he received the medicinal pill. After Yi Chen swallowed the medicinal pill, he felt his injuries recover quickly. His expression turned strange. In mere moments, his internal injuries had recovered by 80 to 90%. "You gave me a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries?" Yi Chen asked as he stood up. Xiao Chen nodded. Sage-grade medicinal pills were incredibly precious. However, as a Grandmaster Alchemist of the Medicine God Valley, Mr. Qin had collected quite a few. He had a bottle of medicinal pills for treating injuries, detoxifying, strengthening one's foundation, and strengthening one's essence. Each bottle contained 10 medicinal pills. To Xiao Chen, these were not very rare items. Yi Chen thought for a while before saying, "In the future, when we go to the heavenly starry ocean, I will return this favor. Goodbye." Xiao Chen could not help feeling stunned for a moment. What is this fellow trying to do? Could it be that he still remembers Tianyu Shi's palm strike and wants to get into trouble again? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon Yi Chen returned. Xiao Chen thought that he had thought things through. Who knew? Yi Chen said, "Do you have any more sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries? I'll keep one as a backup." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then he tossed all but one of the jade bottles containing medicinal pills for treating injuries to him. Yi Chen caught the jade bottle and gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then he turned around and left. Lord Jiu smiled heartlessly and said, "Soon we will see him fall at our feet again." Xiao Chen did not reply. He could tell that Yi Chen was proud and arrogant. Wherever he fell, he would definitely climb back up. However, it was easier said than done to injure Tianyu Shi. If it were a one-on-one fight, Yi Chen might have a 50% chance of victory. However, the possibility of doing so while surrounded by a group of experts was practically zero. Boom. With one punch, one dragon force erupted with 5,000 tons of force. Xiao Chen casually broke the restrictions of this place and grabbed a pagoda-shaped magic treasure. After taking a few glances, Xiao Chen saw that there were less than 10 kinds of divine materials in it. He lost interest and tossed it to Lord Jiu. Lord Jiu happily received it. He thought to himself, no matter how bad a king-grade magic treasure is, I can sell it for a lot of money. Along the way, Xiao Chen no longer hid his strength. He broke all the restrictions along the way and headed straight for the inner part of the palace, where the treasure light was the strongest. That was a peak king-grade magic treasure. Xiao Chen had magic energy and did not need to refine it. He could use it and bring out its might to its fullest. Xiao Chen's possessiveness over it was stronger than anyone else's. The restrictions broke one after another, attracting the attention of the surrounding cultivators. However, Xiao Chen was too fast. All they saw was a flash of white light, and the restrictions and the magic treasures in them disappeared. After passing the outer layer, Xiao Chen stopped. In front of him was a restriction at the very edge of the inner layer. The restriction was a sword formation. 9 black swords stood in all directions according to a profound position, encasing the space. Black sword chi leaped out from the sword formation carrying a dense death chi. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, deterring anyone from clashing with it. The sword chi was present at all times. Even if one had a king-grade secret treasure to protect them, they would find it hard to move. Xiao Chen looked down and saw a few cultivators lying on the ground of the restriction. They were all Grandmaster-level martial sages, completely devoid of life force and in a miserable state. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the restrictions here were completely different from the ones he casually broke outside. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was a pair of white wings in the restriction made of an unknown holy beast's bone. The wings fluttered in the air, moving strangely fast. 2 people chased closely behind the wings. However, they brushed past each other several times. They even nearly got injured by the sword chi containing the death chi. When Xiao Chen clearly saw the appearances of the two, he revealed a smile on his face. As the saying went, it was a small world. Chapter 936. Most of the people in the inner hall wanted to kill him. Xiao Chen had already made preparations. However, he had not expected that the first one he would face would be the demonic brilliant 2 elders, who had forced him to flee in a sorry state back then. Within the sword formation, the black sword chi whizzed over, roaring madly. A secret treasure hovered above the heads of the demonic brilliant 2 elders, blocking the attacks of the death sword chi. The hemp-robed old man held a red flaming fan above his head. Xiao Chen had experienced the might of this fan before. With one fan, the sky changed color, and flames burned for 50 kilometers around. These two were only slightly weaker than great Grandmaster-level martial sages, possessing the might of peak king-grade secret treasures. The might of peak king-grade secret treasures could be brought out at 100%. Compared to a regular Grandmaster-level martial sage who could only bring out the might of an ordinary king-grade secret treasure, the difference was like heaven and earth. The middle-aged man's secret treasure was a scarlet military insignia. It contained the souls of many soldiers and materialized strong killing chi. When combined with the army killing fist that he cultivated, its might was unparalleled. The two's life king-grade secret treasures were not defensive secret treasures. They could only be used for offense. When facing the attacks of the death sword chi, the two could not go all out. They had to divert some attention to block these sword chi. If the two had a strong defensive secret treasure, they could focus all the might of their life secret treasure on subduing the white wings. They would not have to put in as much effort as they did now. Whoosh! The white wings looked like they were alive as they flapped gently. Countless bright feathers fell down, giving off a crystalline light. Then they tossed the demonic brilliant 2 elders aside. Damn it! Rage flashed on the middle-aged man's face. When he punched, boundless killing chi surged out, shattering the sword chi flying at him. However, the sword chi did not stop. The white wings led the two to a tribulation point in the formation. When they landed, boundless sword chi surged over like a ferocious army of the dead. Illusions appeared before the two's eyes as they got trapped in the ancient underworld river battlefield. The sword chi was like a ferocious army of the dead moving around. Illusions appeared before the two's eyes as they got trapped in the ancient underworld river battlefield. With a thought, Xiao Chen, who was hidden in a small restriction, prepared to make a move to snatch the treasures. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, he sensed 4 powerful auras and retracted his foot. Ha ha ha. The demonic brilliant 2 elders, who are somewhat famous in the profound domain, are only SOSO. We, the Black Mountain 4 bandits, will be taking this peak king-grade magic treasure. Within the death sword formation 4 old men jumped in. The one in the lead was full of energy, his face was red, his hair was black, and he wore a large black robe with wide sleeves. His cultivation was unfathomable, no weaker than the demonic brilliant 2 elders. The other 3 old men were slightly weaker. However, they were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Each of them held a high-quality king-grade secret treasure in their hands as they destroyed the death sword chi flying over. Lord Jiu, who was cowering in the restriction, said with a grave expression, "To think that these 4 old fellows came as well." Xiao Chen was surprised. "You know him?" "Ah, I have never seen them before. However, most of the loose cultivators in the primal chaos domain have heard of these 4 old fellows. Their boss, Meng Bai, ranks in the top 20 of the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. With his demon-subduing staff technique, who knows how many aggrieved spirits he has killed. The Primal Chaos Domain was the lair of all the evil cultivators in the world. For this Meng Bai to rank in the top 20 of the Evil Cultivator ranking, he definitely had something extraordinary about him. Xiao Qin started calculating in his heart. If it were just the demonic brilliant two elders, he would still be confident of killing them and snatching their treasures. However, now that the Black Mountain 4 bandits had arrived, he would have to plan properly. Xiao Qin withdrew the killing qi in his eyes and focused his spiritual sense in his eyes. He peered through the layers of Death Sword qi and saw the situation of the sword formation. Bang! Although the demonic brilliant two elders were trapped in the killing illusion formation, they were not ignorant of the situation outside. When they sensed a strong enemy approaching, they stopped hiding their strength. They quickly used their secret treasures and charged out of the illusion formation in one go. Meng Bai, you old fogey. How dare you try to snatch treasures from us, the demonic brilliant two elders? Are you tired of living? The middle-aged man had a fiery temper. When he leaped out, he immediately threw a punch. The army-killing fist, which was accompanied by the army of heroic spirits in the scarlet military emblem, was like a huge army charging over. Meng Bai chuckled and did not stop, continuing to grab the white wing. Meng Bai's three companions flew over and executed their various means. With the combined strength of the three, they blocked the middle-aged man's tyrannical punch. The scarlet heroic spirits scattered in the sword formation. The death sword qi drifting in the air was easily shattered. The 9 black swords that formed the sword formation all trembled slightly. This showed how tyrannical the might of this punch was. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at one of the black swords for a while before slowly shifting his gaze away. Just as Meng Bai was about to grab the white wing, a huge flaming hand with clear patterns descended from the sky and smashed at Meng Bai. Bang! Meng Bai cursed, and a 2-meter-long black demon slaughtering staff appeared in his hand. He swung it through the air and shattered the huge flaming hand into countless flames. The hemp-robed old man smiled faintly as he held the flaming fan in his hand. Then he blocked Meng Bai and said, "Brother Meng Bai, it has been more than 10 years since we last met. Your infamy has become even greater. Now you even dare to snatch the things of us, the demonic brilliant two elders." A ferocious glint flashed in Meng Bai's eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You dog. 10 years ago you beat me up like a dog in the profound domain. Now I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Meng Bai's figure flashed and his staff descended from the sky. An incredibly huge, ferocious, ancient Buddhist sect guardian deity appeared behind him. The guardian deity roared at the hemp-robed old man. With one roar, it shattered the death sword qi. The hemp-robed old man remained unruffled. He gently fanned the flaming fan, and 999 flaming tornadoes howled out, blocking the demon slaughtering Vajra's sky-breaking staff strike. Be it the momentum of the burning clouds or the momentum of the demon slaughtering Vajra that Meng Bai materialized, they were nearly perfect, possessing great might. When the two forces clashed, the 9 swords buzzed and trembled. The battle was incredibly intense. However, the eyes of the two, everyone's eyes, were fixated on the white wings at all times. Suddenly, an old man leaped out of a restriction at the side, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to reap the benefits. While both sides were fighting excitedly, this old man used a defensive secret treasure and easily caught up to the wings. A look of joy flashed in his eyes as he reached out to grab them. Boom! Both sides stopped fighting at the same time. Immediately, all sorts of heaven-ranked martial techniques and king-grade secret treasures attacked like a gushing waterfall. The old man did not even have time to say a word. The king-grade secret treasure protecting the old man shattered, and his physical body exploded into a scarlet light. The death sword formation blew and swallowed up the old man's life essence. Both sides were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. They had long since gained intelligence and knew that they had been in the inner palace for some time. They knew that in this inner palace, someone would jump out and take advantage of the situation. Now that the battle had reached this point, naturally, neither side wanted such a thing to happen. If someone jumped out to take advantage of the situation, both sides would definitely work together to crush that person. When Lord Jiu saw this, his heart thumped heavily. He was flabbergasted. A Grandmaster-level martial sage who can summon wind and rain outside died just like that. This is really cruel. Fortunately, this Lord Jiu did not charge in earlier. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He also found this somewhat problematic. Unless it was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage or an equal number of people, it would be very difficult to jump in and snatch the treasures. It was not easy to reap the benefits, especially before a group of intelligent old monsters. If one was not careful, one would die without a complete corpse, consigned to eternal damnation. Brother Xiao, let's go and try our luck in there. The earlier death of a Grandmaster-level martial sage had frightened Lord Jiu. However, Xiaoqin shook his head and did not say anything. If he could not clear the stage before him, how could he gain anything by going further in? There were a total of 10 strong restrictions in the inner palace. The competition in each one was extremely intense. Looking at the dried corpses littering the sword formation in front, one could easily imagine what kind of massacre the demonic brilliant two elders had gone through to survive until now. Going forward, the surviving Grandmaster-level martial sages were definitely no weaker than the demonic brilliant two elders. They might even be stronger. Buzz. 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 Another intense clash took place in the formation. The demon subduing Vajra roared ferociously, and its staff swept out in all directions like a mountain, smashing the flames and hurricanes until Wei Wei trembled. The 9 swords vibrated violently once again. They buzzed and emitted a terrifying black sword chi. Now! Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and punched, shattering the restrictions around him. Then he stepped on an electric light and soared into the sky. Xiaoqin's target was not the white wings but the king of the sword formation, the black death sword that commanded the other 8 swords. As Xiaoqin charged at the sword, he only glanced at the white wings on the other side and ignored them. By the time the others noticed him, Xiaoqin's right hand had already grasped the sword hilt firmly. Xiaoqin. A white figure with fluttering long hair and a blue Neptune headscarf on his forehead appeared. His facial features were delicate and handsome. The demonic brilliant two elders immediately recognized Xiaoqin due to his familiar attire. Overwhelming rage and murderous intent immediately blazed in their eyes. When the middle-aged man saw Xiaoqin holding the black death sword, he laughed loudly and said, "What an idiot! The death chi in this sword can instantly drain all cultivators, aside from those of the ghost race and corpse race, into dried corpses." When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiaoqin appear, a murderous intent surged. He wanted to toss aside Meng Bai and eliminate Xiaoqin. However, when the hemp-robed old man saw Xiaoqin recklessly grasping the death sword's hilt, he immediately smiled coldly and stopped moving. He is Xiaoqin. The Black Mountain Four bandits stopped at the same time and looked at this famous person of the Kunlun realm, the descendant of the Qing emperor who would be conferred king in half a year. When their gazes fell on the immortal spirit ring on Xiaoqin's left hand, they all revealed greedy gazes. As they sized up Xiaoqin, they felt that he was a human-shaped treasure trove. Everyone in the world knew that the 3 holy masters did not support Xiaoqin. Now that they killed Xiaoqin, not only could they obtain the treasures on him, but they could also use his head to claim rewards from the various sections. They could also raise their own prestige. Just think about it. If news of killing the descendant of the Qing emperor spread, how glorious would that be? We, the Black Mountain Four bandits, will be taking his head. Meng Bai smiled. The sinister and ugly demon vanquishing Vajra behind him also revealed a horrifying smile. Chapter 937. The hemp-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Is it your turn to collect it? This brat snatched our primal essence nature pill and has an irreconcilable grudge with us demonic brilliant two elders. You'd best be smarter. This old man will use the full power of the army killing fist. Even if the 4 of you attack together, you will still be blasted into dregs." The middle-aged man clenched his fist and crackled loudly. Many heroic spirits appeared and disappeared in the scarlet military seal, turning into boundless killing chi. Meng Bai laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? If you really dare to use the full power of the army killing fist before you can kill the enemy, you will be turned into an idiot by the killing chi first. The Xiao is really in high demand. I can kill anyone. It seems like anyone can trample on me and become famous. However, are you worthy of taking my head?" Xiaoqin, who was enveloped in a layer of black death chi, suddenly narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at the 6. The cycle banner in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness unfurled. The Merak star, which had merged with the death throne, gave off surging death chi like a surging river flowing endlessly. This deathly aura instantly blocked the deathly aura coming from the longsword. Then it flowed into the longsword ceaselessly. Meng Bai and the others immediately felt that something was wrong. They saw the other 8 swords buzzing, and the black sword chi drifting in the formation slowly grew stronger, nearly turning solid. "Oh no! This brat is trying to strengthen the might of the sword formation to trap us." The hemp-robed old man's expression changed. Originally, he only needed to use the flaming fan to easily shatter the sword chi. Now, it was incredibly difficult to deal with. He had to repeat it 3 to 5 times before he could destroy the sword chi flying over. Kill him. We can't let him continue like this. The others felt that something was wrong. They either took out their secret treasures or directly sent out their killing moves. All sorts of attacks flew at Xiao Qin, giving off a terrifying might and multicolored light. With so many Grandmaster-level martial sages attacking together, even with Xiao Qian's current physical body, if he got struck, he would end up no better than the old man who had been blasted into dregs earlier. However, they did not know that the sword in Xiao Qian's hand was the king of the swords in this sword formation. It commanded the 8 swords. They would have to face sword chi that was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than the sword formation. The death chi in the cycle banner poured in endlessly. The sword in Xiao Qian's hand emitted a black light that soared into the sky, suppressing the glow of the white wings in the formation. Chi. Sword shadows erupted like a mountain torrent. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, along with the cries of countless vengeful spirits. When the 10,000 swords merged together, they destroyed the killing moves of Meng Bai and the others, forcing them to retreat in a sorry state. Xiao Qin, have a fair fight with me if you have the guts. I'll blow you up with one punch. The middle-aged man roared furiously. His army-killing fist was a close-range combat technique. In the previous wave of attacks, he was the one who was injured the most by the death sword. The hemp-robed old man and Meng Bai's expressions were extremely unsightly as they faced the increasingly sharp death sword chi in the air. Looking at Xiao Qin, he gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear Xiao Qin into pieces and grind his bones into dust. The cultivations of the other 3 Black Mountain 4 bandits were weaker in the first place. Their situation was even worse. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "A fair fight? To think that you are not embarrassed to say that. Back then, who was the one who worked together to bully me, willing to be Mr. Qin's lackey? Today, you demonic brilliant 2 elders only have yourselves to blame. Just wait to be sucked dry by the death sword chi." Facing the increasingly stronger death sword chi, the situation of the 6 people trapped in the formation became increasingly difficult. Many sword wounds appeared on their bodies, and a significant amount of their life force was immediately sucked away. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Just as he was about to add more force and pour in all the remaining death chi in the cycle banner to refine the 6 to death, a strong aura appeared in the inner hall. In the inner hall, a strong aura was flying towards them rapidly. Black light soared into the sky, and the vengeful spirits howled. Even the treasure light was suppressed. It would be hard for the cultivators not to be curious. Xiao Qin decisively stopped, giving up on this excellent opportunity to kill the 6. He turned into a flash of saber light and charged into the formation. Then he made a move at lightning speed and grabbed the white wings in the air. After losing the death chi that Xiao Qin poured in, the might of the sword formation immediately slowed. The 6 took advantage of this opportunity to attack together. Boom! The 6 broke through the death chi filling the air and charged out of the restriction. Their gazes turned cold. Ignoring their injuries, they chased after Xiao Qin. Whoosh! The 6 had just taken one step when a beam of 3-colored starlight flickering with the power of massacre, death, and ruin suddenly shot out from the direction Xiao Qin had taken. The starlight was like a pillar. With a loud bang, it knocked the 6 people to the ground. How reckless! Do you really think that I do not dare to kill you? A cold voice came from the front. Xiao Qin had returned while holding the cycle banner. When he saw the death sword chi injuring the 6 people to the point where their life force was drained, he shouted coldly. The 6 were startled. They suddenly recalled that they were not even at half their peak state. They had not completely eliminated the death chi in their bodies. They were probably not a match for Xiao Qin. They all stood up and retreated, riding on their king-grade secret treasures. Xiao Qin purposely scared the 6 away. Then Lord Jiu sneakily came out and said, "Brother Xiao, you are really something. You managed to chase away 6 Grandmaster-level martial sages." Xiao Qin put away the cycle banner and said, "Let's go quickly. Someone is coming." Clearly, Xiao Qin did not charge back on a whim. Instead, he wanted these people to follow him. The experts who came after hearing the news would definitely give chase as well. Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Qin and Lord Jiu quickly left this place together. Soon a large group of people arrived. Without exception, they were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Among them, there was no lack of experts on the level of the demonic brilliant 2 elders. The few of them looked at the empty sword formation, and a look of pity appeared on their faces. They were too late. Someone had finally managed to subdue one of the 10 top-grade king-grade magic treasures. After walking for a long time, Xiao Qin and Lord Jiu arrived at a small restriction. When they saw that no one was chasing them, they heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, that pair of white wings appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. When the wings spread out, they were 10 meters long. Dense feathers covered the frame of the wings, at least 10,000 of them. Xiao Chen looked carefully. The crystalline white feathers gave off a faint white light. A gentle breeze swayed gently between the wings. Each feather had small inscriptions carved on it, and immortal qi flowed through them. Xiao Chen felt the taste of freedom. It was like as long as he wore these wings, he could come and go as he pleased, no matter how big the world was. Suddenly, Xiao Chen exclaimed softly and sent his spiritual sense into the feathers. Then his expression changed slightly. Each feather was actually a small king-grade secret treasure. That was to say, these wings were made of tens of thousands of small king-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chen looked at the frame of the wings, he found that there were at least 1,000 kinds of divine materials, each weighing 5 tons. The white-robed King Xiao Chen truly lives up to his reputation. With his own strength, he managed to snatch important treasures from the hands of the demonic Brilliant Two Elders and the Black Mountain Four Bandits. He even scared them into not daring to give chase. He truly lives up to his reputation as an outstanding talent who even dares to kill before Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he quickly put away the white wings and focused. He had already been very careful along the way. Furthermore, he had used his spiritual sense to scout. How could someone still follow him? The restriction in front broke, and a mirror-like water curtain appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. 2 youths and an old man walked out of the water curtain with large strides. Of the 2 youths, Xiao Chen recognized one. That was the Xianshui sect's Ji Zong, who once chased after Xiao Chen. Later, a Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move to scare Ji Zong away. The handsome person beside Ji Zong walked out of the water curtain. The water curtain behind him turned into a smooth mirror and landed in his palm. The profound water palace's people? The Xianshui sect master had issued a warrant for Xiao Chen's arrest in the heavenly starry ocean. It was not strange for a disciple of the sect to come to seek revenge. The method of hiding their auras should be the work of the person beside Ji Zong. Ji Zong was not a problem. Xiao Chen could destroy him in one move. The slightly problematic ones were the youth beside him and the blue-robed old man from the Xianshui sect. However, they were just a little problematic. As Xiao Chen sized up the other party, the youth beside Ji Zong sized him up as well, revealing a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. That youth shook his head slightly and said, "A peak rank 3 sage body, the cultivation of a grandmaster-level martial sage, many treasures on you, unparalleled luck. How unfortunate. How unfortunate that you will die in the end at the hands of me, Yao Chen." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He had seen narcissistic people before, but he had never seen someone as narcissistic as this. Even Di Wuk would not dare to say such things. The people of the Xianshui sect are all so arrogant. Let's see how capable you are. Xiao Chen's footsteps flashed, and a trembling saber hum resounded in the air. A bright moonlight appeared on Xiao Chen's body. With his saber soul, a powerful sharpness spread out. Xiao Chen arrived riding the wind. With the support of his saber soul, the sharpness seemed solid, piercing through space. When Yao Chen saw Xiao Chen suddenly erupt, he frowned slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes, but he did not move. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was a dead man. The blue-robed old man behind Xiao Chen took a step forward. With just one step, a thunderous sound of water resounded in the inner hall. The formless waves turned into huge pressure. The air became like waves pressing down on Xiao Chen. The air was like water and Xiao Chen looked like a reflection in the water. His body turned blurry and hazy. Within the water, Xiao Chen found it difficult to move. It was like he was moving backward, distancing himself from Yao Chen. That's not right. This old man's strength is at most on the level of the demonic Brilliant Two Elders. How can he give me such great pressure? Xiao Chen calmly analyzed in his heart. Then he looked around and saw Yao Chen standing calmly at the side, as well as the mirror flowing with a watery light in Yao Chen's palm. The mirror reflected a holy river. It looked like a berserk dragon surging and roaring endlessly, crossing the entire world in the mirror. Mirror. The problem was in this mirror. Bang. In the wave-like space, the blue-robed old man looked very relaxed. He raised his hand and punched, clashing with Xiao Chen's move that suppressed his sharpness, sending him flying. Xiao Chen's bones creaked as if they would be crushed by the waves at any moment. Chapter 938. Ji Zong smiled and said, "This time my senior brother brought the Xian River mirror. It can summon our Xianshui sect's secret treasure, the Xian River Phantom. Xiao Chen, do you still think my senior brother is arrogant?" After killing you, my name will spread throughout the world, and I'll plunder your karmic luck and treasures. Then I'll take all the treasures in this sky palace and complete my senior brother's unparalleled ambition. During the immortal epoch, there was a river in the heavenly court that the immortals built. It was as famous as the underworld river of the netherworld purgatory, the Profound River. When the immortal epoch ended, the Profound River broke into several pieces and landed in the Kunlun realm. Many famous rivers were once the Profound River. In the ancient era, the Xianshui sect master had obtained a Profound River, which had fallen in quality and was not too powerful. He refined it into an emperor-grade secret treasure and gained some of the might of the immortal Tao Profound River. If the sect's disciples held the Profound River mirror, they could summon the image of the Profound River and bring out some of this emperor-grade secret treasure's power. Under the Dusk River's pressure, Xiaochen couldn't even use half of his strength. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have been beaten to death by the blue-robed elder. Yao Chen was also secretly alarmed. His master had once said that as long as this mysterious river mirror was activated, a grandmaster wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths inside. Only a great grandmaster could break free from it. As of now, Xiaochen was only a peak medial grade martial sage. Unexpectedly, he could endure for so long. Amid the heavy waves, Xiaochen felt intense pain all over his body. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He was a bladesman who had condensed a saber soul. After transcending the lightning tribulation and heart tribulation, with just a thought, he would be able to get rid of all the distracting thoughts. Fear, cowardice, and panic would not appear on him. If my saber soul improves further and reaches small perfection, I can easily break through this Profound River image. If my physical body improved further, reaching rank 4 sage body, this image would not be able to suppress me. However, it was a pity that they were still lacking a little, allowing these fellows to be so pleased with themselves. Could it be that he would have to use the thunder source here? Right now, Xiaochen's cultivation had already reached peak medial grade martial sage. With the purple thunder divine incantations accumulations, he could compete with grandmaster level martial sages. As long as Xiaochen took the final step and broke through the bottleneck of medial grade martial sage, the image of an emperor grade secret treasure would be easy to deal with. After dodging the blue-robed old man's attack with much difficulty, Xiaochen peered through the watery space and saw Yao Chen toss a medicinal pill into his mouth. Raising his eyebrows, Xiaochen revealed a smile. With Yao Chen's cultivation, it seemed that using the Profound River mirror for such a long period of time was not as easy as it seemed. If that was the case, things would be much easier. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and circulated the dragon energy in his body. Under the suppression of this Profound River image, Xiaochen's usage of law energy was restricted. Only his vital qi was unrestricted and could circulate freely. The instant Yao Chen swallowed the medicinal pill and prepared to circulate his energy to digest, it was also the moment when the Profound River image was at its weakest. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Xiaochen shouted and burned his dragon energy. Then he punched the air. One dragon force was 5,000 tons of force. When Xiaochen burned his dragon energy, he could exert 15,000 tons of force. Even mountains and rivers would crumble before this. Bang! The Dusk River collapsed and the curtain of water shook violently, forming tiny cracks in space. Cracks appeared in the Profound River mirror. The rebound of the Emperor-grade secret treasure forced Yao Chen, who had just swallowed the sage-grade medicinal pill, to vomit a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned incredibly pale. In an instant, his body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Xiao Chen's aura recovered to its peak. He wished he could roar to the sky to vent the joy in his heart. Xiao Chen looked around and saw the blue-robed old man charging over with the sound of heavy waves. He shouted coldly, "How dare you be so arrogant?" Scram. With the addition of his saber soul, Xiao Chen raised his flawless saber Dao to its peak. His body became a saber, his thoughts became a saber, and a bright moon rose up behind him. Boom. After recovering his strength, Xiao Chen punched the blue-robed old man and sent him flying. A boundless saber intent shot out from Xiao Chen's body, buzzing and causing the palace under his feet to tremble. Before this saber intent, some of the small restrictions in the surroundings were like bubbles, shattering bit by bit. "Let's go. This brat is too horrifying. I'll bring up the rear," the blue-robed old man said hurriedly to Yao Chen and Ji Zong as he wiped the blood off his lips. Yao Chen paled. After suffering the rebound of the Emperor-grade secret treasure, he was incredibly weak. He waved the Profound River mirror and a watery screen formed. Then he and Ji Zong quickly jumped in. "You are someone who is about to die. What are you going to bring up the rear? Cycle banner, come out." Xiaoqin waved one hand and the cycle banner unfurled. A scarlet killing chi leaped out of the astral pearl and formed a bloody kill character. This easily broke the old man's martial technique, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood and take 2 steps back. The grayish-white destroy character and the black die character carried heavy starlight as they struck the old man's body, thoroughly grinding down his sharpness. The die character gathered dense death chi and sucked away a lot of the old man's life force. His complexion aged at least 10 years. Xiaoqin shook the tip of the banner and pierced through the old man's chest, killing him. The watery screen behind Xiaoqin grew dimmer. Yao Chen's blurry image said, "Xiaoqin, just you wait. On the day of your king conferral ceremony, I will definitely bring the profound river mirror and give you a big surprise." Thirsty. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and starlight gathered once more. 7 stars flickered, and the cycle banner flew towards Yao Chen at the speed of a meteor. This startled Yao Chen, who was in the watery screen, and he quickly pulled Ji Zong over to shield him. A miserable shriek resounded as the watery screen vanished with Yao Chen. The cycle banner pinned Ji Zong to the ground. He held onto the banner pole with both hands, dying with a remaining grievance. With this battle over, Xiaoqin relaxed. He immediately felt fatigued. The injuries suppressed by the profound river mirror earlier flared up like a torrential storm. After putting away the spatial rings of the two, Xiaoqin took out a rank 9 medicinal pill from Mr. Qin's collection and swallowed it. Then he started to recover from his injuries. With the strength of Xiaoqian's physical body, as long as no one disturbed him, he could recover to his peak in less than an hour. If Xiaoqin had not given all the sage-grade medicinal pills to Yi Qin, his recovery would have been much faster. Just as Xiaoqian's injuries were about 80% healed, Lord Jiu, who had fled when he saw that the situation was bad, rushed back and said, "Little brother Xiao. Little brother Xiao. That fellow Yi Qin is about to be played to death by Di Wuk." Xiaoqian's eyes widened and a brilliant light flashed in them. He noticed that Lord Jiu said playing, and not fighting. The difference of one word meant 2 different endings. Ignoring the fact that his injuries were still 20% healed, Xiaoqin stood up and took out the white wings. Then he sent his spiritual sense into them and placed his spiritual mark on them. Whoosh! The wings spread out and turned into thousands of pure white feathers that entered Xiaoqian's back and shoulder blades. In that instant, Xiaoqin felt like his body was as light as the wind. Every cell of his body, his flesh, his bones, and his skin became light. With a piu sound, he soared into the air. The 10-meter-long wings on Xiaoqian's back spread out, and a cool breeze circled around Xiaoqin, giving off a crystalline white light. Freedom. This word suddenly appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. The wind was calling out to him. It was like there was no place in the world that he could not reach. Lord Jiu, who was at the side, was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoqin in the air. Xiaoqin was clearly very close, but the other party seemed to be infinitely far away, going with the wind. This freedom wings also contained a magic skill. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. He checked it and found that this magic skill was called So Close Yet Worlds Apart. Even the ends of the world were within reach. However, even if Xiaoqin drained all his magic energy, he would not be able to do it. As for how far this magic skill could be, it would depend on Xiaoqian's strength and how much magic energy he was willing to expend. Xiaoqin felt his magic energy flowing like a river in his sea of consciousness. He did not delay any longer. He grabbed Lord Jiu and said, "Show me the way." A cool breeze blew. Under Lord Jiu's guidance, Xiaoqin relied on the freedom wings to pass through several small restrictions, heading forward unobstructed. No, there are too many restrictions. I still have to pass through several large restrictions with peak king-grade magic treasures. Given my identity, I will definitely be discovered. At that time, I will attract even more trouble. Xiaoqin thought for a while. Then he quickly burned his magic energy and activated the magic skill of the freedom wings, So Close Yet Worlds Apart. The space in front of Xiaoqin folded. Many scenes of Grandmaster-level martial sages fighting over magic treasures and cultivators dying miserably in restrictions appeared. These scenes were like pictures flashing before Xiaoqian's eyes. Suddenly Yi Chen's figure appeared. Di Wuk knocked Yi Chen into the air with a palm strike. Just as Yi Chen was about to land, a palm strike from a distance sent him flying again. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat, and the moving scenes froze here. Then he took a step forward and used So Close Yet Worlds Apart. He passed through many restrictions of various sizes and stepped out. When Lord Jiu landed on the ground, the folded space bounced back. Lord Jiu was curious and wanted to take a look. Xiaoqin said directly, "Don't look back. Be careful not to pull you in and your blood will splash for 50 kilometers around." This startled Lord Jiao and he quickly pulled his head back. After withdrawing the freedom wings, the two of them hid in a small restriction and passed through the fog. Now they could clearly see Di Wuk, Tianyu Shi, Xiao Qinghan, Xia Dongyang, and the others floating in the air 5 kilometers ahead. The others did not make a move. Only Di Wuk remained expressionless. Occasionally he pointed with his finger, and a golden sword light shot out from his fingertip. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Yi Chen's chest. 9 finger-sized holes appeared around Yi Chen's heart. They were transparent, allowing wind to enter and exit. Lord Jiao could not help but say, "When I looked at him earlier, there were only 3 sword holes in his chest. Now they are all gaping." Yi Chen, who was in the air, was in a sorry state. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not show any sorrow on his face. Instead, he looked incredibly happy. He laughed loudly and said, "Di Wuk, even if you kill me, you cannot change this fact. You even dare to humiliate the divine daughter. Now you are speaking such arrogant words. I will take your head on behalf of the divine son." A Frost Moon Palace disciple came out from behind Xiao Qinghan, trying to curry favor with Di Wuk. Xiao Qinghan's expression changed drastically. He tried to pull that disciple back but he could not. Chapter 939. The divine daughter Tianyushi's expression, which had not changed for 10,000 years, also showed a strange change. A rare murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Di Wuk turned his head back and glanced at that Frost Moon Palace disciple. Then his surging mental energy turned into 2 beams of golden light. Pu Si. Then it pierced through this person's eyes and head. The Frost Moon Palace disciple screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Then the Frost Moon Palace disciple's corpse was crushed into powder by a restriction. The few old men of the Frost Moon Palace frowned slightly but did not say anything. Based on their expressions, they seemed to be blaming this disciple for being insensible. Xiao Chen could not help feeling suspicious. What exactly did Yi Chen do to provoke Di Wuk into such a rage? Back then, when Xiao Chen kicked Di Wuk at the Sage Mark Monument, he had not seen Di Wuk's expression so sinister and terrifying. Suddenly, the light in the vast palace hall dimmed. Xiao Chen could not even see his own fingers when he stretched them out. Along with the light, the sounds of intense fighting in the inner hall came to a stop. The sky became terrifyingly dark. Oh no! Xiao Chen's heart sank. Di Wuk is going to kill. This is the instant initial knowledge sword. Xiao Chen leaped up and passed through the restriction. Using Thunder Dragon steps, he arrived before Yi Chen. A spot of light lit up on Di Wuk's fingertip. Instant initial knowledge was the first flash of light in the world. According to the legends of the deity race, there was originally no light in the world. When a deity appeared, he said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world. The instant initial knowledge sword was a martial technique derived from this legend. When the light of the world first appeared, there would be light. It materialized the power of creation, unblockable. When the light first appeared, the divine kingdom behind Di Wuk gave off a bright light. Boundless prayers flew out and entered the golden ring of light behind Di Wuk. The sword light tore through the air, and the surroundings were filled with praises. Many different worlds appeared in the air as the sword light flew over. After 3 years, Di Wuk's instant beginning sword had become so powerful that it made people tremble. It had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated all the power of laws in his body, and a bright moon rose into the sky behind him. With the addition of the saber soul, Xiao Chen turned into a saber and materialized the flawless saber Dao. The immortal will of thunder pressed down on Xiao Chen's body, and his saber soul turned into a powerful saber intent radiating from every part of his body. His long hair and white robes fluttered. The world was filled with the sound of sabers humming. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen was like a perfect treasured saber. He also stretched out his hand and pointed. The bright moon disappeared and appeared at the tip of his finger. It turned into a flawless blade light and went up against Di Wuk's sword light. The instant the two lights clashed, all the darkness in the world vanished. The sword light and the saber light clashed intensely. Shock waves spread out, shaking the entire palace and causing it to tremble intensely. Countless cultivators died miserably in the restrictions because of this sudden change. The two forces fought to a draw. Eventually they both vanished, restoring peace to the world. However, the people behind Di Wuk and the Grandmaster-level martial sages who were attracted by the show were incredibly shocked, their hearts churning endlessly. Someone blocked Di Wuk's instant beginning sword. I heard that no more than 5 people of the younger generation can block Di Wuk's instant beginning sword. Even the older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages do not dare to receive this sword strike. This person is dead for sure. He blocked Wuxia's killing intent. No one can save him. Discussions resounded. When the cool breeze blew aside Xiao Chen's hair and the crowd recognized Xiao Chen's face, they were even more shocked and incredulous. It's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who is causing a huge commotion in the primal chaos domain, actually rushed over to seek his own death. Instead of hiding properly and waiting for his king conferral half a year later, he actually ran over to Wuxia. Xiao Qinghan and Xia Dongyang will not be able to outlast him. Furthermore, those loose cultivators are all eyeing his head. After recognizing Xiao Qin, Xia Dongyang and Xiao Qinghan were different from the shock of the others. They instantly attacked. 3,000 figures came out of the palace behind Xiao Qinghan. Each figure materialized a different killing move. A cold moon rose up, and Xiao Qin shouted like he was a sovereign king. The 3,000 figures charged at Xiao Chen with a destructive aura. Xia Dongyang tossed out an ancient bell. Bell chimes spread out, giving off rings of blue light that pressed down on Xiao Chen at the same time. On the other hand, Wuxia muttered to himself for a while, his expression turning sullen. He did not rush to make a move as if he was preparing for something. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually recognized the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then he used his law energy to drive it. Many corporeal ancient mutated beasts flew out of the cauldron. A total of 1,000 beasts blocked Xiao Qinghan's 3,000 killing moves. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the cycle banner flickered with 3-colored starlight. Massacre, death and ruin circled the banner pole. As the banner unfurled, a vast astral energy surged out. The cycle banner swung the tip of the banner and knocked over the ancient bell. The bell chimes turned chaotic as it tumbled towards Xia Dongyang. Let's go. Xiao Chen raised his hand and stared at the killing moves of the two outstanding talents of the primal chaos domain. Then he grabbed Yi Chen and prepared to leave. You want to leave? To think that you want to save the person that I, Wuxia, want to kill. After not seeing you for 3 years, you are getting bolder. Wuxia snorted coldly, and a golden divine kingdom appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It gave off a golden light that filled the sky, and a pressure even greater than that of the profound river image pressed down on Xiao Chen. The divine country descended. Within the tens of thousands of rays of light, praises sounded continuously. This was a legendary country with 3,000 temples that nurtured countless believers. Crick, crick. The space seemed like a dangerous building that would collapse at any moment, on the verge of collapse. Like the profound river that Yao Chen summoned, this divine kingdom was an image of an emperor-grade secret treasure. Compared to the profound river, the divine kingdom was also an emperor-grade secret treasure, much stronger. The Xianshui sect only had one segment of the profound river. Furthermore, it had lost much of its mysterious aura. The Xianshui sect's founding sect master had refined it himself with divine materials. However, the divine kingdom was something that the deity race had brought from a world outside the Kunlun realm. It had been passed down since ancient times with an unknown history. By relying on the boundless power of faith, it had grown to an unfathomable level. Wuxia's personal strength was much higher than that of the Xianshui sect's Yao Chen. Hence, he could bring out the might of the emperor-grade secret treasure image. The moment the divine kingdom appeared, everyone looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a dead man. The surrounding space had already been locked down. No matter how powerful one's movement technique was, one could not escape. Xiao Chen, let go of this person. As long as you are willing to participate in the Heroes Convention 2 years from now, I, Wuxia, will help you settle all your grudges. Everything was under control. Seeing Xiao Chen being suppressed by the divine kingdom, Wuxia took the opportunity to extend an invitation. He continued, no one has ever been able to save the people I want to kill. You Xiao Chen are no exception. You'd best not do anything stupid. Under the heavy pressure, Yi Chen's already crippled body became even weaker. A smile appeared on his pale face as he said, I always said that you were a coward, an outstanding talent in vain. Now it looks like I was gravely mistaken. We have only met a few times. This Yi is already satisfied that you helped me block a sword strike. Just agree to it. With every word Yi Chen said, he vomited twice as much blood. Xiao Chen gestured for Yi Chen not to speak. Then he smiled faintly and said, it seems like no one can stop me from saving the people I want to save. I do not want to run to the northern sea to find your elders to repay the favor you owe me. Let's go. His hair fluttered in the wind and his robes fluttered non-stop. However, Xiao Chen ignored Wuxia's words. He could not be bothered to reply at all as he reached out and grabbed Yi Chen. Two pairs of pure white wings unfurled on Xiao Chen's back. Boundless voyager, so close yet worlds apart. Xiao Chen's magic energy burned endlessly. Scenes flashed before his eyes, extending all the way to the palace gates. When the scene stopped, Xiao Chen stepped out. Space folded under Xiao Chen's feet. When the divine kingdom landed, Xiao Chen had already left the heavenly palace. With one step he could reach the ends of the world. He was as free as the wind. No one in the world could stop him. Who said that you, Diwuk, cannot block the instant of beginning sword? Who said that you, Diwuk, cannot save the person you want to kill? I blocked the sword and I saved the person. What can you do to me? The place fell silent. No one dared to speak. Diwuk had named a person he wanted to kill. However, that person managed to escape from under his nose. Furthermore, that person had taken out the divine kingdom image and left openly, completely ignoring Diwuk's invitation. Right now, Diwuk was very famous. Everyone in the world knew about the hero's convention. He was in the limelight, suppressing Chu Xiong. Be it the son of the human race's 3 holy masters, the fiend race's 2 stars, the ghost race's princess Qing Cheng, the corpse race's heavenly corpse inheritor, or the newly born ancient race geniuses, they were all somewhat inferior to Diwuk. Even before Diwuk, Xiao Chen was somewhat weaker. However, the person who kicked him 3 years ago ruthlessly slapped him in the face 3 years later. The people who knew why Diwuk wanted to kill Yi Chen showed extremely strange expressions. Diwuk's usually calm expression also turned sullen. Xiao Chen stepped forward and stood on the divine kingdom image. The golden rings of light behind him glowed, looking very dazzling. Xiao Chen's eyes shone with golden light as he looked 50 kilometers away. He instantly caught sight of Xiao Chen's figure. Then he shouted coldly, "After him." After putting away the divine kingdom, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he charged forward. The small restrictions blocking the way scattered one by one, and the 13 keepers followed closely behind. Several unlucky cultivators seeking treasures got in the way. Before they could figure out what was going on, they died mysteriously. The divine daughter, Tian Yoshi, sighed and quietly followed after them. Xia Dongyang looked around the inner hall and asked Xiao Qinghan, "Should we give chase?" There were still a few Peking grade magic treasures in the inner hall that no one had claimed. Xia Dongyang's intention was to go and help or stay here to hunt for magic treasures. Xiao Qinghan said after some thought, "Let's follow. This heavenly palace should not be the heavenly palace in the center of the formation. The magic treasures there are peak ones. In my opinion, the pair of wings on Xiao Chen's back is the most valuable." Xia Dongyang smiled gently and said, "Great minds think alike. This Xiao Chen killed many disciples of our sections. We cannot let him leave no matter what." There were too many reasons to kill Xiao Chen. However, to these outstanding talents, there was only one true reason. Chapter 940. They wanted to prevent Xiao Chen from being conferred king, to prevent a second Qing emperor from rising up. Just think about the era when the Qing emperor was in and how sorrowful the outstanding talents of his generation were. They were not willing to let this happen. They were not willing to see one person shine too brightly, overshadowing all of them. Under the lead of the two, the experts of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace quickly followed. The cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news discussed it for a while. Many of them could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and followed. The clash between the Qing Emperor's descendant and Diwuk was not something that could be seen on a daily basis. Furthermore, everyone knew that the true treasures of this immortal sect remnant were not for them to take. With one step, Xiao Chen arrived outside the Heavenly Palace. He did not stop as he controlled the Freedom Wings. He used so close yet worlds apart 3 more times, draining his magic energy. Only then did he stop and heave a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen swallowed a medicinal pill and sat down cross-legged. Then he circulated the Purple Thunder divine incantation and quickly replenished his exhausted spiritual energy. Yi Chen's injuries were even more severe. The 9 sword holes in his chest looked very ghastly. Xiao Chen did not know how he had offended Diwuk. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen recovered 30% of his magic energy. Then he opened his eyes. He did not want to waste any more time. This was not truly safe yet. Yi Chen had already changed his clothes and his complexion looked much better. However, if he wanted to recover, he would not be able to do so quickly. "Do you have any more sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries?" Xiao Chen asked. Yi Chen smiled gently and said, "Many thanks for Brother Zhao's concern. However, sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries are no longer effective for me." "That, you are overthinking. I only recovered 80% of my physical injuries before I attacked again. I'm asking you if you have any." I need them for myself. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, no more. I already used up the 9 sage-grade medicinal pills. Thank you. If not for your 9 medicinal pills, allowing me to attack 9 times, I really would not have been able to return that palm strike. Xiao Chen was a little speechless after hearing this. Your obsession is really deep. Just for 1 palm strike you've fallen to this state. Yi Chen recovered his usual expression, revealing his sharpness. That is natural. I have always been the one sneak attacking others in the Northern Sea. When have I ever been sneak attacked? Furthermore, the one who did it was a woman. If I do not vent my anger, I will not feel at ease. Bang! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground. Yi Chen immediately placed his right hand on his saber hilt. However, Xiao Chen calmly stopped him. Xiao Chen saw Lord Jiu sneakily coming out from inside. He chuckled and said, my heart is indeed at ease now. Even the wind can come in and out. Yi Chen was clearly flabbergasted. He did not expect that this scoundrel that he looked down on could actually catch up to Xiao Chen's freakish speed. Xiao Chen was not surprised at all. Lord Jiu's ability to dig holes was amazing. It was not inferior to the immortal technique, the earth escape technique. As long as there was ground under his feet and Lord Jiu remembered his scent, it would not be strange for him to catch up. Quickly tell this Lord Jiu how you offended Di Wuk, angering him to such an extent, Lord Jiu asked impatiently as he came out. His beady eyes had a smile on them. Xiao Chen revealed a curious expression. He also wanted to know how Yi Chen offended Di Wuk. After all, Di Wuk's mental state was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. How could Di Wuk kill that Frost Moon Palace disciple who jumped out just because of Yi Chen's gaze? Di Wuk was truly angry. When Yi Chen mentioned this matter, he appeared extremely innocent. How would I know? His wife sent a palm strike at my chest. Naturally, I had to return the favor, ruthlessly sending a palm strike at his wife's chest. The moment Yi Chen said that, Lord Jiu and Xiao Chen were stunned for a long time. This was especially so when they saw Yi Chen's innocent expression. They did not know what to say. What's wrong? She sent a palm strike at my chest. Isn't it normal for me to send a palm strike at her chest? When Yi Chen saw the two's expressions, he could not help but appear even more innocent. Lord Jiu smiled wretchedly and asked, how was it? Did you feel anything when you sent a palm strike at the divine daughter's chest? Yi Chen raised his head and thought for a long time. Then he answered honestly, very big, very soft, very pleasurable. Xiao Chen could no longer hold it in. He laughed loudly and said, everyone says that I, Xiao Chen, am very bold, even daring to mess with Di Wuk. However, they do not know that you are the real awesome one. Very big, very soft, very pleasurable. Ah. You touched the divine daughter's chest and still have an innocent expression. Only you can do that. I, Xiao Chen, rarely admire others. From today onwards there will be one more Yi Chen. Lord Jiu laughed even harder as he fell to the ground, continuously saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. This confused Yi Chen. He could not understand what was going on with the two. Is it very funny? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from gritted teeth rang out. The three turned their heads and saw Di Wuk standing there for a long time with a dark expression and a frosty expression. Is it funny? To Lord Jiu and Xiao Chen, the chest of the aloof divine daughter was touched. Furthermore, it was done in front of Di Wuk. Furthermore, it was done by a simple-minded person like Yi Chen. Naturally it was funny. Naturally it was funny. However, it was not that funny for Di Wuk. The deity race's divine son and divine daughter would definitely become the future divine emperor and imperial concubine. For Di Wuk, his fiancée being humiliated in front of everyone was a great humiliation. Compared to this, the kick that Xiao Chen kicked Xiao Chen at the Sage Mark Monument was nothing. Based on Di Wuk's expression, Xiao Chen knew that he had been here for a long time. He probably heard Yi Chen saying that it was very big, very soft, and pleasurable. Xiao Chen could guess how angry and conflicted this outstanding talent of the younger generation was right now. When Lord Jiu saw the dark expression on Di Wuk's face, he was frightened to death. He quickly explained, it's not funny, not funny, not funny at all. What do you mean by very big, very soft, and pleasurable? This Lord Jiu really did not hear anything. Every debt has a debtor. Divine Son, don't look for the wrong person. The divine light in Di Wuk's eyes blazed like fire as it shot towards Lord Jiu. Damn. Lord Jiu already said that it has nothing to do with me. Although this Lord Jiu really wants to touch it, Lord Jiu cursed. Then he leaped up and burrowed into the ground, dodging this divine light. Then he fled to somewhere unknown. Let's go. Xiao Chen unfurled the freedom wings, picked up Yi Chen and quickly fled. Di Wuk's strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, there was a group of outstanding talents accompanying him. This was not a good time to start a fight with him. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had recovered only 30%. He did not dare to use the magic skill so close yet worlds apart. Instead, he relied on the speed of the freedom wings to flee like the wind. Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint. Wuxia's hands moved, and the rings of golden light behind him merged into the image of a deity sovereign. Then it followed Wuxia's hand seals and did the same thing. Xiao Chen's vast mental energy surged and burned. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint behind him gave off a bright golden light. The Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint's body quickly swelled, reaching the clouds in the blink of an eye, turning into a horrifying giant. First heaven rose behind the deity sovereign. Second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven, a total of 9 heavens appeared. Each heaven was a great realm. This was a true great realm, just like Xiao Chen's Sky Dome realm in the past. The difference was that these were great realms ruled by the deity race. In the 9 heavens, the believers of the deity race all felt the call of the deity sovereign. They closed their eyes and muttered to themselves. They prayed sincerely in their hearts, contributing their strength. A boundless divine might spread out. Xiao Chen looked back and saw that the deity's eyes were as huge as stars. Even though he had already fled 50 kilometers away, it seemed like he was still within the reach of the other party's palm strike. Destroy! Wuxia shouted expressionlessly. The World Annihilation Imprint that the Tenjin Emperor World Annihilation Imprint gently smashed down on Xiao Chen. The palm strike traveled 50 kilometers. A vast aura of destruction came from it. The power of this palm strike seemed like it could really destroy a world. Before the palm strike landed, the ground cracked like a spider web. Such a strong deity race martial technique shocked the many older generation cultivators that flew over from the heavenly palaces. Every deity monarch of the deity race has their own title. Furthermore, they will leave behind a martial technique that surpasses a heaven-ranked martial technique. Back then, the one who wanted to unify the Kunlun realm and compete with the Qing Emperor for supremacy seemed to be this Tenjin Emperor Zhu. That deity sovereign was also someone who could shake the heavens with a flip of his hand, comparable to Neptune. Unfortunately, he ran into the Qing Emperor. In the end, that was his tragedy. However, compared to the deity sovereign, Wuxia is still far inferior. The deity race rules 900 lower realms. With a thought, the Tenjin Emperor Zhu can open 900 heavens. With one palm strike he can shatter a star. Don't say that. For Wuxia to be able to open 9 heavens at such a young age, he is sufficient to sweep through the younger generation. That's true. Given this, it looks like he was hiding his strength when he executed the split-second beginning sword. Xiao Chen's accumulations are insufficient. Compared to Wuxia, he is still far inferior. How unfortunate. The cultivators chasing after Xiao Chen were at least peak superior grade martial sages. There were many Grandmaster-level martial sages. Some of the older generation Grandmaster-level martial sages were even more knowledgeable. With one glance, they could tell the origins of the martial technique Wuxia executed. Yi Chen sighed softly and said, "My massacre saber Dao can also destroy the world. If I were at my peak, I would really like to try this move." Despite facing a great disaster, Yi Chen was very open-minded, not fearing death at all. Xiao Chen withdrew the freedom wings and looked at the descending Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint. Yi Chen's words infected him, and lofty sentiments welled up in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "World-destroying. Let me see how you destroy the world." Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and his magic energy burned. He executed the Dragon Tone art, the Dragon's Gate secret technique that countered the deity race. The image of a blue dragon swam about in Xiao Chen's chest. A surging dragon roar spread out uncontrollably from Xiao Chen's body. The blue dragon roared ferociously and a strong wind blew. Driven by the Dragon Tone art, the formless dragon chi moved about above Xiao Chen's head, forming a huge indistinct dragon head. The dragon's body hid in layers of clouds for 50 kilometers around, making it impossible to see its true body. As Xiao Chen burned his magic energy, the dragon head became increasingly visible. From a distance, it looked like an ancient blue dragon king tore through space and peeked its head out. Xiao Chen could no longer suppress the energy stored in his chest. He opened his mouth and roared in rage. Chapter 941. The colossal dragon head in the clouds opened its jaws at the same time, and a whirlpool-like sound wave spewed out from the blue dragon king's mouth. It formed a small black hole and clashed with the descending Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint. Bang! Overwhelming sounds rang out endlessly in the sky. The sky shook, the ground trembled. The 9 layers of sky behind the deity sovereign shattered. The golden light faded, and the divine might vanished. Xiao Qian's throat turned hoarse as if it was on fire. Since he reached great perfection in the dragon tone art, this was the first time he brought out its full power. The martial techniques of the deity race were unexpectedly effective. Dragon tone art. What strong mental energy. He must have summoned out the ancient blue dragon king's image. Otherwise he could not have fought the Tenjin emperor. Everyone keeps talking about the white-robed Xiao Qian, forgetting his identity. He is the descendant of the Qing emperor. Unexpectedly, the grudge from 10,000 years ago lasted until this great age. Everyone was shocked. Even after Di Wuk sent out the Tenjin emperor's world-eliminating imprint, he still failed to destroy Xiao Qian. A mere deity sovereign is only SOSO. A dead person dares to glare at me? Earlier Di Wuk said die, so Xiao Qian did the same. A banner filled with starlight, radiating the tricolored light of massacre, death, and ruin, flew towards the deity sovereign image in the sky. The Tenjin emperor, who had lost his divine might, could not stop the meteor-like cycle banner. With a kacha sound, the war flag stabbed into the heaven, illuminating divine emperor's forehead. Death chi, massacre chi, destruction chi, and the power of a star instantly spread out. Cracks appeared in the huge deity sovereign image before it exploded. It was so fast that Di Wuk could not react in time. 100,000 strands of divine light flew out. When the divine light struck some of the cultivators, they immediately felt their mental energy increase. Wild joy immediately appeared on their faces. The other martial artists immediately fought with all their might. Only the older generation grandmasters and the disciples of the big sects remained indifferent. The goddess Tianyu, she held the divine halberd in her hand and materialized a 33 sky black and yellow pagoda. The divine light scattered in all directions quickly poured into the black and yellow pagoda like a gale. Several of the cultivators who absorbed the divine light earlier had their heads explode. The divine light surged out and entered the pagoda. A bunch of fools. Without the blue-robed emperor's strength, they dare to recklessly absorb the Zhu Tenjin emperor's divine power. The Tenjin emperor's shadow has been destroyed. The power of faith will decrease by a lot. In the future, when Di Wuk uses this move, its power will be much weaker. The dragon tone art truly lives up to its name of the Qing emperor's research. It specifically targets the deity race. It is indeed incredible. Di Wuk showed a slightly stunned expression. It was not that he did not know that Xiao Qian knew the dragon tone art. However, the dragon tone art countered the deity race's martial techniques. It was like how water countered fire. As long as the fire grew bigger, the water would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You gave me a palm strike, so I'll give you a punch in return. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. However, Xiao Qian did not stop in the air. Deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. 10 dragon force, 50 million tons of force. Bang, bang, bang. The clothes on Xiao Qian's right fist instantly tore. His skin cracked open and blood leaked out. However, he still punched without hesitation. Di Wuk narrowed his eyes. A sense of danger flashed in his heart for some reason. Aside from facing older generation experts or extremely dangerous ferocious beasts, he had never felt this before. This was something that Xiao Qian had never done before against a cultivator of the same generation. This punch did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Behind him, one could vaguely see 10 ancient heaven dragons roaring. The force of this punch carried the might of 10 dragons. 10 dragon force. When the Tenjin Emperor's deity statue broke, Di Wuk's expression went blank for a moment. It was this brief blankness that Xiao Qian firmly grasped. By the time Xiao Qian recovered his wits, the fist light had already arrived before him. He had nowhere to dodge and could not summon the divine kingdom image in time. Di Wuk quickly formed hand seals and a vertical eye opened on his forehead. Then 12 small shields flew out and formed a miniature formation. The shields turned into 12 different mutated beasts of the deity race encased in divine light. This was a king-grade secret treasure that Xiao Qian personally refined. It was different from others. Xiao Qian pursued the higher grade of the secret treasure. However, he was limited by his strength, unable to bring out its full strength. The heavenly beast shield was a secret treasure that Di Wuk forged based on his own strength. It could bring out 120% of its might. Once Xiao Qian's strength improved, he would immediately add divine materials to the heavenly beast shield, allowing it to keep up with his improvement. The might of this secret treasure could not compare to that of peak king-grade secret treasures. However, it was the most suitable for Di Wuk. This secret treasure could improve as Xiao Chen's strength improved, eventually bringing out 120% of its might. Di Wuk was confident that no matter how powerful Xiao Chen's punch was, Xiao Chen would only lose one secret treasure at most with the Heavenly Beast Shield. He would not suffer any injury. However, the force of this punch far surpassed Di Wuk's expectations. 10 dragons roared, 50 million tons of force. The 12 Heavenly Beast Shields shattered immediately. The mutated beasts of the deity race shrieked miserably. The force of the punch did not diminish. Before Di Wuk's shocked gaze, it pierced through his protective divine light, shattered his protective armor, and sent him crashing down. Bang! The ground cracked and a deep pit appeared. Chunks of soil the size of small hills soared into the air. Dust flew everywhere, preventing anyone from seeing the situation below. After 3 years, Di Wuk got knocked into the air again. Furthermore, it was the same person, the person who kicked him at the Sagemark Monument 3 years ago. The divine son Di Wuk got knocked into the air. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe the scene before them. Whoosh! Just as everyone's minds went blank, a beam of divine light flew over. Tianyu Shi held the divine halberd in her hand as she charged at Xiao Chen, who had entered a weakened state after executing deities descending. Her white hair fluttered, and her holy and flawless face appeared cold and emotionless. She did not check on Di Wuk's injuries immediately. Instead, in the time it took for a spark to fly, she attacked when Xiao Chen opened up the most. She was so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. Scarlet light filled the air. A ghostly saber light appeared beside Xiao Chen. Every strand of saber light contained a boundless will of massacre, confusing one's mind and killing everything in the world. Yi Chen held the long saber in his hand as his figure flashed and landed in front of Xiao Chen. A bright scarlet light gathered in his body as he hacked at the approaching Tianyu Shi. Yi Chen's black hair had already turned scarlet, and his eyes were scarlet. His entire being radiated an evil aura. He was like a killing god that walked out of hell as he sent out a ghostly saber light. Tianyu Shi held the divine halberd and circulated the profound deity race cultivation technique, clashing head-on with this saber. Divine light flared and his clothes fluttered, looking holy and inviolable. This was a stark contrast to Yi Chen's aura. In the end, Yi Chen was still injured. This full-powered saber strike from Yi Chen could not block Tianyu Shi for long before Tianyu Shi knocked him back. Tianyu Shi's gaze turned cold as she brandished the divine halberd. Divine light fell like rain behind her. However, Xiao Chen recovered his wits at this moment. He had already passed his weakest moment. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the cycle banner in the sky. Starlight shot out and blocked Tianyu Shi, who was preparing to attack Yi Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "The divine daughter is really emotionless. To think that she wants to kill brother Yi so badly. My brother's obsession with you is no stronger than the divine son's." At this moment, no one knew if Di Wuk was dead or alive. The 13 keepers covered the sky, not allowing anyone to approach. Xiao Chen's magic energy was drained, and he no longer had any vital qi. His physical body also suffered a huge backlash. Furthermore, he had already sustained injuries from earlier. His injuries had worsened. However, when facing this aloof, pure and unfathomable divine daughter, Tianyu Shi, Xiao Chen could not help but feel relieved. When Xiao Chen thought about Yi Chen's one-track mind and looked at her towering chest, he could not help but relax. No matter what, Xiao Chen had knocked Di Wuk into the air and mocked the divine daughter. Even if he was surrounded by the heroes of the primal chaos domain and surrounded by danger, he had settled his debts of gratitude and revenge. Xiao Chen had used his actions to tell the 3 holy masters and everyone in the world that he would definitely rise up in this life. No matter who it was, not even Di Wuk could stop him. Xiao Chen would not die within half a year. He would appear at the king conferral ceremony as promised and inherit the title of Blue Dragon King. Bang! The rocks in the deep pit where Di Wuk landed shattered and a figure flew out. Blood leaked out of a corner of Di Wuk's lips as he walked out. At this moment, Xiao Chen's complexion was pale, and there were bloodstains on his skin. He had already changed into a new set of clothes. The golden light behind him was gone, and he looked like an ordinary person. As he walked in the air, he stretched out his hand and tied up his drifting white hair. Then he revealed a faint smile. White-robed Xiao Chen, descendant of the Qing Emperor. You truly live up to being a person with great luck. Even the Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint could not kill you. Furthermore, you seized the opportunity to counterattack and injure me. Di Wuk's calm tone made Xiao Chen's heart sink. At this moment, Xiao Chen's mental state no longer had the rage from earlier. Now it was perfect and flawless. The injuries on Di Wuk's body were clearly very severe, but they gave Xiao Chen a sense of extreme danger. Wuxia's eyes were calm and tranquil. He said, "Many thanks. Your punch scattered my pride and knocked me off my divine altar. My 33 Tenjin Emperor's holy scripture also successfully broke through. Now that your luck is overwhelming, I can kill you with a flip of my hand." Xiao Chen crossed his arms and smiled faintly. "Ah. So Brother D's cultivation technique is so special. You need to be kicked forcefully by others before you can truly break through. In the future, if there is a need, this Xiao does not mind kicking you a few more times." Suddenly, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled in enlightenment. "That's not right. Your cultivation technique requires you to get angry first and let someone touch the divine daughter. After that, you get kicked before you can improve. The deity race's cultivation technique is truly wondrous. This time, Brother D needs the help of 2 people to advance. In the future, you can leave it to me alone. I will kick your face and I can touch the divine daughter's chest." Xiao Chen had a serious expression as he explained logically. Occasionally he would glance at the divine daughter Tianyushi's chest. A huge flaw immediately appeared in Wuxia's perfect mental state. He was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood. The rage in his eyes burned ferociously again. The divine daughter Tianyushi was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Chapter 942. Xiao Chen laughed heartily. "Brother D, you're angry again. Looks like someone's going to kick you again. Unfortunately, I don't have time today. I'll kick you another day." Xiao Chen had achieved his goal, successfully breaking Wuxia's mental state. His cultivation technique probably returned to normal. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen turned around and ran with Yi Chen. "Kill him. He must die today." Wuxia was incomparably furious. The 13 keepers behind him obeyed the order and chased after him. The outstanding heroes of the Primal Chaos domain, who had been watching the show for a long time, could now see how weak Xiao Chen was. All of them began to think of ways to deal with him, surrounding Xiao Chen. Without his magic energy, Xiao Chen could not use the Freedom Wings. His physical body was severely injured and he was surrounded by many experts. Just as Xiao Chen was about to use the will clone of the Haotian Emperor, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open, and a bottomless pit appeared. There was something strange at the bottom of the pit that quickly pulled the 2 down, leaving them unable to resist at all. When they were halfway down, a hand stretched out from the hole in the wall of the pit and pulled the 2 of them, who were caught off guard. It was Lord Jiu, who had fled a long time ago, coming back to kill them. "Don't talk, follow me." Lord Jiu chuckled and quickly led the 2 underground in the heavenly ruin wasteland. On the ground, the crowd stared at the pitch-black, bottomless pit. They looked at each other and hesitated on whether or not they should give chase. There were many ancient remnants buried in the heavenly ruin wasteland. There were many unpredictable dangers underground. If one went down rashly and accidentally triggered a restriction, only death awaited them. Lord Jiu stopped and said to the 2, "We are safe now." Yi Chen turned his head back to check. Indeed, there was no danger. He smiled and said, "You scoundrel, you are really capable. I underestimated you in the past." Lord Jiu said proudly, "This Lord Jiu is not very capable above ground. However, in the underground, especially in the heavenly ruin wasteland, if a great grandmaster-level martial sage dares to come, this Lord Jiu can beat them down. This Lord Jiu is the king of the underground." Rumble. While he was speaking, the cave suddenly started to shake incessantly. The rocks above Lord Jiu's head loosened, burying him in an instant. Xiao Chen and Yi Chen were still somewhat strong. They casually pushed aside the falling rocks. The shaking continued for a long time before it stopped. Xiao Chen and Yi Chen both felt that something was wrong. Lord Jiu pushed away the rocks in a sorry state. His skinny body was covered in wounds. He coughed a few times and cursed, "Damn it! Can't this Lord Jiu be cocky for a while?" Xiao Chen's expression was grave. He closed his eyes and ignored Lord Jiu's complaints. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense out in a straight line. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The heavenly palace is destroyed and the formation is broken. The thing under the mountain is coming out." Lord Jiu's eyes lit up. "Come, let's go check it out. It is highly likely that there is an immortal artifact suppressed beneath the mountain. If I can obtain it and sell it, the resources I can get would be more than enough for me to cultivate up to the great grandmaster stage." Yi Chen countered, "You? Stop dreaming. If you really managed to snatch it, there would be no need for the blue-robed emperor to make a move. A great grandmaster-level martial sage would be able to kill you with one finger. This immortal artifact is not something we can even think about. If it really was an immortal artifact, it was indeed not something they could fight for. The three peak sects of the primal chaos domain would definitely send out great grandmaster-level martial sages. Even the blue-robed emperor might make a move. However, Xiaoqin had seen many disciples of the Heavenly Music sect and the Frost Moon Palace in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. However, he did not see any Muddy Sky Gate experts. Xiaoqin did not know what the other party was planning. Xiaoqin thought for a while before saying, "Let's go and take a look. There is no need to fight for it. Not to mention our severe injuries, even if we were at our peak, we would not stand a chance." Lord Jiu chuckled and immediately took action. He was born with a keen sense for danger. In the underground he avoided many of the terrifying restrictions. After 9 turns, the three emerged from the twisted underground tunnel and looked in the direction of the immortal sect remnant. The 9-colored light in the sky vanished, and the heavenly palace shattered. The magic treasures inside shattered as well. Several of the cultivators who did not manage to flee in time were severely injured. Cracks appeared on the immortal mountain below. Resplendent spiritual light could be seen in the cracks, looking very dazzling. Bang! The immortal mountain crumbled completely, and the world shook again. The entire heavenly ruin wasteland trembled. The three quickly jumped out of the ground. Lord Jiu said with lingering fear in his heart, "Fortunately we came out to take a look. Otherwise we would still be underground and buried alive." The instant the mountain crumbled, abundant spiritual energy poured down like spring rain. A cold drizzle drifted down from the sky. The raindrops were a faint golden color, made entirely of spiritual energy. Peak spirit vein. The three sucked in a deep breath and could not help exclaiming. The faint golden spiritual rain was the most obvious sign of a peak spirit vein. Looking at this spiritual rain covering close to 500 kilometers, it was hard to imagine how many peak spirit veins were hidden in the immortal mountain. An immortal sect magic treasure nourished by so many spirit veins was definitely an immortal artifact. Whoosh! Strong auras flew towards the immortal sect remnant. Several of the hidden great grandmaster-level martial sages finally could not hold back and revealed themselves, waiting for the immortal artifact to appear. Xiaoqin led the three back and landed on an extremely desolate mound, watching from afar. Whether it was an immortal artifact or not, the shock waves caused by it would definitely spread far and wide. Right now Xiaoqin and Yichen were not in good states. If they got caught up in the shock waves they would not feel good. The faint golden spiritual rain fell endlessly. Many golden dragons flew out of the destroyed mountain. These were the manifestations of the peak spirit vein's origins. These dragons already possessed spiritual energy and were as strong as grandmaster-level martial sages. Regular martial sages would not last more than 10 moves against these spirit dragons. 1, 2, 3, damn, it's already more than 50 and we still haven't seen the bottom. Lord Jiu was flabbergasted as he counted the spirit vein's origins. Peak spirit veins. The Haotian sect, which Xiaoqin was in, had accumulated only 100 peak spirit veins over the past 10,000 years. Apart from sects on the level of the three holy lands, no other sect had such a large number of supreme-grade spirit veins. Just one mountain gate suppressed so many peak spirit veins. When this sect was at its peak there were many mountains around it. What a grand sight it must have been. However, such a great sect disappeared silently in the long river of history with the destruction of the immortal epoch. Xiaoqin's thoughts wandered. He felt very curious. The previous immortal epoch was so strong. What exactly destroyed it? At the peak of the martial epoch, those legendary martial gods whose existence was unknown, must have sensed something and disappeared from this world, not leaving behind any news at all. A total of 100 peak spirit veins. This immortal artifact finally appeared. Lord Jiu's startled cry interrupted Xiaoqin's thoughts. Xiaoqin looked up and saw a treasure light soaring into the sky. A painting slowly unfurled. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, spanning 5,000 kilometers. From 5 kilometers away, Xiaoqin discovered that what he saw was not a painting but a world. Mountains, rivers, plains, and sand dunes entered his eyes as the painting unfurled. He could clearly see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree. When the painting completely unfurled, the words "beautiful mountains and rivers" appeared on the upper right corner. This was a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. The expected shock wave did not happen. Instead, it was extremely calm. The surroundings were quiet. The cultivators nearby did not move at all. Something's not right. Xiaoqin's expression changed. How could no one move when the treasure appeared? Instead, it was so quiet. This was extremely strange. When Xiaoqin squinted and looked carefully, his expression changed again. It was not that these people did not move. Rather, they no longer had the opportunity to move. The figures that Xiaoqin saw were not really standing in the air. Instead, at some point in time, they had all become people in the painting. The strange, beautiful mountain and river painting seemed to be in harmony with the surrounding space, giving people the illusion that they were in the painting or not. Several of the people sucked into the painting were Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even so, they were silently sucked into the painting. Xiaoqin asked himself if he could defeat these people. However, he did not think that they would be much stronger. If he had not resisted his curiosity, he would have been sucked into the painting as well. When Xiaoqin thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It already touches on the laws of space. This beautiful mountains and rivers painting is definitely an immortal equipment, Yichen said. Xiaoqin said after some thought, great Grandmaster-level existences can bring out the full might of a peak king-grade secret treasure. They should be able to fight for this ownerless item. Right after Xiaoqin spoke, beams of light quickly flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting in the air. All of them were great Grandmaster-level existences. The primal chaos domain was where the loose cultivators of the world gathered. There were more great Grandmaster-level martial sages there than anywhere else. Seeing so many great Grandmaster-level martial sages appear, Xiaoqin did not find it strange. However, the two people who appeared after them startled him. Wuk and Tianyushi stood on a vast divine kingdom and flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting, filling the sky with light. When the two worked together and relied on the divine kingdom image, they were not at a disadvantage against a group of great Grandmaster-level martial sages. These great Grandmaster-level martial sages were at least 500 or 600 years old. Wuk and Tianyushi of the younger generation stood out among them, shining brightly. At this moment, Wuk's mental state recovered once more. His strength seemed to be significantly higher than before. Xiaoqin could not help frowning slightly. Wuk's strength was unfathomable in the first place. Even if he used all his trump cards, Xiaoqin only had a 70% chance of defeating him. Now that Wuk's strength had improved, Xiaoqin's chances of victory would be less than 50%. Yichen sighed and said, Xiaoqin, your opponent is extraordinarily horrifying. He probably still has many trump cards that he has not used in his fight with you. Xiaoqin knew that he had caught a gap in Wuk's deity's Descending's 10 Dragon Force punch. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Xiaoqin to knock Wuk away. Oldjo, did you see the 100 peak spirit veins flying in the sky clearly? Who snatched these spirit veins in the end? Help me remember their scent and come back later. Xiaoqin did not have any thoughts about the beautiful mountains and rivers painting. However, he would take as many of these 100 peak spirit veins as he could. Now that Xiaoqin was injured, he could only ask Lord Jiu for help. After he recovered, he could snatch them back one by one. Chapter 943. Yichen could not help feeling stunned for a while. Xiaoqin's appetite was a little too big. Based on what he said, it sounded like he wanted to take away all 100 peak spirit veins. Don't worry. I prepared them long ago. I was just waiting for you to say that. Lord Jiu chuckled and burrowed into the ground, not surprised at all. I thought that I was ruthless enough. Xiaoqin, you are even more ruthless than me, Yichen sighed as he looked at the two, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Xiaoqin smiled and said, otherwise, how do you think I obtained those 900 magic treasures? Come, let's go and recuperate first. We will do something big later. The two returned to the underground tunnel that Lord Jiu made. Xiaoqin took out 2 lunar cassia flowers from the immortal spirit ring and handed them to Yichen. When Yichen received the lunar cassia flowers, he was startled. Xiaoqin really had an endless supply of good stuff. He wondered where he got them. When consumed alone, the lunar cassia flowers were only as effective as a rank 9 medicinal pill. However, there was a benefit to them. They would not clash with other medicinal pills. For example, if one consumed several medicinal pills of the same grade, their effects would be greatly reduced. Sage-grade medicinal pills were no exception. If one consumed a lunar cassia flower at this moment, it would still bring out the effects of a rank 9 medicinal pill. When Xiaoqin saw that Yichen was about to swallow both lunar cassia flowers, he quickly said, conserve it. One is enough. The remaining one is for you. I don't have many lunar cassia flowers left. As the two treated their injuries underground and recovered their strength, they did not know that the outside world was already in chaos. Be it the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting or the peak spirit vein, they had already reached a miserable stage. 2 days later, Xiaoqin's injuries completely recovered. The damage from the profound river mirror, the divine kingdom image, and the backlash from 10 Dragon Force had all healed, leaving no hidden injuries. Yichen's injuries were much more severe than Xiaoqin's. He had not recovered in the first place. Then he blocked that saber strike for Xiaoqin. Even with the help of the lunar cassia flowers, he had only recovered 80%. Not wanting to disturb the other party's recovery, Xiaoqin walked out of the tunnel and made many turns before arriving at another underground tunnel. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoqin circulated his law energy and laid down a lightning barrier. Xiaoqin took out the sealed thunder origin in the universe ring. Berserk electricity immediately spewed out everywhere in the spacious passageway. Not only did the strong force fail to break the lightning barrier that Xiaoqin laid, but it even made the barrier even more stable and transparent. The thunder origin was a mutated spirit veins origin. It contained pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. To Xiaoqin, who cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques, it was a divine treasure bestowed by the heavens, a great supplement. To Xiaoqin it was even better. The purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer had a huge appetite. Tiqin did not know. Xiaoqin did not know how. He did it? Without thunder, Xiaoqin did not know how. Xiao Tiqin would have needed to cultivate. Qin. Xiaoqin cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation, had a peak rank 3 sage body, and swallowed many divine materials. Although there were no obvious changes to his physical body, Xiaoqin could feel that his physical body was undergoing a great transformation. As for what these changes were, he could only figure them out after he gathered 10 dragon force and materialized the blue dragon battle armor. However, Xiaoqin could sense that his physical body seemed to be undergoing a huge change. As for what exactly this change was, he could only figure it out after he gathered 10 dragon force and materialized the azure dragon battle armor. With these cards in his hand, he could swallow up the thunder source without worrying about the danger of his body exploding. The other cultivators did not have such conditions, so they could only devour it step by step. Xiaoqin opened his mouth and inhaled. The purple thunder origin turned into a bolt of electric light and surged into his body. The electric light surged around, and this process lasted for a long time. The law energy of thunder slowly merged into a circle. Xiaoqin understood that as long as it formed a circle, he would reach superior grade martial sage. Xiaoqin slowly formed a circle. He understood that as long as he formed a circle, he would advance to superior grade martial sage. His comprehension of heavenly sage laws reached a whole new level. When Xiaoqin completely absorbed the thunder origin, the vast lightning-attributed energy allowed him to smoothly break through the shackles of medial grade martial sage and advance to superior grade martial sage. The power of laws gathered into a circle, forming a circle, no longer a single straight line. Behind Xiaoqin, the power of laws surged out, forming circles of purple light wheels, a total of 1,000. It was similar to Wuxia's golden halo, but it was much weaker. This was a phenomenon unique to high-grade martial artists. However, very few people could be like Wuxia. At such a young age, after the power of law surged out of his body, he could still emit such an intense and dazzling light. In the past, Xiaoqin's law energy was as thick as an arm and a kilometer long. It was vast and mighty. The mysterious phenomenon it materialized was like a boundless sea of lightning, filled with a tyrannical and unblockable aura. Now that it formed a circle, it lost the tyrannical and vast aura. Instead, it gained a gentle feeling. The berserk lightning-attributed energy became docile. Xiaoqin carefully experienced the feeling of advancing to superior grade martial sage. With a thought, the boundless spiritual energy underground was sucked into the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him. After the lightning-attributed halo circulated, the quintessence that the law energy sent to Xiaoqin was even more refined, much stronger than before. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and scattered his cultivation technique. However, the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him had not completely vanished. There was still a faint trace of it. This was because Xiaoqin's cultivation was too vast. Furthermore, he had just advanced to superior grade martial sage, so he could not use these lightning-attributed halos as he pleased. After some time he would be able to hide them all with a thought. Now that his cultivation had improved significantly, Xiaoqin was confident that he could defeat Grandmaster-level demonic brilliant 2 elders without relying on the cycle banner. After he went out and snatched all 100 peak spirit veins, he would be even more confident. Xiaoqin stood up and moved as fast as lightning, arriving at the passageway where Yichen was. Yichen's complexion was much better now. He was not far from his peak state. Superior grade martial sage, 1,000 lightning-attributed halos. Yichen immediately noticed the purple lightning-attributed halo behind Xiaoqin. He could vaguely hear thunder in the blurry lightning-attributed halo. Xiaoqin nodded and said, I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly ruin wasteland and just broke through. This is really shocking. When I first entered the heavenly ruin wasteland, I felt that I had at least a 60% chance of victory against you. Now, I feel that I barely have a 50% chance. Xiaoqun waved his hand, and the cycle banner appeared in his palm. The heavenly jade pearls massacre chi poured out endlessly. Brother Yi, you cultivate the massacre Dao. Coincidentally, I have an item that contains a boundless amount of massacre chi. At the same time, there is also death chi and ruin chi. These two are related to massacre. I can lend it to you to cultivate for a while. Yi Chen circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed some of the massacre chi. Then his eyes lit up. Good stuff. To think that there is such a treasure in this world. If you lend it to me for a month, when I meet Yen Shisan again, my massacre Dao will definitely surpass his. You met Yen Shisan? Xiaoqun asked doubtfully. He had not heard any news of this old friend of his for a long time. According to his first senior sister, Yen Shisan had not appeared in the starry heaven Silver Lake. This was a genius of the sword Dao immersed in the martial Dao. The first time they met, Yen Shisan gave Xiaoqun immense pressure. Back then, in the heavenly dew divine spring, Yen Shisan did not even care about Diwuk. Half a year ago, I met him once in the heavenly starry ocean. Like me, he cultivated the massacre Dao. I wanted to swallow up his state of massacre, and he wanted to swallow up my state of massacre. Unfortunately, I lost rather miserably. I used the will clone that father gave me to escape this calamity. Yen Shisan is the greatest enemy of my life, Yi Chen said slowly. As Yi Chen spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This murderous intent did not represent hatred. Instead, it was a dense fighting spirit. It turned out that Yen Shisan had gone to the heavenly starry ocean. No wonder there was no news of him on the continent. I wonder how much he improved in the past 3 years. Oh right, you already condensed a saber soul. How come I have never seen you use a saber before? Yi Chen asked as he stuck the cycle banner in the ground beside him. At first he thought that Xiaoqun was hiding his strength on purpose. However, when he saw that Xiaoqun did not draw his saber even when facing Diwuk, he felt suspicious. Yi Chen's question caused Xiaoqun to reveal a somewhat sorrowful expression. The flawless saber Dao. If one always did not have a saber, how could one be truly flawless? Even if one used one's thoughts as a saber and one's body as a saber, without the saber in one's heart, one would find it hard to reach consummation. After a long time, Xiaoqun squeezed out a smile and said softly, I lost my saber. Yi Chen found this strange. It looked like he had asked a question that he should not have. There should be a story between Xiaoqun and that lost saber. Just as Yi Chen was about to say something to console him, he heard Xiaoqun say calmly, however, one day I will find her no matter the price. Xiaoqun's calm tone contained an unquestionable certainty. Yi Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. The underground turned silent. Yi Chen started to absorb the killing chi of the heavenly jade star while Xiaoqun continued to stabilize his cultivation. After some time, rustling sounds came from the tunnel. The two opened their eyes at the same time. They knew that this was Lord Jiu's special method of moving. Boom! A hole appeared in the stone wall above them. Lord Jiu landed between the two, covered in dust. His shifty-eyed appearance had not changed at all. Young heroes, your injuries should be more or less healed, right? The 100 peak spirit veins will be taken by others soon. If you still do not come out, you will not even get the leftovers. Lord Jiu asked impatiently, his eyes filled with hope. This time he was going to strike it rich again. Who took the beautiful mountain and river painting? Yi Chen asked the question that piqued his interest as well. Xiaoqun revealed a curious expression as he looked at Lord Jiu. The muddy sky gate's blue-robed emperor snatched it away. Originally, Diwuk took advantage of the time when the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect's blue-robed emperors were fighting each other to send out a divine sovereign clone and obtain the beautiful mountain and river painting. Unexpectedly, the muddy sky gate, which had been waiting patiently, made a move at the last moment. The blue-robed emperor descended and directly crushed the divine sovereign clone, snatching away the beautiful mountain and river painting. When Lord Jiu spoke of this matter, he sounded extremely exaggerated. The scene of the blue-robed emperors making a move even caused the sky above the immortal sect remnant to collapse. This resulted in several spatial tears in the heavenly ruin wasteland that had not been mended. Chapter 944. Let's go. I want to see who it was that stole the peak-grade spirit vein. A smile appeared on Xiaoqun's face as he took the lead. As long as it was not Diwuk who obtained it, it would be fine. Since the muddy sky gate obtained it, Xiaoqun could use his relationship with Qi Wuxia to observe it in the future. Xiaochen was extremely interested in the spatial Tao contained in the beautiful mountain and river painting. Of course, the most important thing right now was the 100-peak spirit veins. Most of the roaming dragons formed by the 100-peak spirit veins in the heavenly ruin wasteland had already been subdued. However, the heat did not decrease. Not many people left. The cultivators who managed to obtain peak spirit veins by luck were very confident. They wanted to obtain a few more. Very few people were satisfied. Those who didn't manage to obtain a peak-grade spirit vein were naturally even more anxious, and they racked their brains to find a peak-grade spirit vein. Immortal artifacts had nothing to do with them, so they could not compete for them. However, the blue-robed emperor was not interested in top-grade spirit veins. Furthermore, there were many of them, so they had to compete for them. Peng, the ground exploded, and Xiaochen's group of 3 appeared on flat ground. We're finally out. I wonder if Di Wuk and Tianyushi have left yet. At this moment, not only had Yi Qin recovered to his peak state, but his strength had also soared significantly by relying on the cycle banner's chi of massacre, death, and ruin. Right now, he was brimming with confidence, and he could not wait to have a great battle with Di Wuk. Xiaochen also felt a sense of heroism in his heart as he said, "Old Jiu, lead the way. This time we will kill our way there in an upright manner." Lord Jiu sniffed twice. Then he raised his head and laughed. "Coincidentally, there are 2 targets 150 kilometers to the north. I remember that they seem to have obtained a peak spirit vein not long ago. Go." Without saying anything more, the 3 of them immediately headed north. Along the way, Lord Jiu was very excited. He had long since wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could only watch. With Lord Jiu leading the way, the target had no chance of escaping. 1 hour later, the target appeared before the 3 of them. However, all Xiaochen could see were 2 corpses. The spatial rings on their hands were still there, but the peak spirit vein was nowhere to be found. Yi Qin frowned slightly and asked, "Who is it? How could he kill 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages so quickly? We chased him all the way here." Xiaochen bent down and checked the cause of death of the 2 corpses. There were no visible wounds on the surface. There was only a palm print on each of their chests. Their ribs were not broken, but their internal organs had all been shattered. They died in an instant. "A great Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move," Xiaochen said with a grave expression. Even among Grandmaster-level martial sages, there were differences in strength. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages only had higher cultivations than superior-grade martial sages. As for the heir of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, they only had a basic understanding of it. At the level of the demonic brilliant 2 elders, with the accumulation of time, 1 or 2 centuries, their understanding of the martial Tao would increase. Furthermore, Xiaochen's cultivation was incredibly deep. When he attacked, he could bring great pressure to others. He could integrate all the martial techniques he had learned and modify them to suit himself. Above that would be the level of the Haotian sect's Han Qinghe. Not only were his cultivations deep, but he had also grasped the air of a grandmaster. With a raise of his hand, he could bring out 120% of the might of any martial technique he had learned. He was known as a great grandmaster. These people could establish their own sect and leave behind their own inheritance for 1,000 years. If they had a fortuitous encounter, they could soar to the heavens in 1 step, becoming an influential person on the level of the blue-robed emperor. The person who killed these 2 people was a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Yi Qin analyzed, "Normally speaking, the great grandmaster-level martial sages of the various sects have their own things to do. Peak spirit veins are useless to them. They can use the holy spirit veins of their sects at any time. The one who did this was probably a loose cultivator." Lord Jiu's lips twitched as he said, "Which old fellow is so shameless? For the sake of 1 or 2 peak spirit veins, he is not afraid of ruining his reputation." Great Grandmaster-level martial sages were people only 1 step away from ascending to the heavens. If word of such action spread, it would not be good. Xiaochen stood up and said, 1 or 2 peak spirit veins are not worth him making a move. He is like us, probably trying to pocket 100 peak spirit veins. That's impossible. Aside from this Lord Jiu, who else could remember who obtained the spirit veins and the smell of these people? Lord Jiu said, unconvinced. Even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to do that. Never mind. Just continue leading the way. Let's not worry about this for now. However, we need to be prepared to clash with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. As they continued forward, Lord Jiu sniffed the air and revealed a smile on his face. He had found another target. However, this time they were too late. All they saw was a corpse and nothing. Damn, I'm too late again. The result of the 3rd target was the same. Someone else took away the peak spirit vein before them again. The corpses on the ground were all killed in one strike. Needless to say, there had to be a great Grandmaster-level martial sage with the same target as them. Xiao Qian's expression turned cold. After thinking for a while, he unfurled the freedom wings. Xiao Qian's body became as light as the wind. Crystalline, pure white feathers drifted down from his body. Lord Jiu, point me in a direction. Even if it is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, I have to fight for it today. Xiao Qian looked in the direction Lord Jiu pointed. A scene appeared before him, then froze. Xiao Qian took a step forward, carrying Lord Jiu and Yi Chen across 50 kilometers. The space behind him scattered, forming a wondrous scene. This time no one got ahead of them. Of the 5 targets, only one was a Grandmaster-level martial sage. There was no need for Xiao Qian to make a move. Yi Chen, who had grown much stronger, fully executed his massacre saber Dao within 100 moves and killed this person, snatching away the peak spirit vein's origin. Lord Jiu smiled widely and quickly put away the spatial rings of the 5. Yi Chen handed the peak spirit vein to Xiao Qian for safekeeping. Xiao Qian spread his wings and flew away, quickly bringing the 3 away from this place. After a while, an old man in azure-colored robes landed. As he moved, he exuded an air of elegance, exuding a natural aura. If Lord Jiu were here, he would recognize this person. This azure-robed old man was Zhuang Jinghe, who was ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. His ancient Buddhist palm technique had reached perfection, reaching an unimaginable height. Zhuang Jinghe looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned slightly. However, he did not care. The heavenly ruin wasteland was chaotic in the first place. Killing for treasures was a common occurrence. More importantly, even if someone snatched away the spirit veins, it did not matter. They would end up in his hands sooner or later. Zhuang Jinghe had an incomplete secret treasure called the Armillary Sphere. As long as the spirit vein left the ground, it could sense it within 250 kilometers. Normally, this secret treasure was of little value. However, it was now very useful in the heavenly ruin wasteland. The instant the 100 peak spirit veins flew out, Zhuang Jinghe made up his mind to collect all 100 peak spirit veins. This time the heavens are helping me. After collecting 100 peak spirit veins, I will have the capital to go to the heavenly starry ocean and establish my own sect. I will obtain great luck and become Emperor Wu's disciple. However, after that, the situation of others getting ahead of him happened. Zhuang Jinghe's face sank as he took out the Armillary Sphere and infused it with surging law energy. Most of the heavenly ruin wasteland immediately fell within the range of the Armillary Sphere. Zhuang Jinghe saw spots of spiritual light on the Armillary Sphere. Each spot represented a peak spirit vein. Zhuang Jinghe looked around and discovered 10 odd spots densely packed together in the Armillary Sphere. Soon he understood what was going on. It turns out that there is someone else with the same idea as me. With your help, I can save a lot of time. Zhuang Jinghe laughed loudly and put away the Armillary Sphere. The battle with the blue-robed emperor had caused spatial tears to appear everywhere in the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several hidden restrictions had been activated as well. As a result, Zhuang Jinghe's efficiency dropped significantly. Naturally, it was great that he had someone to help. On the other side, Xiao Qian unfurled the freedom wings and continuously executed so close yet worlds apart. His efficiency increased significantly and no one managed to get ahead of him. After 2 days he had collected more than 20 top-grade spirit veins. Such a harvest made Yi Chen feel embarrassed. When he thought about his actions in the heavenly starry ocean, they were simply small skirmishes, not worth mentioning. On the 4th day the 3 finally met with a strong enemy. After Xiao Qian tricked the demonic brilliant 2 elders and the Black Mountain 4 bandits in the heavenly palace, they actually worked together. During this time they had also collected many peak spirit veins. Xiao Qian, you are really bold. To think that you dare to appear before us. The hemp-robed old man watched as Xiao Qian leaped through layers of space and appeared before them. Then he stared at the freedom wings on Xiao Qian's back with a fervent gaze. The leader of the Black Mountain 4 bandits, Meng Bai, held up his heavy staff and smiled sinisterly. We are already preparing to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. Unexpectedly, a fat sheep delivered itself to us. White-robed Xiao Qian, do you know how valuable your head is now? Even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would be tempted. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, Everyone, there is no need to worry about this, Xiao. Think about how to protect your own heads first. A strong wind howled and the sound of killing came from the wind. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and his eyes turned scarlet as well. He took a step forward and charged at the Black Mountain 4 bandits. He smiled and said, Xiaoqin, let's treat this as our unfinished battle. Let's compete and see who can end it first. Compared to the demonic brilliant two elders, the Black Mountain Four bandits were slightly weaker. However, the difference was not too great. Yi Chen's bet was not too unfair. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and clashed with the demonic brilliant two elders. Now that he thought about it, this was his third time clashing with the two. The first time they clashed, it was just the middle-aged man, yet Xiaoqin was already tired out dealing with him. In the end, he had to use his immortal arts and magic skills as a trump card before he barely managed to escape. There was no chance of victory. The second time they clashed was in the Heavenly Palace's restrictions. Xiaoqin had used the cycle banner and clashed with the two briefly. In that battle, Xiaoqin had used external force to suppress the two, preventing them from getting up. Hence, it could not be considered a true fight. The hemp-robed old man took out his flaming fan, and a fiery cloud spread out for 5 kilometers around his head. It looked very horrifying. He said coldly to Xiaoqin, "Xiaoqin, hand over the primal essence nature pill, and the two of us can spare your life and let you leave the heavenly ruin wasteland." The primal essence nature pill was a king-grade medicinal pill. Mr. Qin had spent his life's effort and failed countless times before barely